Well, good morning, everyone. Welcome to Advancing Health for Soils, Plants, and People. It's a distinct privilege to appear before you, and I am honored by your attendance. And I thank God that He brought you here, because for a lot of you, it's been a very long trip. And some of you have had some pretty bad roads to get here. And I really appreciate your diligence and faithfulness to come. I think you're in for a real treat, and that's probably the biggest understatement that I'll put out there today. Several of our presenters have had a profound influence on how I deal with various problems that affect soils, plants, and farmers' businesses. So it's a real privilege to have them here. They have traveled great distances and as well. From California and Florida, from New Jersey, which I think was the toughest trip of all, James, probably. That man got out of bed, I understand, at 3:30 yesterday, and he was fulfilling a commitment last night at 7 o'clock from the motel here in Wabash. Really special treat to have you here, James. Well, you will just absolutely enjoy the day, I think, and I would like to start the day off giving the affairs of the day to the Lord and for His glory. And I've asked John Andreas if he would cover us with prayer as we start the day. John? That's a very linear mic, so you'll need to move it, okay?
Yes, sir. Okay. Thank you, Jim. And thank you for the privilege. Anytime we can give the Lord glory, I'm there. So bow your heads with me if you would. Father, thank you for who you are, how good you are, and how graceful you have been to your children. We thank you for this year, for all that you have done, for the goodness that you have poured out through our harvest and through our fellowships and through our interactions together. And we pray that you would come down upon this gathering today. Would you pour down a sense of wisdom and understanding that steps beyond perhaps our own capabilities, the bounds of our minds and our souls, but teach us today. Show us your goodness through an education here and understanding. And beyond that, I pray that you would build fellowship and unity within this group. Thank you for your time today. Thank you for Jesus and for what he did for us on the cross. And we look forward today to give you glory as your day unfolds here before us. I pray that you would have your way here in the name of Jesus. Amen.
Amen. Thank you, John. A little bit of housekeeping before we go any farther. Men's room is in the rear of this room on the left-hand side. As you walk toward the rear, down a flight of stairs, you'll find the men's room. And those of you who operate Curse Busters have an assignment today. I know that there are several of you here in the room, and you'll find at the sign-in table a stack of Curse Buster logo stickers. And those are for you. I want you to wear them if you're willing to answer questions from people about what you do with that thing, looking ignorant, poking holes in the ground and seemingly doing nothing. I want you to wear that so that people know who you are, if you're willing to entertain discussions with people who would like to know more. We're going to spend some time talking about it with some other people on the program, but there's nothing like having somebody right in front of you when you ask that question, okay? So if you're willing, sometime make your way over to the registration table during a break and pick up one of those stickers, okay? And put it prominently where you'd like to be targeted. Some of you would prefer it maybe a frontal shot. Some of you might like it in the middle of your back. All depends on how you'd like to go, okay? All set? Are there any questions before we go any farther? Okay. I want to keep this as informal as I can. My modus operandi is really very simple. if you leave here with the question that you didn't ask, it was probably the most important thing that didn't happen today. So we love interruptions. James, are you okay with that? Good. All of our presenters, are you okay with that? Okay. We're still going to try to adhere to our schedule for our streaming online audience, but you know what? What's more important is that you get out of this meeting what you came for. And that means you need to get involved. I'm not into giving injections, okay? They don't really help anybody very much. But if you get engaged with us, then I think you'll go home a changed person. The program is designed basically with one thing in mind, and that's to bring about God's desired change in your perceptions of this world, the things which He has created. So I'm going to start out this morning, if you will, with a little Bible lesson. And I will have to, first of all, recognize that my life really consists of what Jesus has done in my life. And the day after I had a visitation from on high, my wife drew this and entitled it "For the Joy That Was Set Before Him." And you know who it is, and you know what the event was when He gave up the ghost for us. And that really is the backdrop of my entire life. One of the things that we're going to talk about today is, of course, very highly related to creation and the creation events. And so I put this up there from Genesis chapter 2. There's several scriptures that I'm going to go through here, and I think they'll all harmonize with where we're going today. The highlighted portion, "For the Lord had not caused it to rain upon the earth." So that means at some point in this created world, there was no precipitation. For many, that's a really unique thought. For others, they go, uh-huh. But for others, they've never actually perceived what this means. There was not a man to till the ground. I always really fascinated by this, you know. Why didn't Moses write, "There was not a man to pick apples in the garden"? Or why was there not an injunction that there was no man to eat the wrong fruit? I mean, there's just, you know, why wasn't there a man that listened to the counsel of his wife? There's a multitude of things that he could have used as descriptors for men who did not yet even exist. But in his non-existence, instead, he's identified as a tiller of soil. Isn't that like God? Amen? He knows the beginning from the end. He knows the end. And here we are. This man is not even existing, and he's identified as relating directly to the planet Earth as its soil. "There went up a mist from the earth and watered the whole face of the earth." So that's how it got taken care of. And it says here, of course, in verse 7, "The Lord formed man out of the dust of the ground, inoculated with microbes." Oh, that's according to Jim. "And breathed into his nostrils the breath of life. And then man became a living soul." So there's something really essential here about breathing. And we're going to talk about it, we're going to hear about it today in some of these conversations. It's the essence of our life, right? Nobody lives very long when they stop breathing, right? In fact, in the judgment, the Bible declares that God took the breath of life out of everything that walked and crawled on the planet. They never felt the ground come up to meet them. When the breath of life goes out, it's over. There is no senses left. You with me? So breath is a very, very central element of God's entire creation, which we are coursing through today. We're going to skip forward a little ways, about 1,700 years, and we're going to talk here about how it was that the earth actually was watered. In talking about this, it says that in the 17th day of the month, the same day, were all the fountains of the great deep and the windows of heaven were opened. The fountains were broken up. And we know these as artesian wells today, free-flowing wells, springs. These are all vestiges of the original plan on how God planted the earth, how he planned the whole system perfectly. In Genesis chapter 8, one of my favorite scriptures that anybody who's picked up a piece of Cursebuster literature or come into our website or taken a DVD knows that this is really close to my heart. We're on Mount Ararat right now. We're with Noah, his 3 sons, and their wives, and God is speaking to them from heaven in chapter 8. I'd love to spend more time with it, but I don't have it. The Lord said in his heart, I will not again curse the ground anymore for man's sake. Even though the imagination of a man's heart is evil from his youth, neither will I again smite more every living thing as I have done. And I think the part which jumps out at me is this element of God creating a curse. Most of the time, most Bible readers that I've met think that he's restating the thorns and thistles when we were cast forth out of the garden to till the ground, right, from which we were taken. But it's not. It's another curse. And the entire planet has suffered under this. In chapter 8, you go on and it describes that there's going to be seasons now. Well, that's something that Noah and the boys didn't know, because the earth had always been perfectly vertical on its axis. The temperature was the same everywhere. The sun angle was exactly the same. It never changed. So when it tipped at the time of the judgment, God announces here in Genesis 8:20, in 8, chapter 8, the seasons. It's going to rain and snow now, guys. The wind's going to blow. There's going to be tornadoes, twisters, derricos, all kinds of stuff. It's not going to be like it used to be. And it goes on in other parts of Scripture talking about man's relationship with the earth. And of course, God's law called for the Sabbath year rest, or 1 in every 7 years, to plant nothing and only have that harvested in the corners by those who needed food. And in Isaiah chapter 28, the problem with men and their relationship with soil is long-standing, guys. Ours are not unique, okay? We don't have anything on the ancient Israelites. Because here in 28, beginning in verse 22, he brings a word from the Lord. He says, now do not be mockers, lest your bonds be made strong. In other words, you're already in jail. You're already in bondage. You get it? If he's saying, if they're going to be made strong, well, that means you're already in them. You already got the problem. For I have heard from the Lord of hosts a destruction determined upon the whole earth. Whoa. That's why he says, listen up, boys. This is serious. This is really serious. A destruction determined upon the whole earth. Give ear, hear my voice, listen, hear my speech. Does the plowman keep plowing all day to sow? Is that all you do? Does he keep turning his soil and breaking the clods? Maybe you should have stopped before he made the clods, right? But the black cumin is beaten out with a stick and the cumin with a rod. Bread flour must be ground. Therefore, does he not thresh it forever? In other words, if you're going to make grain out of a standing, out of a wheat plant, you don't drive it till you turn it into flour, right? You stop and you winnow it, separating the grain without crushing it. And he's talking here about an herb, which if you put it under an ox cart, you'd ruin it because you'd crush it. So there's an appropriate way, and this is a metaphor that he's using to try to get the Israelites to understand how to relate to soil. Can you receive that? These are 2 examples. You know how to thresh wheat without making it flour. You know how to take care of threshing herbs without breaking the seed and losing all of the aromatics and the value of that herb. So why is it? Why is it that you keep working the soil long after it's flat, long after it's ready to plant? You just have to send the boys out there and make one more pass. Sounds like recreational tillage, eh? We all know about that, right? And then, of course, we do have the other school, right, which says, I will never put anything in my soil deeper than a seed. So the human condition persists. We go to extremes. If there's anything that marks human behavior, is that we just can't do what we were told. And so hence, what does Isaiah do? But he says, this comes from the Lord of hosts, who is wonderful in counsel and excellent in his guidance. That's our prayer today, that God's going to guide us. And I begin with the Word of God because that has been my standard. And I would encourage everyone here to do likewise. Seek out the Scriptures. Seek out the interpretation and the application of the Scriptures by the Holy Spirit. I said this yesterday on the phone to a friend in New York. I said, Craig, after a series of text messages, Craig, I can hear the jailer coming. And he was like, what? I said, I can hear the jailer coming. What do you mean? I said, well, I can hear the keys rattling. He's walking down between the cells, and he's coming to yours with that key set because he wants to open the door, and he wants to set you free. There are a lot of deceptions out here, aren't there, guys? Our world is fraught with deception today. And today we want to set you free, the way only God can set us free. Amen? And he's going to use reason, and he's going to use good science because he knows we have this enemy between our ears, which needs to be appeased with facts, right, and testimony and all kinds of things to straighten it out. Okay? Well, I've asked my dear friend and brother, John, to lead us this morning in introducing sort of an overview of the microbial community. We're going to kind of like take, if you will, we're going to play like pilots today, okay? In the first half of the day, we're going to look at the fuselage. We're going to examine the engine. We got a flying machine here, and we're going to go over it with a fine-tooth comb, if you will, with a lot of microscopes. We're going to check and see that this plane is in order. And hopefully, by the end of the day, we'll have launched that baby, and we're going to take a look at something from a much higher elevation, a much more global view from, say, around 40,000, maybe, hopefully, no chemtrails today, so we can get a really clear vision, right? No smog, no approaches of that, right? So we're going to go from literally the microscopic to the global view in one short day. Are you ready for the flight? Okay, John, take us away.
The question is, am I ready?
Oh, yes. I'll get this minimized.
Yep. Let me, don't walk away until I'm good here. Oh, go away.
Double click, open it right up.
I did. It's thinking.
Okay.
Okay, what do my buttons do here?
Right is advance, left is retard.
Okay. Good morning.
Welcome, John Andreas from California. Will you, everybody?
Thank you. As I slowly introduce myself, I'm going to let a few things feel free to read. Just give you an idea of, as a company, where we come from. Been around a long time, founded 1980. I first met Natural Resources Group in 1984 as I was farming. Eventually primarily left the farming business and went to work for the company. what I'm hoping to do today is just give you a general sense of what soil fertility, soil biology looks like. It's a really big story, but I'm going to try to dial it down to something pretty simple. I'm going to channel my Dr. White this morning because he does a brilliant job of taking it down to simple, and we want simple. That's where I like to live. So founded in 1980, I grew up coming from kind of these weird two worlds. My dad was, the dirt farmer. My mom came from the cattle ranching side. And somewhere I found over the years there was this internal struggle within me that didn't know if I was supposed to be an animal guy or a soil guy. And I kind of defaulted eventually toward being hurting the little guys in the soil, hurting the soil biology. I became a fan of farming bacteria. Make sense? Because one thing that's become apparent to me over the years that living soil doesn't happen by accident in our conventional way of farming. We have to be intentional. And so bacteria doesn't just happen. You've gotten a glimpse of who I am already. Follower of Jesus, father, minister of the gospel, teacher, farmer, whatever I'm doing today, leading a company, whatnot. All of that, all of my experience, everything that happened to me farming, the good, bad, the ugly, everything brings me to this point today. In the 70s, we had organic raisin grapes. You know what our tools were? Chicken litter. It's tough to do anything successfully with just chicken litter. But the brilliance of today is you guys have some really great opportunity because there's technology. You can see things we couldn't see before. You have an opportunity with different products and good common sense to do some pretty amazing things. Again, like-minded companies is who we have been. We have been very much about partnering with individuals, with other companies. You'll see on my table back here that we are primarily a bacterial company, but we have been a distributor of myco-apply mycorrhizal products for over 20 years since the formation of that company. More recently, we have picked up other distributions, which you'll see on my table, and it's all about how we influence fertility, soil health, biodiversity. Whether organic or not, I don't even need to be in that realm because the best work we do is in conventional farming, in sustainable farming. We're very much about teamwork, and today I want to foster an opportunity to say, let's work together. You're not alone. If you feel like you're out there struggling, you don't quite know where to go, what to do, there are some powerful influences in this room that you can learn from, that you can grow through, that you'll have the opportunity then to affect real change. Again, the word's very clear, two are better than one, right? Let's work together. And iron sharpens iron, you know about that, man, right? So I want to show you something. Let's talk about what teamwork really looks like. You imagine handling that saw by yourself. I've tried. It's not easy. But when you got two men working, and two men working in sync, who have trained together, who have struggled together, have put it into action. And it takes time and commitment and training. And that's how you win an event. The see if I can. The boy on the left was mine, actually, and earlier this year. There's great lessons in life. Don't handle the saw by yourself. There's great people in here that can really help you. Let's go a little bit more detail. So, definitions. Okay, there's nothing here most of you probably don't know. And there's no such thing as silver bullet. You've heard that, right? Salesman comes around, they got the next, latest, greatest. All you got to do is this, right? You've heard that. But that's not reality. And because I know one thing I've learned over the years, every field, every soil, every crop is as unique as you and I are. No one would put together a fitness regime for you and me that would be identical. Your dietary needs are different. You've got special conditions. You may have to take medications that I don't, or vice versa. The reality is, your fields, and you know them best, your ground is unique. And don't let anyone tell you, I've got something that'll take care of all your problems. What you need to be is on site. You need to be on that ground. You need to be smelling, tasting, touching, and knowing exactly what's going on. And if you're not quite gifted enough in that way, there are a few great labs that can really help you out. So dynamic soils, how do we do that? Is there a secret? I'm tired of secrets. It's not about secrets any longer. It's about common sense, wisdom, and understanding. And so let me boil down what I'm going to talk about today to a few general categories. We'll touch on a little more on bacteria in this, but you see the list. You need to know what's going on chemistry-wise with your water, with your soil. About mycorrhizal inoculum, the importance of what a root looks like according to nature, how it was designed. Bacteria in the soil, mineralization, how important that is. And then finally, how do we feed all of these? So first of all, water soil quality analysis. Out in California, desert soils, lousy water, salt, bicarbonates, go on and on. And so we utilize Mott's lab out of Phoenix, Arizona, do a good job of analyzing soils, and at the same time, they take your water inputs and they actually test your soil against your water in the lab. And I don't know that it's anything really unique, but it tells a good story without getting into the detail of the analysis of what your water is doing to your soil. See, that is not a big deal if you're on rainfall, right? But when you're pumping water that is 8.5 pH and the bicarbonates are through the roof, or carbonate forms, and every gallon you're putting on is tying up micronutrients and screwing with your biology, then it becomes important. So how do you mitigate things like that? Well, these type of analyses are important. Secondarily, mycorrhizae. I talk about this first because mycorrhizae is really the foundation of a living root. Anywhere nature designed an association, and for those of you who don't know what this organism is, you can see a little line coming across the center. That is actually the tip of a root hair of a grass seedling. The rest of what you see is a symbiotic relationship with a beneficial fungal organism that sets up house internally within the plant root and grows out from there. And so everything else you see is the actual, what becomes the primary root of the plant. These mycorrhizal hyphae are capable of mining the soil, influencing beneficial populations of bacteria. You want to grow a soil microbiodiversity? Start with mycorrhizae, because it'll do that. It mines, it holds water, it brings it all back internally into the plant root in such a way that it delivers elements directly into the plant in a very, very healthful way. It makes everything you do, fertilizer, whether conventional or organic forms, it makes everything much more efficient. When we begin processes like this, whether on permanent crops or on vegetable crops, we always start by reductions of nitrogen by 30% minimum, just because of this. And then we go from there. This is how nitrogen becomes more efficient. What you are seeing within these hyphae and within the plant root, these dots that are glowing are actual nitrogen molecules in an amino or complex organic form that are being delivered, pulled out of the soil by the mycorrhizal organism and delivered directly into the plant for usage. When you don't lose nitrogen in conversion, trying to get it into a form in which the plant can then take it in through its own root. Next, let's get into bacteria just briefly. Why bacteria? For one thing, bacteria the numbers are huge. When you have a living root that is exuding food in carbons and sugar and delivering it out into the soil and calling for masses of bacteria to come, what you need is good biodiversity and healthful organisms. There's a lot you can do by feeding your soil that will take what is natural and grow it, but there's also inoculum you can start with. And you'll see some examples back on my table, and in a moment I'll speak a little bit more specifically to a couple of my products. But good biodiversity consumes and sequesters nutrients that tend to feed pathogens. If you get all this free-floating food, and we're talking mostly conventional fertilizer, when you get that pulled out of the biome, disease doesn't have an opportunity to grow and spread like it normally would. So we don't want to feed plants, we want to feed bacteria, biology in the soil. Yes, sir. Yes.
Those bacteria that have oriented like that, perpendicular to the hair, are coming out of that root hair. So they were actually endophytes on that root. And I don't want to go into too much detail, but
Yeah, because that's your talk.
that's how it looked when they come out of that. So that plant had absorbed those, and they're coming out.
And thank you for pointing that out. Sure. He is pointing out that as you see these structures coming out of the root, kind of standing up sideways, these are actually endophytic organisms, bacteria that are being expelled back out of the root after having been first absorbed, their nutrients stripped off and absorbed by the plant, and then they're kicked back out to go back to work again. And Dr. White will get back into that discussion later in much more detail, and I can tell you're going to enjoy that one too. So, and frankly, this is just a picture I pulled off the web, so it doesn't speak to anything specific to me. So anyway, here's how we know organisms work. As our products have been developed over the years, Petri dish studies are done. A lot of the characteristics of how organisms are suppressed is literally, a good part of it is just taking the food, the medium, out of the environment so that they cannot thrive. On the left, you will see where the organism is unable to grow because of the 4 dots, which are bacteria, around the outside, whereas on the dish on the right, the fungal organism has just been able to spread. So general modes of action, how bacteria do things. Rhizosphere, colonization, in other words, they're right on the root. You know, the more good guys you got, the less ability for pathogen to thrive. They compete for nutrients and for space around the roots. The actual cycling of nutrients in the soil, is that me or something else? There's the actual nutrient cycling in the soil is keeping things internalized into living organisms. So if you put out some fertilizer, organic or whatnot, bacteria consume it, other organisms consume it, and the moment they consume them, it's no longer floating freely for just anything to get a hold of. You want to make your fertilizer efficient, particularly on the organic side, make sure you've got good biodiversity to absorb it, utilize it, and then release it to the plant when it's time. They solubilize minerals. There is systemic resistance that they cause within the plant to help protect the plant and enhance the immune system. So again, why bacteria? Well, they also have many different exudates that do many, many different things. Just speaking more directly to some of our products, I mean, all of these different types of enzymes are produced. You can see the capability, what they do, the roles they play in the soil. And we have a lot of diversity built into our products. You see everything on this list is touched on by several of our different products without getting into detail product by product. So this is one specific. PMSLA is our cornerstone Cadillac product, if you would, does a lot of things very well. PMSLA stands for Pumilus megaterium subtilis licheniformis amyloliquefaciens, okay? Yeah, that was hard to come up with, right? Or there's PMS in LA, you know, so, you know, however you can remember it. We have always been a guaranteed product company. We had the first actual microbial label in California, which means there was a guarantee on the label. You could guarantee what was in it. There was no fertilizer involved. It was all about the organisms, the species, and the count. No genetics used in any of this. These are all extracted directly from nature, in water, soil, within plants and animal species. And everything has been rigorously lab tested over the years and determined its capabilities. I can also tell you the lab I partner with to do this has its own unique 5,000 plus species collection that you will not find anywhere else in anyone's database. So very, very unique. This PMSLA product is also very versatile. You can use it in soils and potting mixes and right into fertilizer blends, even commercial fertilizer blends. Nitrogen, salts, and fertilizer don't bother these spores because of the form that they are in. And great in compost tea. It'll clarify pond water by pulling, you know, as it grows through water. There's a lot of different things. Again, here, the power of microbiology. Don't discount it. These guys, you may not be able to see them at work, but they are a powerful tool when it comes to affecting change in your soil and in your plant health. So here's the 5 species very quickly. I'm not going to belabor any of these, but individual diversity, capabilities, broad range of growth pH realm, some of these, of course, are antifungal, suppressant of nematode populations, great digesters, deal with nematodes, grows in pretty complex salt solutions even. But the one thing this product really loves, it loves growing on your roots. All 5 of these species are very much rhizosphere competent. They want to be interacting with the plant. And Dr. White, I've been asking questions about all of these species and whether or not there is any kind of an endophytic type interaction with the plant. And I don't have an answer from my side.
They do. They go in. We've looked at a lot of the
Yeah.
biostimulant bacillus species.
Yep.
And everyone we look at internalize into
Yep.
those plant roots. So they definitely become endophytic. Now, some of them may be kicked out
Right.
and so not keep working, but what they do is they'll kickstart the rhizophagus cycle, they'll kickstart the process of the plant internalizing those microbes. They'll cause the plant to produce more exudates, cultivating and attracting other bacteria.
Yep. Dr. White just kind of confirmed that all of these species he's generally worked with or seen in nature, and they do tend to be absorbed by the roots and exchange nutrients, kick back out to go back to work. And you don't know, last week when I first met you and heard you talk, how excited I got by some of that notion that, hey, we're not only on the outside of the root, hey, we're working on the inside of the root. That's why I say we are here to learn from each other. I don't plan to go anywhere anytime soon, but I realize how much I don't know about a lot of things, and that's why we continue to gather and to learn and to listen from each other. So again, why bacteria? We enhance nutrient cycling and reduce leaching of nutrients in the soil. I pulled this out of Encyclopedia Britannica, and just not to belabor everything on here, but if you notice, the red lines are the human activity, and everything else is what nature's trying to do in the cycle and how it is affecting nitrogen generation and whatnot. It was kind of an usually these things are talking more about the biodiversity, but to watch how little we have to touch it to allow the system to work well. Our mindset is always, I got to throw truckloads, I've got to dump tonnage, I've got to have a lot of this and a lot of that, otherwise my plants aren't going to grow. Well, I've learned over the years, it's not the big stuff that's important, it's the little things that are important. And what we need to be focusing on is the biodiversity at the soil level. So bacteria are also a foundational food for larger life forms in the soil. You end up, this is how you grow a soil from the bottom up. Of course, underneath supporting bacteria is your mycorrhizal organism. But everything above that, whether bacteria or other beneficial fungal organisms or up the food chain, all of these structures require a lot of biodiversity at the bottom, simply because of food chain. So, really quickly, minerals. So what kind of problems do you generally have in Midwest soil? What's your biggest struggle, mineral-wise? Any answers? Manganese is a big one here. What else? Boron's an issue. That's California too. Molly? Yeah, we're realizing how big an issue that is out in California too now. Any others? Available calcium? Yeah. Sulfur? Yeah, that's a problem for us out there too. So we're all in the same boat, aren't we? As I have worked with customers across this country in different regions, several things I want to assure you about. We are all kind of in the same boat. There's slightly very different variations in different situations within crop types, but it seems like no matter where you go in our soils, there are some very common challenges. And I can also tell you that when it comes to things like mycorrhizal inoculation and the importance on crops, good biodiversity through bacterial inoculation or however you grow them, these things work everywhere. I've got organic growers in Florida sand. Talk about growing on a beach. I tell you what, it's amazing what they try to do. And yet very successfully when there is mycorrhizae on the root, there is food added, and you got a good biodiversity developed. Same Midwestern soils. Jim has proven that to me. I've seen what these kind of products do here locally. And then California, our desert soils, anywhere in the West where we have some really severe challenges. So what's our limiting factor? Well, for each of your fields, you know what that limiting factor is. There's some things we need to add. There's other things we need biodiversity to help with. And perhaps there's other situations where we need pH adjustments in our soil to better affect uptake of certain nutrients. There's a lot of different reasons, which again is why I default back to what I said earlier. You need to know your field. You need to be out there tasting, touching, smelling, analyzing, knowing firsthand exactly what is going on. You've seen these lists. Everyone's got some of these that are problematic, where we're struggling in. You know what's required for plant growth. Out in the West, simply because of fairly local access, we utilize the product azomite. It's a mined mineral out of Nephi, Utah, a combination of a volcanic deposit into an ancient seabed material. And the two of these in conjunction have created 70 plus elements that are in a highly bioavailable form. We know that for a lot of reasons beyond what the company tells me, but we have been able to utilize 1 or 2 pounds per acre going out through a micro irrigation system and watching biodiversity go boom. I mean, just, we're feeding things well, but just the addition of these elements in a form that is capable of being readily absorbed by an organism causes these massive reproductive cycles. And which is telling you that there's something short in the soil. How many of these, I didn't even bring a list, I've got it on my table, 70 some odd elements. How many of those do you test for? How many do you analyze for? A handful, right? Do you know what rare earth elements do in the soil or for plants or for seed germination? There's a lot of things we don't know. I mean, we got a little bit, but we don't test, right? So how do you know what is short? Well, there may be other products available to you locally. Freighting this to you doesn't even make sense. You know about diesel, right? You know about energy cost. Yeah, right. But find out if you have any semblance that there is shortages in your soil or a limiting factor, find a way to solve it. Because when we close these gaps where things are deficient, where things are short, those limiting factors can literally kill you. The great thing about the azomite product just in general, it tends to be very anti-pathogenic fungal. It blooms bacteria, it tends to boost the plant's immune system significantly. If you're doing anything horticulturally or in greenhouses or growing houses of those kind of things, great product to add. Finally, let's get into a little bit more about how we feed. And I don't think I'm going to teach you anything new here. You guys are all pretty progressive in generally. How are we feeding and properly stimulating in a healthful way, in a lasting way? How do we, good food will increase bacterial activity and biodiversity. That's a duh, right? So increases in bacteria become food for, and then they expand the biome. Good food also organic food or organic molecules also stimulate mycorrhizae from the ground side, along with what is being stimulated from the plant side. We know how to do this through manures and compost teas and compost and fish and amino products. There's some great fish products in the room. There's other type of food waste products that are available in certain areas. Green manures, cover crops, stubble digestion, all of these do what? They're food. For those of you who have livestock, you don't put a cow out in the pasture with no grass and no water, right? Because they've got to eat. They've got to drink. They need air. Our bacteria and life in the soil is no different. Biodiversity depends upon regular food, oxygen, water, and there's things we can do in our growing cycles to greatly enhance that biodiversity. I'm going to introduce one other thing, and I'm not going to go into great detail other than to say this Penergetic is an energy-based product. It is a frequency product. You may have run into it already out here in the Midwest, maybe not. But literally, it is a carrier that is programmed with electrical information. To put it simply, it is the spin at a quantum level of particles in nature, of characteristics in nature. It is an amazing stimulant in the soil product of microbial activity, decomposition of bioresidue. It helps release elements in the soil that are tied up, bound up. If you have pH extremes, it goes a long way toward helping mobilize salts and move it out. And where there is other tie-ups because of high pH or bicarbonates, will help release and make a lot of these available to the plant. Very much a promotion of a healthier soil. Again, an illustration of what Penergetic K for the soil will do between stimulating microbial activity and release of nutrients, making them available to the plant. There is also a Penergetic P for the plant, which ramps up the chlorophyll production, healthy plant systems, which of course sends more energy to the roots, which enhances your biodiversity, allows for better stimulation of beneficial organisms in the way of your mycorrhizae and rhizobia and other beneficials. Plant Brix levels are elevated and strengthen the immune system down the list again. Not a replacement for healthy soils, but an enhancement of good biodiversity and a strengthening of what you're trying to accomplish as you are treating your soils. We also know that on the endophytic side, that Penergetic P within the plant systems, all of these are also stimulated in a healthful way and encouraged to expand. The couple other illustrations, again, you see the mycorrhizal organism and rhizobia too. And if you are in a case where you are growing a crop where you are using the rhizobia bacteria on it, know this too, that when you associate mycorrhizae with that same plant root, you will generally have at least a tenfold increase in the rhizobia activity. Again, it is the associations of beneficial organisms and how they support each other. Just as the mycorrhizae is symbiotic with a plant root, those interacting systems and the rhizobia, they all encourage each other. They are a team working together. All of these are also enhancing the other biodiversity in the soil for the benefit of the plant. And I guess one thing we didn't actually talk about, and I think Dr. White's going to get into this on the endophytic side too, the plant communicates brilliantly with these living systems in the soil. Because of the internal association with mycorrhizae itself, there is a direct electrical connection between the plant and the organism. Plant says, I'm hungry, here's what I need. Mycorrhizae goes to work, brings back exactly what the plant needs. The plant also does that to bacteria through its exudates. It says, I'm starving for this, go find it. And it brings it back and attracts the right organisms. In all of these cases, there has been systemic response trials done in mycorrhizae where you have a field of something planted. It is all interconnected by mycorrhizal hyphae. Stimulate on one side of the field with a pest of some kind, and you get a systemic response on the far side of the acre because the plants are all talking to each other through the mycorrhizal association. This is the power of what has been created in soil. This biodiversity, in some ways, it's smarter than we are. But it's brilliant from the fact that it doesn't take a lot of deep understanding to harness it for your benefit, for your good, for your health, your plant health, your animal health, your own health if you're consuming your own production. How am I doing on time, Jim?
We're right there against it.
Right there against it. So we'll cap this off really quickly. Don't treat your soil like dirt, because it's not. You're not farming hydroponically. And yes, this was already written before we talked last night, gentlemen. Soil is not just holding a plant upright. This dirt you grow in is not what you sweep under your mother's rug. This is alive. It is a living organism. And we cannot ignore it. It's a gift from God above. How do we treat it? As alive, living, dynamic, ever-changing. Treat it as livestock that need to be fed, watered, monitored carefully, lovingly. And yet it is very capable of carrying out some very brilliant tasks that we only think we understand. Leave it better than you found it. If you do this right, you work these systems out correctly. Next year, at the end of the crop cycle, your soil will be in a better condition than it was the previous year. Now, these things don't happen overnight. You got to be consistent. Respect the value and the miracle of this living and biodynamic soil. And it's not a commodity to mine or whatnot, but it's a resource to manage carefully, and might I say lovingly. Is my program sustainable? Or am I getting closer to sustainability? I think you will find as you work through your inputs and make improvements in the way you do things, particularly if you have direct access to manures and different things that you can cycle back into your fields, you can get much closer to sustainability. And that's important. We need to be able to take care of ourselves. I mean, we don't know what the future holds. If you're probably blessed to be where you are in the Midwest primarily. Out in California, no one wants farmers there anymore. They're doing their best to kick us out politically and economically any way they can. But we need to be able to, in this time of very high nitrogen, fertilizer costs, energy costs, figure out how we can do things smarter and with less input. And what you will find, and again, Dr. White's going to touch on this, I know, the more efficient our living soils get, the less inputs they require to grow the same crop, or if not, an actual better crop. So, bugs, not drugs. I mean, let's be real. Let's work on biodiversity, not figure out ways to stimulate the plant with chemicals and inputs that have no lasting effect or may actually have a detrimental effect. And these living components must always be the cornerstone of what we do. Finally, everything we do from a biological perspective will allow for a healthier plant, a stronger plant, a better standing plant, a crop that harvests well, disease problems are minimized, root systems are expanded, improved nutrient cycling, water efficiency, on and on and on. Reduction in tissue diseases. And you meet the high nutrient demands of whatever fill, crop fill, grain, whatever you're growing. And that brings me to the end of my presentation. Are there any questions in the room? Otherwise, you can certainly catch me at the table in the back later.
Test, test. This one works. Okay. If there is a question or two, we'll take it, but I want to bring you the mic, okay? If you've got one or two burning that you'd like to ask, we're running tight on time, but any further comments you'd like to make, Dr. White?
Oh, I loved it. Yeah, I love the presentation, John, and I wrote down your expression, bugs, not drugs. It quoted for you. I don't know if it's your initial. Did you invent that, or?
I think a brother-in-law of mine.
Oh, good. Okay, it's great.
Yeah,
okay.
you may use it.
Thank you, John.
In the back, yes, sir.
Some have used inoculants and had success, others have not. Just talking with people, they derisively refer to it as bug in a jug. Can you explain some of the reasons people have failures with them when they try them?
There's 1,000 different reasons, and I mentioned earlier, 5 different species. Well, I tell you what, just because something says Bacillus megaterium doesn't mean mine's the same as yours or the next guy, because there's thousands of variations of those organisms. And so just because someone's label says XYZ, I'm not saying it's not in there, but what are the actual organism capabilities? And then secondly, were they actually feeding their organisms? Were they tending them? That's secondarily. And then third is concentration. Bug in a jug tended to be pretty low analysis products. All of mine are spray-dried powders. They are 100 billion CFUs per gram of material, which means that we utilize 5 to 10 grams per acre to give you millions per square foot if you run the numbers, do the calculation. That's how you can affect a change in a soil, along with how you manage the herd. I mean, that's the 3 simple ones. So, any other questions?
Okay.
Again, thank you very much.
Thank you, John. Thank you, guys. If you have a question or comment, just let me know, and we'll get this out to all of our online audience as well. We don't want to lose any of the comments, okay? Over at the sign-in table, there was this pile of biographical sketches of everybody that's speaking today. So help yourself to these. Please pick one up. And that way, I'm not going to spend a lot of time introducing speakers. This is why we put this together, so that you can take this home with you and you can know how to get a hold of people. If you got more questions, you want to continue an association, here's your document. Make sure you pick it up, okay? There's plenty of copies over there. So next on our program is a distinguished visitor from Kingsville, Ontario, Canada. Dr. Bill Brown and I started rubbing shoulders, I guess, probably 5 or 6 years ago, when I was actually living in North Dakota and struggling with North Dakotan farmers with vomitoxin issues in malting barley, durum, and wheat. And almost any kind of grass plant they tried to plant, it had a vomitoxin issue. So come and grace us with the years and years of experience that this man has invested in the microbial world. Thank you for coming, Bill. Greet our friend, Bill Brown. All right. We'll see how I make out with this. I should have someone more talented doing this.
Yep.
The bottom one?
Perfect. Make it big. All guys can see. Well, welcome everybody. I've come to you from the tropics of Canada.
You're going to have to talk right into this thing, Bill. Bill, you're going to have to talk
I
into
know.
this.
I speak usually loud enough.
It won't come through on the online. Where is my slideshow? There it is. Okay. Now we'll touch you off.
Perfect, perfect.
I think we're going to have to aim that up for you, Bill.
Maybe.
Yeah, okay.
I have hearing aids, so if I'm not talking loud enough, I'm hearing loud enough. That's the sad thing about having hearing aids. Sometimes you think you're talking loud enough and you aren't. But I'm here to talk about an interesting organism. I've been working on it for 20 years, slowly, methodically, figuring out how this contributes to agriculture, and it really is amazing in what it can do to an association with other microbes. You never believe that there's ever one microbe that's going to be the be all and the end all. A lot of people try to sell one, but in fact you have to sell a blend or be compatible. So what this organism is doing is goes into the rhizosphere, into the roots, or into the plants, and it gains control of the root system and reduces other access from other organisms that it doesn't favor. So the microflora is shifted favorably, and most of the organisms that John was just talking about are on its favored list. So you end up with a consortia, that's kind of a big word, a mixture of beneficials, and at the disadvantage of a mixture of non-beneficials or pathogens. They're simply shifted aside. They're always there, but the secret is to return to a better balanced environment in the ground or in the plant itself. So the whole key here with a living organism, again, you have to keep it alive. This is, but this is not different from other organisms. Some have a little more. So if you end up sitting this on, in a jar in the pickup truck window, and it gets to 120 degrees, the chances are it's dead. It's alive. It's a living organism that has to be, and most organisms have this fallibility. They're also sensitive to UV light, so you got to get them in, you put them into seed, but the whole key here is colonization, and that is it. Center button, guys. Which one? Try that one. Okay. So key here is to start early in crop production. I got to stay closer to the mic. I'm usually one that likes to wander around. But the key is to get this into the seed or into your entire process early. It's very, very compatible with seeds. You can treat months in advance, years in advance. You could treat soybeans right off the combine, clean it and treat it for planting the next year. Once it's inside, it's Jekyll and Hyde. This little organism switches to the mycelial state and then becomes almost bulletproof. It ignores toxins, antibiotics, fungicides, and simply recovers. So it's there for the life of the root system. Amazing, or the life of the plant part in which you put it. It's not systemic, but it's really interesting. So anyway, the whole key here is to get the right number. Once it's inoculated, it grows. So when you put it in, you may not get a really good catch, but a few weeks later, it totally possesses the seed, for example. Sometimes it takes a little while, depending on how efficient you become in getting it to inoculate. But it's really simple. The secret is once it's inside a seed, it's alive and happy for years. We've tested seeds that are 3 years old, still happy. It's in there. It's a true endophytic organism. So not a parts in the season, and soybean, doesn't matter whether it's oats or wheat or canola. Canola? This darn Canadian talks canola. Yeah. I talk canola because there's 20 million acres of canola in Canada. So you tend to talk canola. And there'll be more canola here over time. It's an excellent plant to put into your rotation because it shifts the microflora as well. Inoculation of seed with this organism is extremely easy. You can put it into seed, wet or dry, sprinkle it put it on the gravity box, and it goes up into as long as it's mixed a little bit, it's fine. Put it up, run it up your conveyor into your planter. You can put it on dry. It could go on to treated seed, dry, but not wet. You can put it on as a liquid suspension, but that is a little more survival on seed that's already treated with some fungicides are pretty hard on it. It's not switched into the mycelial state yet, but it's called upstream inoculation. Ahead, we've got excellent data that says if you treat the seed a week ahead of time, it's even better than the day because it gets a chance to possess when there's no other competition. It's there. It's like me first, me win. It's a pretty simple concept. And we've got good data on consortia-based inoculants, and we're talking about that here is where the real future will be, and this is basically a consortium favoring organism. Let's move on. Number 2. Early colonization is 9/10 of the law in microorganisms. It occupies space within the root or within the plant part treated. And it takes other organisms, good or bad, have trouble getting in. Why? Because it simply possesses the food source in a mutualistic, synergistic manner. So it actually contributes to movement, to sourcing nutrients from the soil. It does a whole lot of things in return for food source from the plant. So it's a mutualistic activity, and we'll get into this. But the shifts in the microflora are rather remarkable. And you guys, and I know that John has seen this, and Jim, there is a significant change. And that's the nice thing. It exudes these very large peptides, 62 and 84 base units. Well, that doesn't mean much. These are big proteins that are covered with negative charges. And when they're released out into the rhizosphere, they basically pick up micronutrients. And there's also a beautiful relationship with rhizobia. So it's a, yeah, we got to hand up. Yes.
Can I interrupt for a minute? Just to add something. Oh,
Get the mic.
wherever that is.
Oh, it's over.
I just wanted to make a comment because it might be important to you. A lot of fungi will also carry bacteria with them, and they actually will go inside the hyphae. So Clonostachys could also have, I mean, I don't know if you've done some genomic analysis or anything, they might pick up some bacteria in there. So it can be carried. So you may be giving the fungus plus some beneficial bacteria with that.
Yes, I'm not aware of that, but that could be true, absolutely. And what it's doing is really improving the general health of the plant. Because what we found, and we had the USDA check this a few years ago, and I didn't know what we had 100% then, but the microflora is shifted in favor of the reduced forms of micronutrients. Glyphosate, glufosinate shift the microflora into oxidized forms of micronutrients. What's the difference? The plant can't pick up oxidized forms of micronutrients. What do you say, what do you see when you spray glyphosate Roundup on a plant? Does it go yellow? That's micronutrient starvation, basically. The spray goes on the leaves. Manganese, zinc, iron, everything is stolen and not released. The new growth that occurs after that will be deficient unless you have like this in the root zone or you apply micronutrients. We have chemistry for both from my company. So, but the key here, this is supplying the microbes so that you don't, there's a lot less of a hit and the delay doesn't occur. So metal ions are taken from the surrounding soil, placed in the reduced state for very rapid uptake to compensate for herbicide-induced deficiencies. Has anybody ever talked to you about that? Herbicide, pesticide-induced. You can do that if you put too much Bravo, whatever, on a plant that you want to, like reforestation seedlings. You know, as a classic example, you put too much fungicide on, and you wipe out the microflora, and then you go plant them out, and they die. Because there's nothing on that plug plant to help it survive in the environment. You got to have a, you know, so, you know, some of what we think are doing well are doing absolutely, you know, very badly. You got to think beyond the dead zone. What's the dead zone? Everybody, how many people plant only treated seed? A lot of people planting untreated seed? That's even easier, yes, because this loves it. Treated seed, we can figure out how to get around it. But remember, treated seed gives you a dead zone for maybe 2 weeks around the seed and help it come up. After that, or when the roots go 1 inch on either way, because the systemic nature of the fungicides is up. Almost everyone only is up,
Just give it the microphone.
not out to the roots. So it gets the plant going quickly, but then after that, the plant's on its own. It's out, the bacteria, the fungal organisms, good or bad, have free play. Once the roots get outside that sphere around the seed, they're into the dead zone, works good. And then after that, the plants don't have any support unless you have a good microbiomes in that, further out. What you're going to experience is what everybody's seeing is root nibbling pathogens. They don't always hurt your crop, but soybeans plateau. You can't get them over 65 or 70 bushels. Why not get to 80? Can't go there. Root nibbling organisms leveled off. And there's what's called, and I won't deal with it here too much, but it's what's called poised soil. Poised soil is soil that already has all the pathogens ready to feed, because of rotation's never long enough. So that when you put the plant in, it goes, oh, dinner's just been served. So that the roots are readily accessed by pathogens. The key is to shift the microflora so that the pathogens don't have the free access, have a more limited access, and you end up with a better plant. That's the real key here. That systemic up, as most people don't realize that. The other thing is that many of the hard chemistry products control the germination of conidia. That's like a spore. And then others will control the actual develop of the hyphae. That's the mycelium. And that's different. Once our organism switches from the conidial state to the mycelial state, all the enzyme systems are turned on. It's much like a seed itself. And when the seed starts to germinate, sugars are created, vitamins are created. They're all in a storage form and starch and other forms. And all of a sudden, everything happens within that seed. It comes alive. And all the biology inside and then outside starts to occur. So it's an interesting analogous, when the whole key is to control the direction of what's going on in the rhizosphere. Once it's in that mycelial state, it tolerates, and we have that patented as what I call in an IPM program. So you can use Clonostachys, and we patented all strains because we had several. And it all works the same way. When you put them in so that you can put chemistry on that would normally kill this organism in the conidial state, once it switches over Jekyll and Hyde, it becomes, ignores it. And it's such good at ignoring toxins. It'll degrade deoxynivalenol, DON, over time. It's called glycosylation. It destroys DON. So, oh my gosh, it has some really interesting enzymatic properties to this organism. It's far more than just one thing. It helps translocation. It induces systemic resistance. There's a lot of things happening here for the benefit and the mutual benefit with other organisms. So that's the neat part. It colonizes just back of the root tip. I learned this from Jim. We were always wondering it wasn't on the root tip. That's the place for the bacteria get controlled. But just back of that is where this one goes in. And it really improves the amount of root hairs, much like the mycorrhizal organisms. So it works, and it's absolutely compatible with Glomus species. It's void happy. You put the two together, and there's additive effects. I can't say that there's synergistic effects, but there's certainly additive. 1 and 1 is 2. Synergy, real synergy is 1 and 1 is 3. I know that because years ago, when I first started research, my first discovery was what was called Trimec and Turf here. I developed a lawn care product, or not really developed it. When I was in university, I came across that. That was the standard. It was understanding when you added dicamba, around here sometimes that's a curse word, used in the right amount, it works extremely well. Let's go moving on. Compatibility with Rhizobia, glomus. I could go on and on and on here, in fact, with the number of things it's compatible with. Also compatible with amino acids added to it, titanium dioxide. There's a, huh? You go, what? Titanium dioxide? That's a sunscreen. Yeah, it's pretty dang important. I wonder why I'm going to be adding that to some of the actual adjuvant systems that work with this one. Will have titanium dioxide in it to screen it from UV light. Root development and growth of several crops, of course, rely on the rhizobia. What most people do not realize is that rhizobia and our organism are beneficial, even just in a small amount, on non-legumes. We tested non-legumes with rhizobia. You go, what? There's a small boost of rhizobia in other words, the two are not incompatible, they're compatible. So your residual rhizobia in the soil is contributing to the performance of this organism. That's kind of, and we tested it on a lot of different cereals, and it's true, some a little more than others. That whole symbiotic relationship with other organisms and the nodules of rhizobia is pretty graphic when you see it. This is the plant, the soybean plant, dead, dug up at the end of the season, and you let it dry out, and guess what comes out of the nodules? That's our organism coming out of the, it's in there, not pathogenic to the nodules whatsoever, but when the whole thing is dying, it tries to survive by producing conidia. This is covered with white conidia. So this is what happens in your soil. Okay, so there's going to be perpetuation of this in that root zone for next year, provided there's enough food. Yes?
How long will it live?
In the soil?
Yes.
Well, we're not, it depends on what people are doing to the soil. It's certainly 1 year. We're applying now we're applying it now for various reasons in turf, and the turf is perfect right through winter. So, and that's, if you know golf courses, there's no snow mold. Is that important? But you have to start way early. You have to start and deny access, deny the organisms the ability to produce resting structures. Oh, that's getting technical, Jim, right? Because they all have resting structures. But anyway, that's a very important benefit. Other biostimulants, just not really telling you what it is, but the organism itself is okay, and the root-shoot ratio is stable. When you mess with biostimulants, oftentimes it's like a cattle prod. You get an immediate response that's not long-lasting, and it can change the root-shoot ratio, which means you have less top, more roots. And everybody thinks that's got to be real important. Well, it is. Get things up and get them going early season, but then most of those things you're paying big money for are temporary. So they're not full season. So that that's titanium dioxide. That can be glomus. That can be amino acids. They all do about the exact same thing. Genetics of Clonostachys. This is a fungal organism. It's not that much unlike trichoderma. It's a little more long-lasting. It's not as much as a cattle prod that trichoderma is. It doesn't rely on toxins for its benefit. This relies on, it's a little bit different, and the actual nutrient acquisition abilities is absolutely amazing. We have 2 strains, one from the Canadian government, the other one we own, the 88710, came from the University of Guelph. Most of these have been tested. We have more than, some of them, there's 30 years of data on this. One of the secrets in its ability to ignore toxins is it produces a high number of, this is getting technical, cytochrome P450 monooxygenase enzyme systems. Big words. This is the degradation enzymes that actually recognize, some things or absolutely ignore the toxins from fungicides. It's a little different than the Dawn, and that's called glycolysis. That degrades with a sugar-based mechanism, enzyme system that basically eats. it degrades deoxynivalenol, the real toxin, and the real problem for many in feeding. Some of you, and we have good years and bad years. The last few years have been pretty dry, so it's been very, very good. How many people have had fusarium issues, dawn issues on their corn or wheat? This year? Not this year, yeah. The Western Canada, it's been 2 years of absolutely spectacular drought, sometimes absolutely horrible yields, but fusarium has never been an issue. Fusarium is almost a regular disease from here east. And Canada, US, very, very difficult to produce, corn without some problem. The actual disease was introduced into Western Canada on corn when they started growing corn in south of Winnipeg, trying to grow corn, but they do for silage and stuff. But the seed was inoculated with fusarium, and therefore then it got into the wheat and the barley and everything else and went right up to right to Alaska. It was really quickly. Amazing how it's all because of people not understanding. They're selling you high quality contaminated seed. High quality means they charged you a lot for something you didn't get. Yes?
Dr. Brad, how long would it take to counter that?
They can't. You start real early at the seed company.
Yep.
You
Okay.
start treating and then we've been doing some experiments where you actually treat the seed corn that's being produced, the two hybrids so we're treating both of those. Trying to treat, but they tend to be shorter, so it's not so you can actually treat the tassel as well as the silk to try to put this product inside. So you start as early as possible on the seeds of the two lines, and then you try to get control of it on the leaves. It's a real tough. Fusarium's a racehorse organism. It's extremely aggressive, extremely fast, shifts the pH down on the plant parts that it's inoculating to down below 4, which is out of the range of most organisms, including Clonostachys. It is really, really a tough organism to beat, but it takes, if you start early, you have a good chance of doing that. Yes?
Okay, let's say the farmer buys the seed in year 1, and he already knows he's got a high infestation, a problem here. Are you saying that after 1 year, you start to knock that population down, and year 2, he's now going to see it somewhat or totally free?
The seed depends on how inoculated that seed is. If it's pretty clean, you've got a good chance of starting off and staying clean. If it's really loaded with fusarium, it probably won't overcome it. Okay, and we see we've got some other organisms where we've seen that. So the key is very important: start early and get it into position, and that's what everything, whether it be by lay-by with a consortium, or whether it be all alone. And here right down at the very bottom, we have research paper. It was discovered. If I'd have known the researchers from Ag Canada had discovered this, there's another patent right there. We've already got it covered under one patent, but I could have, that's patentable right there, because it's the first time that anybody's discovered that the Dawn can be degraded on the seed. So we harvest stuff and we test it, and the Dawn level's high. And then we kept it 2 months before we got it to lab. And all of a sudden, the dawn level was in half. You know, what the heck's going on? Oh, that was the first clue. And then the National Research Council did some really fine, unbelievable work on this and showed that this breakdown of dawn is by glycosylation, which is actually a pretty, almost a benign way of doing it. It's a sugar-based enzyme system. Really neat. Moving on. Tolerance to herbicides. Glyphosate, glufosinate, 2,4-D, several others. We know them all. Remove metal ions inside the crop. The crop turns yellow. The deficient for manganese, zinc, iron, any, molybdenum, any of the positive charged ions. It's now created a deficiency. The plant is under stress. It exudes peptides and amino acids, wastes energy. The crop slows down and turns yellow. How many people notice? Do you notice that it's not just green between the veins? The veins are green. Everybody says it's manganese. That's BS. It's manganese, zinc, iron, everything else. It's the veins are yellow too. The whole plant turns yellow and sits still during a period of maximum sunlight. Do you think that's important? In other words, the yield is being cut and has been being cut for 20-some years. Nobody's mentioned the fact that the first mode of action of glyphosate, glufosinate, 2,4-D, dicamba is as a chelating agent. The second and most important one to everybody is weed control. Okay, but everybody forgot that there is a hit on yield from removal of these metal ions from inside your crop. And that delay, and it's been blamed on everything else, including it's not just glyphosate. Glyphosate's actually the best chelator. And then Monsanto was blaming it on AMPA, amino methyl phosphonic acid, another acid, another chelating agent. For Christ's sakes, come out and say it's the chelating agents are stealing the metal ions. And all we have to do is add a tiny bit back with your spray. So you can do that with the spray at the same time. Or you can put it on your seed. How much easier. So microbes, manganese and zinc and boron stuff can go on with a spray. We've developed that part of the business and sell quite a bit in Canada. The other way is to put this simple organism, as soon as we can get it approved in Canada. We're like 4 months overdue now. Our Canadian government works, but I don't know. It works about half time, I think. It's very, very difficult because there's no, here in the U.S., the EPA, you may think it's a problem, and some of the other ways of doing things we're approved in almost every state here for sale, but it becomes problem crossing the border. The latest, U.S. Mexico, Canada agreement just causes problems. But anyway, this slowdown of growth is what you're seeing. This isn't apparently so important south of here, but trust me, when you start going to Minnesota, north to Dakotas, going to Canada, it's very, very important. That slowdown affects your yield, affects the maturity. On canola, it affects because of differential injury to the seed. Huh? You go, what? When you spray a field, not every little plant gets the same amount. So you have some that are hurt, some that are kind of missed, and some are, in between. So when it comes to harvest, you've got mature and green. So what do you think you're going to get this? In other words, you've got a real problem. And if you wait too long for the green, you have shatter loss of the mature. We've seen that in some of our data. Total failures because the company, the CRO, the research organization was waiting for the green data, waiting for the checks to get ripe. Well, that's a week or so later. A week or 10 days shorter cropping cycle. You know, is that important? Maybe not so much here, but it is if you're trying to, a little bit further south, you want a dual crop choice, that's important. Or at least get what your crop will get. And when you get to Saskatoon or north of Winnipeg, you want to get the crop off. So that's a week is really important. So do you guys know the difference between GT and GR plants? Monsanto's, the changing the gene on Roundup, that's genetically resistance. If you have plants that are naturally selected, that's a tolerance. And so most of the genes from the dicamba they're putting in, or the glufosinate, Liberty, that's a tolerance. They just have to find, so there's two different. When you write a patent, I had to make sure I covered both of those. So anyway, the key is working with other beneficials, you know, to acquire nutrients. And it's so incredibly important. We've got disease control of, you know, from powdery mildew, when we know it does not work on powdery mildew, but a healthier plant doesn't get disease. Plants that are weakened get disease. How many people have heard the stories of, you know, glyphosate causing yield loss and disease? It's out there. It's out there. I don't think it's certainly not common, but there's certainly instances of that. The key with when I was talking about maturity, these are bushels. This is North Dakota. Jim, this is just for you. Okay, just for you. This is soybeans on the right. There you see seed inoculated and the check. Which one do you want to have in North Dakota? You want to have the one that's mature. Not only was it mature sooner, it out yielded. And this is in drought stress. This is not, you know, but that, and we had micronutrients applied at the same time, and they weren't quite as good as simple inoculating of the seed. This is pretty simple. And that was put on dry. Seed and foliar inoculation. Achieving inoculation is the challenge, particularly with foliar, because of UV light and stuff, but you can get it into the flowers because they're really the source of nutrients. So you can get it into, this little organism wants to be fed. So a flower is its perfect source. Silk is its perfect source if you want to get it into corn, you know. But the fact is, it's hard generally to get good into the leaves of plants, unless you put it on at night, and nobody wants to do that very much. So we're working on adjuvant systems that don't kill the organism and get it to penetrate and survive. The fact is, the endophytic, and we talked earlier, everybody, and Jim, we were talking about endophytic and ectophytic roles. This one in the root system is both, but because of its degradation in sunlight, it's only endophytic in the above ground structures. It only survives inside, doesn't survive on the surface. And the mode of action, of course, competitive exclusion is the most important. That's why starting early. Me first, me win, 9/10 of the law. It's all right there. You gotta have it. Systemic acquired resistance. There's something going on that it moves up above where the organism is. If you put it on the bottom for a couple of nodes of a plant, it will control things above that. And micronutrient uptake, I cannot stress it more. That is the real benefit. Healthier plants just do better. yield better. It's, you know, that's the key. I don't want to spend any more time. Foliar, it takes 4 to 6 hours to get it in. That's not easy. Putting it on at night, it works. We're working with hydrocolloid technology. This is a technology based on plant-based gums. Ampersand and Accomplice are 2 adjuvants that are probably not unheard of to you guys, but we call them stick and stay in Canada. It's a slow release. You're like spraying on Jello. So it's a matrix kind of formation where it slows down evaporation, and it works pretty well. Trees and vines, again, early, you put this stuff on at bud break, and then again at petal fall, right at king bloom. I'm zooming on the summary right here. The fit is in an IPM program so that you can rotate hard chemistry with soft chemistry and end up reducing the environmental load, if you will, by more than 50% on certain crops. It can be huge, because once this is inside, it's there. If it's inside the fruit, it's there at harvest. It's inside the nut at full bloom. It's there at harvest. So this is really amazing. And again, very low tox. You know, this whole thing about degrading deoxynivalenol, it's compatible with metconazole and tebuconazole. Do you know what I'm talking about there? That's caramba and what's the Folicure. So there's some things it absolutely ignores. Some of the grape fungicides it can go on and tank mix with, absolutely ignores some of that. It's just, and then others, once it's inside, it ignores everything. So you have to learn to use your tool. Ecotox and stuff, you know, it doesn't have an issue there. We've got all that done. Fruit quality is better. That whole thing of reducing pesticide load so that your crop is cleaner and less residue is extremely important and will be over time with this organism. Anyway, any questions, guys? Sometimes I get a little heavy, but.
Yeah, we've got time for 1 or 2. Anybody? You're going to get your chance at him too on the panel after Dr. White's presentation this morning.
I know I'm asking too much questions or making too many comments, but a great presentation, Bill. I always learn from your presentation, but I have to correct myself from before. I didn't realize if we had talked about Clonostachys before that you were referring to Clonostachys because mycorrhizae, VA mycorrhizae are a little different. You know, they'll go up higher in the root, older tissue of the root, but some fungi will go inside at the root tip just with those other with those bacteria and other fungi, right? So Clonostachys might be one of those. We used to isolate it out of nematode cysts and things like that, you know, so they go systemic in the plant. And what you described, the images that you showed with Clonostachys coming out of nodules, and what you said about the movement from the soil to going up as being a significant movement, right, as opposed to going down. They probably can go down, but it's much slower. That's all consistent with entering with the bacteria in the rhizophagy cycle. So, I mean, and that would go all over, and all of those tissues you would get it in, and they would go into the phloem, even or the xylem and the phloem, because they're right there next to each other, and then can be moved up through the plant.
We've not found much movement at all. It moves up a little bit. On soybeans, it'll come up above, and then on cereals, it'll come up on your first leaves, and on cotyledons, we'll do a little dispersal. But in general, it's not a good systemic. You have to apply it to get it to be where it is. You put it on a king bloom of an apple, you're done. and the bees will vector it to the rest of the blooms.
Thank you.
Okay, a couple more questions back here.
Yeah.
So here in Indiana, we have dawn can be a problem at times. Fusarium can be an issue whether it's wheat or corn. And so often is the case, you know, in the fall or in the late summer, you know, when fusarium will take hold and it's almost too late to treat. I mean, you can't really be proactive as a grower. And so you end up having contaminated corn, and when you get into situations where your vomitoxin numbers get over 5 parts per million for people like me that milk product like that, I have to reject that product. So the question I have for you is, if you really can't proactively treat it during the August period or whatever, you know, and it comes into our operation, we have to reject it. Is there anything you can do to take that contaminated product that's 5 parts per million and higher and treat it with this product and mitigate that so it comes down to acceptable level?
We have not done the actual testing. The fact that we know there's glycosylation means you might be able to take that seed that's too high in dawn, inoculate it, wait months before you sell it.
All right. Okay. Thanks.
Okay? You might see that we know naturally that it was degraded, but we didn't always know why.
Yeah, I've done a lot over 10 years. I've done a whole lot of research on it, and I've taken stuff that was at 25 parts per million, and in 6 months it's clear down to 4 parts per million.
Yeah.
And it runs counter to a whole lot of other people's data, but I'm telling you, I've seen it, done it, and lived it, and I've blended it out. But in this part of Indiana, every once in a while, it is an issue.
Exactly. So all I can do is, you know, say that we know there's something going on. The other thing, of course, is to start early with the planted seed, wheat or, you know, winter wheat. We get another thing. Our trials in Ontario this year were over 100 bushel wheat. So that's not bad. You know, and of course it was dry, so not an issue with fusarium at all this year. Just really good yield. The fact is, there are diseases and stuff there. Once you shift that microflora in the root zone, everything changes. And that's, the plant is healthier, better nutrient uptake, better survival in the winter, all sorts come up, better tillering. There's a whole lot of things that are, the tillering may not always be the best. If it turns really dry, sometimes you can have too many tillers. Okay, I've had results from Ohio State where look, massive number of tillers. The plants are this big versus this big. Come to harvest, no difference. It simply ran out. It wasn't the limiting factor was moisture. You can't beat that one.
I think sometimes we have the limiting factor of sunlight.
Oh,
I see this, in fact, there's a family represented over here that had some wheat that was pretty sketchy. I think I talked about it last night at the motel, where there was a 5 foot out of every 30 that basically the seed was just kind of thrown in the area. And yeah, you can ask those boys over there at that far table about how that turned out. I was absolutely shocked. In that area of the field where the population was sparse, I counted one seed had produced 28 normal heads. There was no limitation to sunlight energy, absolutely none. It tillered 28 times, and the nitrogen application was delayed because they weren't sure if they were going to keep it or kill it. So I was like, man, maybe we don't need, 2 million seeds per acre on wheat. Guys, put it together for Bill, would you please? And it's break time. We'll reconvene. I'm going to shorten the break just a few minutes. So 10 minutes, we'll be ready to go again.
okay.
Our next distinguished presenter is Dr. James White. For many, or maybe even most of you, he doesn't really need an introduction. He's going to draw a continuing tight focus on that airplane we've been trying to get off the ground. And we're going to look at some things the way we've never seen them before in the next little while. So join me in greeting Dr. James White.
Thank you, James. First I want to thank the organizers, James and Greg, who set this up, invited me and twisted my arm, got me to come, which wasn't too hard, really. I was a little cagey about it, but James did it. He just pulled me in. So, okay, he sent the invite, and I'm here. I will say, to begin with, I am not an expert at what you do, and I believe that that in order to fix our agriculture, it's going to take all of us. And you guys know, you guys have to be experimenters in this process and try things and spread the word as much as you can. I also want to comment that because it seems appropriate here that when God made plants, God gave them microbes, soil microbes, for a lot of their needs. And literally what I'm going to describe to you is how plants are using microbes to meet their needs. And plants don't really need us. Plants grow in nature without us entirely. And they do perfectly well. They have less disease. And one of our big problems, really, is when we remove those microbes, you see more disease on plants. Okay, that's just one aspect. And so usually the answer is if you got a problem with a fusarium or some other pathogen, you put fungicides on it. But really, that's not the right answer. And we're not, I don't think we're fully ready yet for this, but it's coming. The right response is put more microbes on the plant rather than fungicides to control the pathogens. More microbes, not less microbes. We see that all the time in the laboratory in our experiments. And I'm not going to say too much about that, I don't think. Instead, I'm going to talk about how plants are actually using these microbes. And so let me see if I can get this thing to work. Yeah. So a lot of our thought leaders, some of whom are in this room, some of whom are other places, like these people, tell us that we need to build healthy soils. And those healthy soils have a lot of characteristics. More soil biology, good aeration, good soil structure, good drainage, a lot of organic material. Of course, the microbes need that organic material. That's their food, organic material. Evidence of life. This is what happens when you bring a soil back to life. You see life in it all over. Okay. The reason all these things are important is because the plants themselves need those microbes. They internalize those microbes. They get nutrients out of them, and they use those microbes for other beneficial traits that they can develop. Without them, if you're only putting chemicals on plants, you don't get a lot of benefits, and I'll mention that. So plants take the microbes into their structure, and you already know that they become these endophytes, and that is already the term endophyte already mentioned there. Just a microbe that goes into plants, basically, fungus or bacterium. This is, any of you are familiar with the fescue story and the ryegrasses. They have fungal endophytes, and those are kind of different than the ones that suck out of the soil. But just to show that what a fungal endophyte looks like, this is where I started my career, was working on these forage grass endophytes, these fungal endophytes. So this actually shows one of those fungal endophytes. This is, that's a hypha of the fungus inside the plant. This is stained blue. It's just a microbe that's inside the plant. But there are many, many other microbes in plants that they bring in And this is an experimental plant, or it's not experimental, it's a plant, big cactus growing on the desert island of Bonaire. So one of the nice things about the work I do is I get to travel to study plants. And so this was one of the places. And we looked at these cacti, and we actually got the seeds out of those cacti. You can see the fruits there, like the prickly pears, right? Prickly pear cactus. But the seeds are like this. Okay, under aseptic conditions or kind of sterile, or obviously it's not sterile. Seeds have microbes with them. They're never sterile unless we intentionally try to kill the microbes, although they are losing microbes in our seeds. This is the seedling of that cactus, and you can see the roots here. This is stained already for, I use a reactive oxygen stain so that you can see these bacteria. So that's what that orange stain is. This actually shows the root hairs off of that cactus, and you can see them crossing here, and you can see they have these little dots in them, these little structures. Those are all bacteria. So these root hairs become filled with bacteria. All plants are doing this. There's no plant that doesn't do this. And this actually shows one of these root hairs from that cactus. And you can see the pairs there, the spherical pairs. Those are pairs of bacteria. They are dividing. They're living inside these plants. They're living in there. But of course, these do come from the soil. So if you don't have living soils, they're not going to be able to get those microbes to put in their tissues. Endophytes are in all plants. There are no plants without these microbes in them. Plants are filled with microbes. And crop plants, tomato, for example. If you think of a tomato plant, typically, most people think they're sterile inside. And there's no microbes in there. It's perfectly clean in there. It's not true. They bring those microbes from the soil, from the root, into the roots, and go up into the fruits. And in fact, inside that seed, right around the embryo, in the seed, there are some bacteria that are growing. We cut those, section those, and we can see biofilms of bacteria around that embryo. So inside the seed, and some of the microbes are vectored on the outside of those seeds, all over the seed, so you get both places. And you really have to work, we really have to work to get rid of those microbes. We've got to sterilize the seed to get rid of them. Some are going to be there. But we are losing microbes on our seeds, and many of our cultivated crops have lost, like corn, have lost microbes from things like tissue cultured plants and growing in poor soils and other treatments that we have that are destroying the microbiology in the plants and in the soil. This is one of our microbes here from tomato, and you can actually, this is one called Micrococcus. It forms these tetrads, these clusters of 4 cells. And we like that because we could put that on a plant, and then we could see where it goes in because nothing else has this tetrad, these 4 clustered shapes. And this is the tomato, a tomato seedling. It's a tomato root. And right out here you can see this is the meristem. This is where the root is dividing right at the tip. This actually is where the bacteria go in. And what the plant does, it will secrete exudates out here that will call those bacteria to the root tip, and then they will take them into the cells, and I'll show you that. I'll show you an image of that. Take them in so they go actually inside the cells right there. And then in these older tissues right behind, you can see this purple-orange color. This is actually ethylene that these bacteria are producing. If we don't have the bacteria there, you won't see all that ethylene. Ethylene is a growth hormone, so that causes these cells to grow, these roots to grow. So the microbes going in there causes growth in those cells. It's necessary for growth. And some of those microbes are actually broken down, but some of them survive, and the survivors will trigger root hair formation. If we have no bacteria or highly reduced bacteria in a seed and the seedling that comes from it, you have no hairs forming. If we remove all the bacteria, including antibiotics and everything, you got no hairs at all. They won't grow hairs. So plants need these soil microbes. for their development. This is where we took that bacterium, that Micrococcus, and we put it on a weed, really. It's curly dock, Rumex crispus. And the reason is we like to play with weeds, but we play with the weeds because they have their microbes. And this one, we could take the seed and we can remove all the microbes, and then we could put this on it. And when we did, you can see that Micrococcus is now inside those cells. And this is right where the meristem is located. So this is, the meristem has, these cells here have very thin walls. So the plant can pull these microbes into those cells. And that's exactly what happens. They pull them in. Older root cells will have hard walls. So the meristematic, where the walls aren't developed, the microbes are attracted to that area and then they're pulled in. We don't know the exact mechanism. We're trying to figure that out. There's speculation. There are hypotheses. I won't go into that now, but it's something we're still trying to understand. We know they go in because we can actually see them going in right at that root tip. We can witness it, watch them move into those cells. And okay, so all these microbes are soil microbes. Okay, this is why we have to have a healthy living soil. They're soil microbes, but the plants will take the best of those microbes, the one that give them the most, and they will move them throughout the plant. And then they'll use them for various things, and then they'll also put them on the seed and in the seed. So the best microbes get vectored with the seed. So one thing you want to be careful of is seed treatments. You don't want to use seed treatments that kill microbes in general. You want to at least think about that, because that's important. Those microbes are important for plant growth, for seedling growth, and health. So this internalization of bacteria and fungi too, because yeasts and other fungi will also go into the cells. This was noticed in 2010 by a group in Australia, Queensland, Australia. And they actually wrote a paper, and the paper was Turning the Table, Plants Consume Microbes as a Source of Nutrients. That's the title. They published it in this journal, PLOS One. These are some of those Australian investigators here. And what they did was they took their microbes, the yeast and E. coli actually, and then they tagged it with this green fluorescent protein, right, which is just giving it a label so you could see which bacteria get tagged, and you can track it in the plant. So that's what they did. And then they took pictures of it with their fluorescent microscope, and you can see here, this at E here, you can see there's a root hair, and those little green dots there, those are the yeast that went in. You can see they have some other cells there that are other pictures that are examples of that. And then they later denominated this. They named this process. They called it actually rhizophagy, which means root, rhizophagy for root eating. And so that was, they get credit for this discovery. They discovered it. After we saw this paper, we learned about this paper because we were looking at microbes on the surfaces of root cells, because we're like everybody else. Oh, bacteria are not in plant cells. They don't go in the cells. But in fact, they showed that they do. And so we started to look then, and we started to find it everywhere, every plant. The stains we developed work for these reactive oxygen stains, because the plant and the microbe interact. And reactive oxygen is a key component in that. And I'll talk about that. What we found since 2010 is that this is actually a cyclic process, that plants don't just suck in the microbes and degrade them. In fact, what plants are doing, this is a diagram of a root here, supposed to be my diagram of a root. And what happens here, it's a cycle, the rhizophagy cycle. And the plant will secrete at this meristematic area, will call the microbes to it by secreting exudates, and those are the sugars. You all know about this, the sugars and organic acids and other substances, sometimes amino acids. The plant will secrete it out here. That will attract the microbes. They'll swim over to here. They will then be internalized right here at the interface. They'll be sucked in or absorbed into these cells, the outer layers, 1 or 2 layers. Those will then be hit with superoxide, this reactive oxygen. Superoxide is a highly potent form of reactive oxygen. It's short-lived. It doesn't last a long time inside the plant, but it is potent. It will zap off the cell walls off of these microbes, and it will cause them to start leaking nutrients that the plant can get. And they'll also use that to cause some of these microbes to fix nitrogen and then release that nitrogen to the plant. Okay, so the surviving microbes in that process will go into little root hair initials, and I'll show you that, and then they will trigger root hair elongation. So these root hairs will then elongate, and they'll actually have these growth spurts as they elongate, and every growth spurt they will shoot those bacteria back out into the soil. So they are cycling these bacteria from the soil where they get nutrients back into the plant where those nutrients are harvested. And I'll show you how that works. And it's the rhizophagy cycle. This is a diagram from an Austrian scientist, Harriet Mella, who is a, I've never actually met her, but I end up communicating a lot because she has a lot of good ideas. But what you can see here is you see the bacterium coming in, it's docking in there, it's being absorbed, and it's releasing its nutrients, and then some of these that don't get fully degraded are replicated in greater numbers, and they're put out the tips of these hairs. And in some cases, they will go out the sides of the hairs. Some of them that have the enzymatic ability to can degrade their way out of the cell walls, and they'll go out of the sides there. And that, I think that was Bill Brown's, one of his images like that showed that. So this is happening at the tips of roots, at all of these root tips. So this is a corn diagram from back in 1927, but it illustrates a corn root system. And all these little branches, these little bumps there, those are the branch roots. And at every single tip of those little branches, rhizophagy cycle is happening. So you could think for grass plants, there's going to be a lot of rhizophagy cycle. This is how they get their nutrients. You know, not with fertilizer, but by doing rhizophagy cycle and pulling these microbes in. This is an actual root that is from a weed, because we like to work on weeds. They have all their microbes. They haven't lost them yet. And shows a branch root. And you can see the root tip here. And you can see now the cloud of bacteria that this root is calling to it from the soil. And they're higher and higher concentration as you get closer. And they actually are pulled into the cells right in this outer layer or two. And so that is, those are the clouds of microbes. And if you look just at the root now, just so I can show, here's the root tip again. This is stained for, well, I won't crystal violet. It's a microbiological stain. It doesn't mean much here, except that what it does, it stains the walls of the bacteria really dark. This is where they went in. This is where they're changing. They're being oxidized in this area, and they're being oxidized. They're losing their cell walls, being oxidized off in this zone. If you look over here, you can see dark, kind of irregular shapes. Those are the cell walls that these microbes are shedding, are losing in there. Jeff Lowenfels, who wrote a popular book on the rhizophagy cycle, teeming with bacteria, he called this ranching of microbes, that the plants, I always said this is plants farming soil microbes, but he said, no, this is ranching. This is like sheep ranching, because the plant takes these microbes in and then it shears off the walls, and then it puts them back out in the soil. So it is kind of like ranching for wool, right? In that sense. This just shows a little close-up of that, and you can see the walls depositing there. The deposition of the walls inside the cells is important because when those microbes come in from the soil, they're covered with metals and other kinds of nutrients that are sticking on the walls, on their cell walls. And so when they knock those cell walls off, they get those nutrients. They get some of those, including protein and phosphorus and stuff like that. So they get those nutrients. So that's important. But they're also hitting the microbes inside with superoxide and getting other nutrients out of them. This shows actually a root epidermis cell, so the surface of that root. And these little dots in here, these are the bacteria, and they're in this as protoplasts. So they have no cell walls. And so these started out as rods, but because the walls are gone, you have these little spherical things. That's important because these protoplasts, the plant can replicate the protoplasts real fast. They don't have a wall, they don't have to divide, which takes time, but instead they just blip out and you get these chains of protoplasts, bacterial protoplasts forming. And you can see actually a big one here that's kind of clear, and these little ones, this is the youngest one, this blue. The blue is protein. We used a protein stain, so you can see these older ones are being fully degraded, and they'll just disappear in time inside the plant. So some bacteria go in, and they likely just vanish inside the plant. Others that are adapted kind of closer to the plant, they're enough resistant enough to survive that process in the plant. Those are the ones that the plant replicates and puts back into the soil, because those are the ones that work with it best. This is something my graduate student did, but what she did, this is Celeste Zong, one of my graduate students, what she did was to take, kind of similar to the Australian group, she took bacteria and she labeled it with another tag, only this one's called imp cherry. It's a cherry color. And then she put it back in the plant. And now what you're seeing here is confocal microscopy, some pretty fancy microscopy. But you see the blue out here on the outside is this wall, and this is the sloughed off root cap cells that you see. And you can see inside it the orange dots. Those are the bacteria that she labeled. So, and this is all those root cells look like that. They get these bacteria in them, at least the ones on the surface. And this is a diagram of that. What these microbes do is they're pulled in through the soft cell wall and they go underneath that cell wall. And we used to think that this is where they stay and that's where they're treated. But in fact, we find that in some cases, those bacteria are actually moving down into the cytoplasm too. So the plant's pulling them, it's using them. And this actually some ultrastructure that we did, some electron microscopy, right, that shows the wall here. And you can actually see a mitochondria in there. We know that's in the cytoplasm of the cell, right, of the root cell. And now that's the bacterium right there. And it's in the cytoplasm here too. You can see it, and this is a bacillus. So you can see the endospore in there, and that's the bacterium inside that. So they go underneath the cell wall. They'll stay in that space, but they also will move the plant. We think the plant moves them in to the cytoplasm itself for at least a period of time. And this is actually where the oxygen comes in. And it is really important. And you all know how aeration is important in the soil, and oxygen, soil oxygen is important. The plant will make superoxide to get nutrients out of those microbes with oxygen, really. It has to have oxygen. And this is the enzyme. It's called NOx enzyme right here, NOx enzyme. But what it does, this enzyme will take it, they're in the membranes of the root cell. It will take oxygen from the air, and it will convert that oxygen into superoxide, this O2 minus, or O minus, highly potent form of oxygen. And that's what the plant uses to get nutrients out of those microbes. So if you cover your soil with plastic and don't let oxygen get there, or you have a hard pan in your soil and there's a lot of moisture hanging around on that, and you don't have good aeration in those roots, the plant cannot get nutrients out of bacteria and fungi that it internalizes out of the soil bacteria. So you might have tons of bacteria, but you have to have that oxygen, otherwise they're not going to grow, plants aren't going to grow right. They'll be sick little plants. I mean, that's what I can say. They're not going to grow properly. You have low yields and everything. But this is what the plant is doing. Okay, so here's the bacterium. And you see it's rod-shaped to begin with. That has its cell walls on it. Once that superoxide hits them, they become these protoplasts, these naked protoplasts. And this is what the plant uses inside these protoplasts. It doesn't use these intact bacteria. It uses protoplasts. Fungi go into, and Bill, that's important for Clonostachys, because Clonostachys might be doing the same thing. It might be going in with those bacteria. And this actually shows some images from another paper, Peter Atzat and Michael Whiteside's, published in 2014, where they found that some of these, in this case, they were working with called a black yeast. You probably haven't heard the term before, but it's a yeast. And it goes in, it gets sucked into the plants, and then they lose their cell walls, and you can see these protoplasts. And they're essentially the same thing as the fungal protoplast. We see them in the plants all the time. We can actually tell them apart from bacterial protoplasts. So they're recognizable. The more you look at this stuff, the more we're able to see what's going on, just year after year studying these. Well, plants can't even develop right without these microbes. They cannot, and especially roots, don't form correctly without bacteria inside their cells. And for example, one effect is that the bacteria, once they're in the root cells, that's what triggers root hair elongation. Root hair elongation doesn't happen with no bacteria in the root cells. You have to have bacteria there, and then you get root hair elongation. If we remove all the bacteria, we see roots will form, they'll come out, they'll be shorter, but they'll have no root hairs, no hairs at all. Also, this gravitropic response, where roots will follow gravity and go down into the soil. Well, if there's no microbes there, roots don't do that. The behavior changes. They stay on the surface. In some cases, they go into the air. They need those microbes to tell them what's up and down. What is that? It's obviously hormonal, and we know that, we've done experiment. We know these microbes are producing hormones like ethylene and nitric oxide. We know some of them will produce auxins and cytokinins and other stuff. What we found is that some bacteria will actually do gravitropic response when you put them on, so the roots will go down, but they won't have root hairs. Some will do the root hair formation. We put them in, and you got lots of root hairs, but they don't go down. You don't get the gravitropic response. And then some will do both, the gravitropic response and the root hair formation. And we don't know everything about this, but what we're seeing is telling us that plants are using these microbes to develop properly as cues to their development. They just don't develop properly without it. You also have root branching and longer roots and bigger shoots and more trichomes and everything, more hairs on plants, longer root hairs if you got more microbes. This is from an experiment using Bermuda grass. And what we did is we sterilized the Bermuda grass seeds. And what we had to do this, because you can't do it with just what most people use is 5 or 10% Clorox for a couple of minutes or 5 minutes, maybe 10 minutes at the most. We use 50% Clorox and for like an hour of sterilization. And sometimes we follow that up with a little antibiotic to make sure that we get all those microbes. And when you do that, you see something like this. This is the root, this is that Bermuda grass, and you see there's no root hairs here. And if you look here, there's also, this is older part, there's no root hairs, but you do see those little bumps. Those little bumps are the root hair initials, and I'll show you those. But they don't expand, they don't grow root hairs unless you have those bacteria inside them. Okay, this is the same plant from the same experiment where we then took one of our bacteria, Pseudomonas bacterium. This is a common plant associated in soil bacterium. But we took that, oops, go back. We took that from a different plant, and then we put it on those seeds that we'd sterilized. And now you see the root hairs immediately forming. This is older part of the root. You can see these root hairs. You can see the little brown dots in there. Those little brown dots are the bacteria. These bacteria, all in these roots, all in these hairs, are rich with bacteria. And if you look closely at that, you'll see the brown dots actually in those other roots, even though you don't see root hairs yet on those. But you can see the bacteria there. This is a hydrogen peroxide stain, by the way, that turns brown when there's hydrogen peroxide there. And it works because part of one of the products of this superoxide hitting these microbes is, especially combining with ethylene, it will make hydrogen peroxide. And so we can see it right around those bacteria. And this is one of these root hairs. And you can see the little protoplasts in there. Those are the bacteria inside that root hair cell. Okay, so they're inside. This is tomato, where we removed the bacteria from our tomato. In this case, we used the Clorox, plus we followed up with streptomycin to treat the seed, the surface of the seed, but not the plant. And you can see with those reduced microbes, you can actually see there's no root hairs there. It's naked. But where we did not remove the microbes, you can see right there all those hairs beginning to form. So these are root hairs. This is what I said I was going to show you. And if you look here, this is tomato. And you can see this is one of those root hair initials, like a little pocket, just waiting there. But there's no bacteria in it. This doesn't grow. That just stays a little nub. Those bacteria here, this is now where the microbes are present. And you can see now they're stained for hydrogen peroxide. So you can see the bacteria. You see the little dots in there, little granular form. Those are the bacteria. These expand, these grow, and you can see these bacteria get pushed out here as they do. And this is a longer, and you can see there's more bacteria than we actually started out with there, and certainly more than there. And so the bacteria actually replicated in these hairs. And the reason we have that elongation effect, that developmental effect from microbes, is that the microbes are producing hormones, plant hormones. And this is my graduate student that works on that, Ivy Chang. This just shows a plant, in this case a grass plant, a POA, bluegrass, with the microbes removed. You see there's no hairs there. And then with microbes present, put back on it, one of our experimental microbes, Pseudomonas there. We put it on the seed again, and now you can see these little hairs forming, and all the big hairs, but you can see the little round dots on the end of these hairs. Those are actually masses of bacteria that are coming out of those hairs from the rhizophagy cycle. Okay, so there's at least two hormones that we've been able to associate with this growth, this root hair growth response, and that is ethylene, produced by the microbe, and nitric oxide, also produced by the microbe. Both of those are known hormones that plants use to trigger root hair formation. They've been measured by plant physiologists trying to understand how root hairs form, but they never saw the microbes there. We've seen pictures from the literature with root hairs, and we can even see the little spherical protoplasts in the tips of the hair, and coming out on the surface at the tip, we can see some bacteria coming out. But the people who wrote the paper never saw that. Of course, the reason is because we all know that plant cells don't get bacteria in them unless they're very sick, right? So healthy plant cells aren't going to do that. So people just don't see what they know better, what they already think, right? I mean, this is how we are. This is our nature, and that's one reason why it takes us so long to learn, right? Because we just have our ideas and we hold on to those ideas sometimes to the bitter end. But okay, so here I wanted to show you what else is happening in those hairs. Okay, this is a sedge, on one of these limestone outcrops, but there's a little pocket there, and this thing is growing in, the sedge is growing in. There's no soil there. There's sand, but there's no soil. But there is a lot of microbes in it. And this actually shows one of these sedge root hairs here. And you can see where the arrow is here. Those are the bacteria, and we have the hydrogen peroxide stain, so we can see them around there. You can actually see 2 little blue or 3 little blue things in there. Those are actually the bacteria inside that. You can see the hydrogen peroxide around them. That's fixed, it's not moving, right? We pulled that and put it on a microscope so we can take a picture of it. But we could take the same roots, or the same seeds, we put them on gelatin, agarose. We use this clear agarose, which doesn't hurt the plant, and we can see through it. And the roots go down and go down to we're into the agarose. Then what we can do is take that, turn it upside down, put it on a microscope, and make a little movie. And that's what you're seeing here, that little movie. And what you're seeing is this movement of these bacteria around and around and around those hairs like that. Plants, and this is what root hairs do. They're not static. We think they're static. They really aren't. The problem is they move like this. This is called cyclosis, by the way. Cyclosis or cytoplasmic streaming, different names. Just makes the cytoplasm go around and around. But they use their cytoskeleton to make that motion happen. And that cytoskeleton is made of these little microtubules and microfilaments that can break. And so if you pull a plant out of the ground or you disturb the roots, you're going to break these cytoskeletons. Not permanently, but just for a couple of days. You'll mess it up and you'll stop this cyclosis, this movement like this. And what that does is it will stop any nitrogen fixation, and it will stop replication of the microbes, and it will reduce their growth. There's been studies that show that if you move a plant out of the soil, for example, corn, any nitrogen fixation that might have been happening stops. And we think this is why, because you're breaking the cytoskeleton, you're stopping this cyclosis, and that's an important part of the process. Plants, the point is, plants are managing these microbes. They're juicing these microbes for nutrients. They're managing them. Plants have, this is a word I recently learned from someone who did an interview, but she said, plants have agency. And I said, yeah, I put it a little different. Plants have capability to grow on their own without us, right? Which is essentially the same thing as agency. They don't need us. We're trying to push plants into yield, right? So everything we've done is inventing fertilizers and everything that you're all trying to do now to find new ways to grow plants. This is to push the plants, okay? But they grow perfectly well on their own. They don't need us. They are capable, bits of creation, right? Organisms that were created. They have their abilities. They don't really need humans. This shows one of those roots, and you can see these clusters. This is a root hair, not a root hair, I'm sorry. And these clusters of bacteria inside it. You see big cells and you see little cells. All of these in this cluster probably came from a single cell. So what happens is a few bacteria go in, nutrients are extracted, and then the plant replicates them or clones them, and then many go back out. So the plant is repopulating the soil with the microbes that work with it. This actually shows one of these root hairs, and you can see the motion here, and you can see the bacteria accumulating at the tip, and they're just bumbling around there. This is actually where a lot of the interaction comes from at the tip, and the microbes at the tip will secrete ethylene, and ethylene and also nitric oxide will form, and I'll mention that again a little bit, but those hormones trigger that root hair growth, and that root hair will grow, and when it grows, it will eject some of those microbes out from the tips of the hairs, which are also very thin. This shows one of these root hairs, and it is filled with microbes. And you can see how fat it is. That's almost all microbes in there. Almost all microbes. They're fat with microbes. And I mean, some of these are staining for hydrogen peroxide, but all of this other stuff in here, the cotton here, that's really microbes as well. They just aren't picking up the stain. And you can see they're ejected out of these tips. And you can see here, this is where they come out. But you can see some of these forming rods again. Look like they're forming rods. What happens once they come out is the plant will actually put a little bit of exudate out with them, a little bit of sugars and other nutrients, and then that will enable these bacteria to rebuild their cell walls and flagella. If they make flagella, they'll rebuild those and then go back out into the soil, swim back out in the soil and get more nutrients. So this is just kind of a, I'm not going to say too much about this. This is a little cartoon that shows the diagram that shows the ejection process and how that works. And it just shows some circulation going on. And we think that nitrogen fixation, these are blue bacteria because we think on the edges here, because we think that's where nitrogen fixation goes. But the growth hair is triggered because these bacteria produce ethylene and nitric oxide, and that causes a growth spurt in the hair. And when that growth spurt happens, those bacteria are ejected out of the tips of the hairs. Now, from Bill Brown's picture, some of these bacteria can actually go out of the sides of those hairs too. Some of them, some bacillus, for example, will do that. But you see then the ones that are left come back in, they're replicated, they accumulate at the tip again, and then in mass secrete those hormones, and you get another growth spurt. And I'll show you that. I'll show you some evidence of that. But we do have this exchange, and I'm not going to say too much about it, but of course you have the microbes producing ethylene, you have the root cell releasing sugars, exudates to those microbes, and that's good. But the plant also, when it detects that ethylene, it will begin to secrete superoxide onto those microbes. And then the microbes, in response to that, are trying to survive. So the microbes start secreting whatever they have to try to survive, to break that superoxide down, to counteract that superoxide. And so they're secreting antioxidant forms of nitrogen that will combine with that superoxide. And then those will form nitrate, and that nitrate is absorbed directly into the root cell. That's why our nitrogen fertilizer works, because this is our liquid fertilizers, chemical fertilizers, because this is how plants receive some of their nutrients, in that form of nitrate, in this process. Of course, they're processing microbes to do it rather than just sucking in the nitrogen, right? I mean, there's a whole process here, a natural process. This shows a root hair with where the bacteria weren't fully ejected. And so you have these growth spurts. You can see the bands here. These are where bacteria were left inside the root hair. And you can see these little particulate forms in here. Those are the bacteria that are stuck inside there. And you can see the clear areas are where the growth spurt happened. So you can see many, many growth spurts there. And where bacteria would have been pumped into the soil. But in this case, they got locked in. They were probably this bacterium. It came from another plant. It didn't come from this plant. So where we took one from a different plant, put it in, probably this one is a little too oxidatively resistant. And what happened here is these bacteria reformed their cell walls. And if they reform their cell walls, they're not going to be punched back out. And I'll show you an image of that. Just little tiny pores that these protoplasts go through. So there is an adaptation. Plants are getting microbes that work with it best. So not all the microbes are good, right? I mean, they don't hurt them, typically don't hurt the plant, but not all of them work with the rhizophagy cycle. Many of them do, though. This is tomato. It's my student that worked on this. And this actually shows root hairs. And if you look at number 3, you can see at the tip there, you can actually see little holes, little pores, where those bacteria, these are all bacteria that are being ejected out of that tip of the root hair. These would then get a little nutrients with them coming from the tip of the hair to rebuild their cell walls and make flagella, if they have flagella, to go out into the soil. We think this is nutrient process, that this is how plants actually get their nutrients. mycorrhizae also, and I'll talk about that. But this is the nutrient function of the rhizophagy cycle. And we know, for example, plants can, they get nutrients from mycorrhizae. It's very important, and other biological forms of nitrogen that they're getting, biological process that are getting nitrogen. Or other nutrients, we know that they can get nutrients and dissolved in water. That's why all of our fertilizers work. They may not be good for plants, but they work. They actually work. There's some side effects, of course. This is my student who's working on this, Ivy Chang. But then they have these nutrients that are oxidatively extracted from bacteria that go inside the root cells. This source is the source that people have really not known about until very recently. To figure this out, you have to sort out, all these other sources, right? And the way that we do that is if we suppress superoxide, we then can suppress the rhizophagy cycle, right? Because the plants use superoxide to get the nutrients. So if we suppress that, the plants won't get the nutrients. And we've found a way to do that using saturated carbon dioxide environment. And turns out carbon dioxide in very high levels, not the levels you have in greenhouses where people are pumping in some carbon dioxide to push some plant, 1,000 or 1,100 part per million, something like that. But we put a lot more of carbon dioxide there. And when we do that, it suppresses the formation of, we basically put plants in these little chambers, growing in soil in these little chambers, with and without microbes, with and without carbon dioxide, with and without elevated carbon dioxide, just regular air compared to elevated carbon dioxide, saturated carbon dioxide environment. And when we do that, you can see this. This actually is a wheat root tip, and it is in the regular air, non-elevated CO2. This is just regular air with oxygen there. And we stained it with a stain that stains the superoxide. So all this blue or purple is superoxide in there. And then when we put it in the elevated carbon dioxide environment to suppress superoxide, you can see all of these cells on the outside don't have that purple. They don't have superoxide forming in them. You can see it in the center, but that CO2 is probably not getting into the center. But that's enough to suppress the rhizophagy cycle. And really what we do then is compare the nutrients that go into plants in that air versus high CO2, or elevated carbon dioxide environment, right? And when we do that, you see high CO2. This is for one nutrient. This is for manganese, right? An important nutrient for plants. Plants really need manganese for all kinds of things, especially photosynthesis and other processes. Very important. Without oxygen you can see, or without that superoxide being formed, you can see that there's not that much nutrients, this orange. It's less manganese, right? In the air, you see it's high, pretty high. Okay, and so this is what we measure is with one of the microbes, we get 136% to 700 in one experiment, right? We do multiple experiments, and so I'm giving you summaries of experiments. But I guess I should say that difference is rhizophagy cycle activity, that big difference. And when we look at plants like this, doing these kind of experiments, we see in a limited number of these experiments, we see that we get a lot of these divalent metals, these micronutrients come from rhizophagy cycle activity. So the nutrients, some of the nutrients that you're missing, like manganese, calcium, sulfur, they are actually coming through rhizophagy cycle activity, plants getting nutrients from their microbes, from soil microbes. So all nutrients are affected though, including especially nitrogen and phosphorus, potassium. Other experiments show that. It's just that these nutrients seem especially important for this oxidative extraction inside root cells. Well, this rhizophagy cycle benefits plants. One reason is because of the nutrients, right? They get nutrients, but other benefits happen. I mean, for example, up here, another benefit would be increased oxidative stress tolerance or increased stress tolerance. Because the plant and the microbe are interacting oxidatively, plants will upregulate antioxidants and other oxidative stress traits and genes. And so the plants then will become more oxidatively stress tolerant. And all stresses at some level are oxidative stresses. They all involve reactive oxygen, and so it's all oxidative stress, essentially. So basically plants, because they're doing this interaction, they become more resistant to, and hardier plants, to any kind of stress, heat, drought, soil, salt, or whatever it is, high heavy metals, whatever it is. Okay, so that's a benefit. Plants are tougher, hardier when they're doing this. Okay, they're weak when they don't. If you feed plants with fertilizer, liquid fertilizer, they become weak. They are not like this. They don't get oxidative stress tolerant. They're more susceptible to diseases. They're more susceptible to stresses and so forth. So, this benefits plants. The other thing is, and this is also very important, and I did mention this, a lot of these microbes go out into the soil and colonize fungi. And they don't really kill the fungi. We've seen pictures where they're inhibiting fungi in Petri plates. That's not really what they're doing in nature. You know, that's full of sugar there. That's a lot of sugar. And of course, they can produce a lot of those antifungals. But actually, what they do, and we see this all the time in our experiments, the bacteria will go away from the plant, out of the plant, and they will go into the soil, and they will colonize fungi. And they change the behavior of the fungi. They make it grow slower. The fungi tend not to sporulate. The fungi are avirulent. They don't cause disease. And so these bacteria will actually make fungi less virulent, non-pathogenic. And things like fusarium will not cause disease. Fusarium might be in the plant, growing in the plant as an endophyte, but its physiology is altered completely, so it doesn't cause disease. It may not be, they also may not be producing any of these toxins that fusarium produces and other fungi produce. So we don't know the full extent to which they affect these fungi. But they go inside. That's a whole nother field to develop yet, because fungi also internalize these bacteria. So there's something there that is going to come down the road at some point, and it'll be really interesting. So, I started this by saying when God made plants, he gave them microbes. And that is what I'm going to show you now. We're looking, if you look at the very earliest, the most primitive, the simplest plants on Earth, way back in time, but the ones that are around now are these bryophytes, these mosses and the liverworts, very simple. These bryophytes, the earliest plants had microbes in them. They were getting, so this is not something that just happens with higher plants. All plants did it. All plants do this. All plants are getting nutrients from microbes, and I'll show you this. And this is the team working on these bryophytes, these mosses, and a couple of students there, and one of my colleagues, another professor there, botany professor. But you see, this is a moss, and you see these brown filaments. You see all that green there, yeah, but you see these brown filaments. People actually have a name for that. We know they're there. We name them, so we know about them. Because we gave it a name, we must know, right? But we call them Clonostachys. Clonostachys. They're non-photosynthetic filaments in plants. And they actually, in these mosses, and they actually are loaded with microbes, with nitrogen-fixing microbes. And this shows one of these. This is one of those filaments. And they house microbes. You can see the little dots there. This is stained for nitrate, the purple around it. So in the middle, you see a bacterium there. And then the purple is nitrate that's being juiced from those microbes. And you see, here's a big one. You see all those filaments there. These are kind of like the equivalent in modern plants or more advanced plants, many of our crop plants would be the trichomes and the root hairs, these plant hairs. So plants have plant hairs to cultivate these microbes and to get nutrients out of them. And in fact, what we see is plants with more microbes have more hairs on them, and they may have bigger hairs and more microbes in those hairs. Okay, so there is that association. This shows a liverwort, and you can see here the leaves of the liverwort. You can see these cells. You see these are actually chloroplasts in these cells, all these green things in there. Those are chloroplasts. There's no nitrogen being extracted from microbes in these cells. There might be some microbes here and there in the cells, but the plant doesn't use them there. The plant uses these. These are those filaments again, these non-photosynthetic filaments produced by this plant. And you can see all the little blue dots. Those are all the bacteria in there that are producing nitrogen for that plant. And of course, no one cultivates moss. No one throws bacteria on them. They're getting these themselves. They're totally, plants have agency. You know, this is how they were made. Okay, we look at some more advanced plants and the seed plants. You have one like this, tree of heaven. This is another one of our weeds that we can study that grows actually everywhere on the East Coast. And so it's a big weed there. But this is the tree of heaven. And you look at the leaves there, and you can see they're covered with trichomes. And those are full of microbes. You can see here's one of those. You can see the little pits there, and you see bacteria coming out of those. These are full of, all that is microbes in there. And they're producing nitrogen again. We can use histochemistry, the stains that I talk about, because everything is histochemistry. We can stain for nitrate, and you see it right around the microbes. Okay, and there's some chemistry here, and I'm not gonna dwell too much on it. I don't even know how much time I have. How much time do I have, James? Do I got a couple minutes?
You've got at least 15.
Oh, I got tons of time. Okay. I know you guys love chemistry. Yeah. Some of you are trained as agronomists, you know, so I know you love chemistry. And so I had to put some in here for you. But you can see the microbe is producing ethylene. This is some of the chemical interactions. Microbe produces ethylene. The plant responds by producing superoxide onto the microbes. Those two will actually combine, and you get hydrogen peroxide formed, and we get carbon dioxide. That's in this reaction. This carbon dioxide will actually go into the next reaction that I'm going to show you as a catalyst. And it is here. And here you see that carbon dioxide is over here. That's the catalyst from the first reaction. These are happening right in the same area. So we have the plant producing the superoxide that you saw earlier from the previous reaction. And that would degrade the microbes if the microbes had no defense. And so the defense is these antioxidant forms, any antioxidants, but especially antioxidant forms of nitrogen. And I say more antioxidant forms of nitrogen because the plants can, well, these microbes, many of these microbes can produce it or get it somehow to then use it as an antioxidant. And so they'll use nitric oxide, maybe other forms of nitrogen as well, maybe ammonium. It's hard to tell. We haven't been able to stain for that with something that we're confident is really ammonium, but we suspect there's actually some ammonium that's being secreted. And they combine, and then we get this intermediary called peroxynitrite. Again, a very well-known equation. Chemists know this reaction. And then with CO2 as a catalyst, you get nitrate forming. It reorganizes basically to form nitrate. Plants absorb that. So that's how plants get their nutrients. They use that. And most plants, or as far as I know, all plants will do this same thing. And they will do this. Some of this is happening in their trichomes, in the leaf hairs, right? In the leaf hairs. Some of it's in the root hairs, but some of it's in the leaf hairs. And we looked at a bunch of plants, different trichomes on plants. This is one of them that we looked at. This is actually one of my graduate students working on this. She's working on hemp. And she looked at these glandular trichomes on hemp. This is what they look like. And you can see this is on the bracts, or the little leafy parts around on leaves, but also around the inflorescence, around the seeds and so forth. But they have these little stalks. And these little stalks are where there's chlorophyll. It's green. So they're doing photosynthesis here. Oxygen is being produced here, and sugars are being produced here. And the sugars are pumped in to the heads, and they will actually feed the nitrogen fixation and the microbial growth process that happens in these heads. There's no chlorophyll in the heads. There's no chloroplast in those heads, because you can't mix where you do photosynthesis because of oxygen and nitrogen fixation. So we always see this association. Those two aren't mixed. The chemicals that are produced in these, the terpenoids, the cannabinoids, and the other kinds of chemicals, we think they're actually antioxidants. So we don't think that God put them in hemp so we could get high. We think that they're in hemp, they're in these trichomes, in those heads, so that they can remove oxygen and make that nitrogen fixation process happen faster. That's what we think. And this actually shows one of these trichomes, these glandular trichomes developing. And you can see here, this is early on. These have rods in them. Those are bacteria there in these glandular trichomes. And the purple there is superoxide. The plant produces superoxide on them, just like I talked about in the rhizophagy cycle. This is a basic process that plants are doing. This is these trichomes older, bit older, and now you can see we're looking down on this glandular trichome, and the stalk is underneath. That green is from the chloroplast in that stalk, so it's not in this head. These are the trichome cells. These are the plant cells here, right there, those 8 of them. And then all of this out here are those protoplasts of the bacteria, all out there. They load them with it. And then you see the interface here, the plant and the microbe. See that blue there? That's superoxide. This is stained for superoxide. So you can see the superoxide came out of here, went into these microbes, and it gets a little less and less. You can see it's higher there too. You can see it's darker right near that, nearer the plant cell, right in there, because they're producing it. And then it breaks down. So nitrogen fixation is happening out here, and it's being harvested right here, right? The nitrogen is being harvested and sucked into the plant. So we think these trichomes are early versions of these other non-photosynthetic filaments with microbes in them are early versions of what we call, are the root nodules. They're very different, right? But they're doing nitrogen fixation, maybe just a little bit of nitrogen, no, not a lot. Okay, so here's another one of these plants. This is hops. These are the hop cones. There's glandular trichomes all over that. And you can see early on, you can see bacteria coming out. Those are the bacteria there, and this is with the superoxide stain. The purple is superoxide, so this is early development. This is on the bract on that cone, one of those cone leaf structures, and you can see the cells there. And this is the glandular trichome from that hop stained for nitrate now, and you can see that nitrate accumulates inside those trichomes, in those glandular trichomes. We actually are working with an organic corn breeder, and this is the one. This is Dr. Walter Goldstein at the Mandamin Institute in Wisconsin. He's been trying to breed organic corn for a long time. So we saw him doing that, and we said, well, we could help you. We could try to help you do that. So that's what we're doing. We're trying to help him get organic corn. And and this is my graduate student working on this problem, Raquel Strickland. But what we're trying to do is we're trying to move microbes from these nitrogen fixing lines of corn that you have, for example, from Mexico and from Peru, and then take those microbes and put them into our regular corn to try to put them back in our crops. And so what we do is we actually will, well, I guess I'll show you this first. This shows one of these organic corns. This is from the cob leaf now. This is the surface. This is the leaf that goes around the cob. You call it the shucks. Some people call them the shucks. and other, but when these leaves are young, they're filled with bacteria. This is from one of those Peruvian land races that fix nitrogen, and you can see these big wads of bacteria in these epidermal cells there. You can see these are big wads of bacteria. Over here at A, this is actually from one of our sweet corn, and you can see you have those same cells, but look, there's bacteria there, but they're not as much, and they're different from the ones you got in that other corn. So we're trying to take those bacteria from here, put them in. Okay, this actually, if we look at the cob leaf, you can see this. You can see those cob leaves are covered with trichomes. Those are on one of those nitrogen-fixing corn, and those are full of bacteria. If we look here close at it, this is one of those, that Pyrrhus-cinco, that nitrogen-fixing corn, and you can see all the bacteria in there, and you see those big ones in there too, those big wads of bacteria in there. So what we're doing to try to move them into our modern corn varieties is to adopt a method used by the Iroquois Indians. And they had a method, actually, they called it, we call it the Iroquois corn medicine. They called it corn medicine, right, which was to them was magic. But what they would do is they would go and they would get wild grasses from the woods, woodland grasses, Elaimos, Hystrix, Phragmites, wild grasses. And they would pull them up, they would bring their roots into, put it in water, they would beat up the roots, pound them up, get whatever was in them out. And then they would take their corn kernels and they would put them in the water and let them germinate, just germinate slightly. And then they would take those corn kernels that were slightly germinated and colonized by microbes that came out of those wild grasses, they would take them and put them in their mounds or in their fields so they could plant them. So, you know, and they weren't doing any fertilizers, but the process of domestication, we've also lost some microbes. And so that's what I won't go into the details about that, but that's what they're recovering. You know, and they discovered it worked. It was magic to them. We know. We do the same thing now experimentally. We know what's happening when we do it, and we get microbes going into the plants and colonizing. Okay, and so we did an experiment with little bluegrass, and this shows actually where we put some of those microbes onto this little bluegrass, and this is where we didn't over here in B. We put them on. I don't know if you can tell, but these are a little bigger, a little bigger seedlings than there. Take that into look at the roots. Look at the roots. You see here without added microbes, and you see there's just roots with some root hairs there, but there's not as many compared to here. This is where we put those microbes on. You can see long root hairs now there. So longer hairs, more bacteria, shorter hairs, less. So there is an association. This is where now we're looking at the seedling, where we put it in, the microbes in, and you can see the sloughed off root cap cells, and you can see the big, now this is stained for nitrate. You can see the big wads there staining purple. Okay, those are from the bacteria that we put in from that nitrogen-fixing corn. And compare that to our regular bluegrass there, without that nitrogen, those microbes moved into it. And you see stained the same way. You don't see any big wads. You don't see a lot of purple. There's a little bit, but not that much. Okay, that just shows more of that. I'm not going to emphasize that. This is a root hair where we put it in, and you can see the root hair developing, and you can see the nitrate. This is stained for nitrate, so the blue there is nitrate. And this is in that POA without where we did not put the microbes from the nitrogen-fixing corn. And you see a few microbes in there, but you don't see much blue. So we think we successfully moved the nitrogen fixers from corn into this bluegrass. And you can see the bluegrass. This is at 35 days. And you can see it looks a bit bigger. Everything looks a little different. This looks over here where we did not put it, looks a little scragglier, smaller. That difference, by the way, has held up. I mean, this was months and months ago, and these plants are now sitting on my back porch, and I'm watching them, and these look really, really bad, and these are still holding up pretty good. So that's the hardiness difference. Plants, though, they do nitrogen fixation. They put these microbes all over their structure, all over their bodies, all over the roots. They got it in the roots. There's symbiosis, rhizophagy cycle in the roots. They put them onto the leaves, and these nitrogen-fixing corn have really long root hair, trichomes on the leaves, on the upper surfaces of the leaves. You can see them. Ones that don't have the microbes don't have as many root hairs or trichomes on them, or root hairs for that matter. So they move these, they put these endophytes and these microbes all over the plant. We call that symbiosis stacking. Symbiosis stacking. So it's not just in roots, it's all over the plant. And finally, I want to mention I'm doing a plug for Jeff Lowenfels. And Jeff Lowenfels is a writer, a garden writer, plant writer, who wrote these books, Teeming with Microbes, Teeming with Nutrients, I think Teeming with Fungi, something like that. And now his fourth book is Teeming with Bacteria. And this is the Organic Gardener's Guide to Endophytic Bacteria and the Rhizophagy Cycle. And that's Jeff Lowenfels. And I recommend his book. It is good reading. He captures the science. I gave him pictures. He is a lawyer by trade, so he's a person of words, right? A communicator, and he did a good job with his book. And it's like $25. It's a good. I think it's a good investment. So these are the people that did all this work. You know, I did some of the work, but we did the work. It's the royal we, right? These are the people who did most of the work. And these are graduate students and visiting scientists, postdocs, undergraduates, and some people I haven't mentioned here. So it's a big group. It's like a company working on this. A company that doesn't make much money, by the way. So it's not a very profitable company, but it's a lot of people, and they got a lot of heart, and they're working really hard. So that is it. That's everything. And I see a hand already. Yeah.
Wait for the mic, please.
So in the food industry, one of the things that people like Nestle and some of the big food companies have as part of one of the big agendas over the last 5 years is how to keep E. coli out of wheat flour. Well, it's not only just in wheat flour, it's in all the milled products. And so one of the things that has basically been plaguing the whole milling industry for ever since about 6-7 years ago was a food recall out of Pennsylvania where E. coli was found in wheat flour. What you have basically laid out, and if you haven't had the connectivity with K-State and some of the milling associations, you probably better start that process right here, right now. Because basically what you've mapped out is exactly the pathway from which E. coli gets into the wheat berry. We had a couple years ago an experience with coliform and corn. And we typically will limit coliform at 100 CFUs. We were having coliform at 5,000 and 20,000 and 50,000 CFUs. We did a huge amount of research on this trying to figure it out because coliform is a leading indicator of E. coli. As a consequence of that whole episode, which you basically have painted out in this whole thing, it just seems to me like you've just painted a pathway from which some of this can go, because one of the things we isolated, and we spent a lot of money on this, was the coliform tended to come from farms where there was a whole lot of manure, cattle manure. The ones that didn't, we didn't have that issue. And so I'm sitting here kind of looking at this kind of going, it appears to me what you have just painted out is the pathway from which this has started and how it got there. That's just a thought, and I like your comment.
Yeah, I agree with you. It is natural for plants to internalize these microbes and put them into seeds. It's natural. And there is something that I would like to add about that, though, and that is that likely, I mean, based on what we see, the more diversity of microbes that you can get in that soil, the healthier your soil, the fewer of these microbes that might not be perfectly adapted to the plant, they don't go in, right? In other words, the plant is going to take in the best ones. So if you have a really good soil, this has to be tested, right? But I think that if you had a really good soil with lots of diversity in it, good microbial diversity, fungi and bacteria, lots of organic matter for them to feed on, the plant is going to take the best ones. But in conditions, and I don't know the situation on those forms, so I don't know if it's consistent with that or not. The other issue is probably so much, I guess the cattle the fresh manure is moving into the fields or somehow washing into the fields, and so those are full of these coliforms, and that could be an issue. Probably the cattle feces would need to be treated, almost composted in some way, in order to change it. So you had different microbes in there. You wouldn't have to add other microbes because there's tons of microbes in there, but just probably treat it so that those coliforms would disappear. I mean, I'm just suggesting something like that. But there are ways to tweak it if you get coliforms. People have coliforms going into plants. There may be a way to manage it and get fewer. But it's impossible to kill the microbes in the plant and expect to grow any plants. So that's it's normal for them to get plants, and E. coli is one of them that goes in for sure. Yeah, it's a good question.
I've got several here.
Yeah.
A good friend of mine in California is watching, and this is for you, Greg. I'm going to read his questions one by one, just let you respond to them. So, what is the impact on bacteria and perhaps beneficial fungi from the applications of chemical fertilizer, NPK, and herbicides pre or post? And just quick comments.
Yeah, I can say, okay, the first fertilizer, right? First fertilizer, you stop natural nitrogen fixation in roots when they get too much nitrogen. And not in the roots. In the roots, yes, but in the microbes. The microbes in the soil and the microbes that go into the plant will stop fixing nitrogen. And so that's one effect. So you essentially, and when you do that, some of these microbes will die. So you essentially begin to addict your plants to liquid fertilizers.
Is there a threshold of nitrogen application or such at one time?
We don't know.
Yeah.
And there are purists out there would say you'll never use any nitrogen. And that may be correct, but we know that plants are getting some nitrogen as nitrate. So there might be some way that we could say put a foliar nitrogen on or something like that, a little bit, very tiny amounts that could then benefit the plant and not have the runoff and not affect the system. I don't know that that's the case. So we're all trying to figure this out together.
And then the herbicides and post-emergence type?
Herbicides, if they inhibit microbes, and things like glyphosate were actually developed because they were as antibiotics, as microbial inhibitors. They're not good microbial inhibitors in that they'll inhibit some microbes and other microbes will just break it down. Okay, so they're not that good in terms of killing all microbes, but you're affecting the microbial populations in the plant and around the plant in the soil. You're reducing them. So you're inhibiting microbes. Anything that inhibits microbes is not on the plant or in the plant is not a good idea. The emergence, are we talking about weeds? Or are we talking about fungus? Is it fungicides or what are the chemicals?
Yeah, it was herbicides, both pre and post-emergent.
I think any herbicides, if they inhibit microbes, they're really going to be bad.
Okay.
Yeah.
Going on, do soil temperatures affect endophyte activity? Or is that totally determined by the plant as it's functioning?
I do not know. We don't know the temperature effects. We haven't looked at that. All of our experiments are done in a range of basically plant growth condition
Right.
experiments, right? So we don't know. We don't know what very cold would do. We don't know what extremely warm would do. We just don't know.
We
We're only
know-
learning about this now.
Right, yeah, we know cold soils limit the microbial activity in general. Okay. Third question, can a grower compensate for oxygen loss when weed mat or plastic is applied? So if you're doing something for weed control, is there any way to overcome that?
You know, putting plastic on it, I said it wasn't a good idea. It limits oxygen, but oxygen can go under that plastic to some extent and around it. So you still get oxygen. It's pretty leaky, and it depends on how you do it, right?
Right.
If you got plastic just on the edge of the mound or something along, and you got a hole there, air can probably still get in now, especially right around where you put the plant, right in that area. So there's probably ways to do it so it's not going to have an effect on your plant growth.
Okay. A couple more. Will the species of bacteria in the soil adjust pH and chemical variance of soils, for example, presence of salts that you're aware of?
Yeah, I think that the plants are doing most of the adjusting here. The plant, varies what's in the exudates and, what it's doing depending on what it needs, attracting the microbes that it needs. What was the second part of that? No.
Chemical variance within or adjusting maybe toxic elements.
Yeah.
salts
The microbes themselves will go out and break down as food or adhere to, or acquire some of those chemicals and alter them, kind of like what Bill Brown was saying in terms of denaturing, processing toxins, right? So they'll process it possibly for themselves so that they don't get poisoned by it, but the plant benefits from that. And if there are those toxins there, plants are pretty smart. They'll figure out that if they put more exudates out there and call more microbes, some of those toxins will be controlled.
Final question.
Yeah.
When zinc, manganese, or calcium are being introduced for plant nutrition, are the elements best placed at the root in like a water run application or better foliar applied?
I think the best thing to do is support rhizophagy cycle, right? So if you know that's happening in the roots and they're getting those metals in the roots, it would probably be best to get some of those if you really don't have any in the soil, right? But these microbes, they're really good at getting it. So even if you have just a little bit that may not be available, they may make it available.
I agree.
Yeah.
Good. I'm done.
I have a question. When people make compost extract and then put bacterial food or fungal food with it and multiply those microbes and then apply that to plants, are plants absorbing that into the leaf, or what is the benefit? How is that benefiting the plant? Is it nutrition? Is it the microbes? What's happening?
Okay, repeat it again, because I was looking for you. I couldn't find you. I thought God was talking to me.
All right.
What? Say it again.
Compost tea.
Yeah.
All right.
That's good.
When that goes onto a plant, is it the microbes, the plant absorbing the microbes through the leaves that benefit the plant? Is it nutrition from the microbes benefiting the plant? Is it going into the soil? How is that benefiting the plant?
Multiple ways, and I'll tell you 2 ways they go in. The microbes are going in the roots there, rhizophagy cycle, but if you put the microbes on the leaves, what happens is the microbes will go down to where the leaf meristems are, and they'll enter those leaf meristem cells, and they'll trigger root hair or leaf hair formation, trichome formation. They'll be a source of nutrients in the leaves. So the microbes, we can see them, we can put them on, we can see them going in the same way. So we know that the microbes will also go into the leaves. You just have to get it not on the mature leaves, but on the developing areas of the plant, right? That's where you really want them to be incorporated in. And if you do that, if you treat, I mean, I don't know, you'll have to do the experiment, but I would suggest that if you treated plants with your compost wash compared to those that don't, you may see, if you can measure it, you may see bigger, fatter, larger trichomes on the plants where you treated. Yeah. You certainly get more diverse endophytes in the plant when you put those compost teas on the plant. We know that. We can see it.
We have a question here from Chad in the Lubbock, Texas area. And he's asking about electrical conductivity of soil in relation to the use of foliar and microspray impact on microbial colonization.
So that is a good question. One of our ideas with regards to how plants absorb these microbes is that it has to do with charges on root cells. And, it's hard to measure that, but, there's literature out there, there's work, people doing work on these cell charges, so the conductivity and the kind of electrical features of soil might affect that internalization. I can't tell you that it does, but it might affect that. And I can't say any more. I just don't know enough to give you a better answer to that question.
Other questions? I've got one that's intrigued me for a lot of years.
Yes, James.
I've always been amazed at certain classes of weed species in the Corn Belt and the extended Corn Belt that seem to have exhibited glyphosate tolerance so quickly. And I personally don't believe that some of these biotypes pre-existed and they're now just manifesting.
Yeah.
And I don't think that the weed itself has somehow miraculously come up with some way to metabolize glyphosate. I think there's a message which has been sent, which has been delivered, if you will, through a system of contamination. Jeffrey Smith put it this way in his book years ago: the genie's out of the bottle, and now we can't find him. Is it possible that it is the epigenetic activity of microbes embracing certain genetic material in complete peptide chains, which has communicated throughout a plant its ability to metabolize various chemistries?
Well, I'll put it in different words. We think it's the microbes. And I already mentioned that glyphosate was developed as an antimicrobial, but it's not a very good antimicrobial because it doesn't inhibit all microbes, right? It just inhibits a subset of them. Others, microbes break it down. And so what I would propose is going on is that these weeds are protecting themselves from glyphosate by getting new endophytes. And they're getting the endophytes that can break down glyphosate. And it's a hypothesis, but it's worth studying further, right? I think that I have a colleague, I collaborate a lot with a weed science colleague, and they're looking at a green kalinga and all these other kind of new weeds coming in, right? And they're all developing, especially around golf courses, they're all developing glyphosate resistance. And so it's a major, major problem in the weed area. And I think the reason is because it's not genetic change in the plant. It is epigenetic, as you said. They're just getting the microbes that help them, and that's what plants do. This is the plant agency that I talked about, right? That capability of plants.
More questions?
Yeah, I got one, Jim.
All right.
Just to
Greg.
keep it simple, I know people probably maybe getting a little tired because it's too amazing and a lot to think about, but I'll go back to when you were talking about the bacteria coming out and actually doing a little, I'll say, warfare with fungi, but yet they were changing the fungi, you were saying. And so my question is, the way I always read into some of the literature and understood it was the fungi are eating on the bacteria. So how does that work?
Well, okay, so people always talk about the war in the soil, right? We don't think that's real. These microbes live together in the soil. They're not just fighting each other. Actually, what's happening with a lot of fungi is they are, just like plants, they're taking in bacteria. And the reason the virulence goes down is because we think when they get the nutrients they need by eating bacteria, they don't need to kill plants to get their nutrients. So there is that, those kind of endophytic relationships between our big pathogens that are fungi, right? And then their microbes that they're getting. And some of these are the same as going in the plant. So if you get good microbes in the soil, you're going to have less disease. You got more, not just good microbes, I mean more microbes in the soil, more diversity, you'll have less disease. Doesn't mean we cure everything, because that doesn't work with some pathogens like rust pathogens or other kind of pathogens that are biotrophic in the plant. Powdery mildews and stuff, that shouldn't work with powdery mildews. But with many, like fusarium, it'll work good with fusarium. Many other we're just starting to study that process, but it's known now, already well known in the literature, that like mycorrhizae will just become filled with bacteria. And so there, you have this kind of these microbes are getting into the plant and they're riding on the bacteria on the fungi as superhighways to get to the plant. They're going inside the cells of the hyphae of the fungi. We see it as a behavior change. When the fungi, the potential pathogens, have all those microbes there as their food source, they change their behavior. They use that instead. I mean, that's one way of looking at it, right? I mean, so the war in the soil, that antagonism, I don't think that really happens very much. We don't see it in our experiments.
Gus.
So across your team, your lab, and other researchers you mentioned that have been doing research on the rhizophagy cycle, do you think there's a pretty strong understanding of which specific bacterial species and genera have a good affinity for rhizophagy, or you think there's a long ways to go in determining?
There's a long ways to go. We don't know what microbes really, what determines whether a microbe responds to the plant. We do know that we could take a microbe and we can put it on a plant, and that microbe may not work. It don't go in at all. Then we can get some other microbes, even if we just get them out of the soil or we take it off another plant and then we put it on, they go in perfectly, beautifully. And all the microbes are a little bit different. They carry different nutrients. So, one of the important things about having good diversity, microbial diversity in the soils and good soils, is that plants can get the microbes they need, whichever ones they pick, right? I mean, in essence, when they get those microbes to go in, they're getting nutrients from that whole microbial community anyways, even the ones that don't go in. So it's almost like they'll carry in nutrients from this other community in the soil.
Thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome.
I have a question about the idea that there's ratios of bacteria to fungi that are more suitable to certain plants. Like conifer trees are really highly fungal in the soil, and when you don't have woody plants at all, it's more bacterial, and that there's a range where those ratios make a difference based on what plants are growing, or else the plants grow where those ratios are. So can you control the ratios in the soil, not just diversity, but the actual ratios of bacteria and fungi?
You could. You'd have to figure out exactly how to do that. And I will mention, since you mentioned the trees, a woodland environment, plants use that mycorrhizal symbiosis much more. Trees use it much more than herbaceous plants, so much more in an agricultural field. So in our agricultural fields, they're using mostly bacteria. We'll have VA mycorrhizae there, a certain type of mycorrhiza, very old type of mycorrhiza, I studied fossil fungi early on in my career too. I had a postdoc on that. They're some of the first fungi on Earth too, those mycorrhizal fungi. And but woodland plants, some of these will have ectomycorrhizae that just cover the whole roots. And of course, that's all mycorrhizae. They're not able to suck in and do rhizophagy there, but they will have bacteria in their leaves and on their leaves, and they will vector them in their seeds. But it's just not the big high processing that we get with herbaceous plants and many of our crops. Yeah.
Question on what's your take on zearalenone and stuff that's showing up like 75% of all the samples across the country, and a lot of it's with drought. And what do you think of that? Where do you think it's
Zearalenone?
Zearalenone, yeah.
Zearalenone.
T2 yeah.
What is that? A T toxin?
It's NT2 toxins and stuff like
Sounds
that.
bacterial,
alpha toxins.
right?
Yeah, zearalenone is basically an estrogen-producing toxin that's in the corn and stuff. And what it does is, it's in drought, stuff like that, it seems like it's multiplying, and 75% of all the samples across the country has zearalenone in it. At one of my last meetings I went to here a while back. And what it does is like anything like 600 parts per billion.
I know what you're talking about.
Turkeys
Yeah.
will literally die. They'll
Yeah,
starve
I know what
themselves.
you're talking about. Yeah.
So, what is your
Yes,
take on it?
so these, and I can't say definitively, but I would propose that if we had more bacteria in our soils and in our corn plants, we would have less of zearalenone. We'd have less of it. But I don't know that. There'd have to be some more experiments, comparing, say, traditional management corn versus some very, corn grown using very biologically rich soils and diverse soils. Yeah.
What I was thinking was because the type of corn we're growing, like GMO, a lot of GMO corns that are out there and stuff, the breakdown on them,
Yeah.
they're not breaking down fast enough, and it's found in like the cow manure, the compost, if you don't compost, and the sugar and the proteins and stuff like that's in the decaying stalks. The plant is taking it up, and it's taking in this toxin again, I believe, and it's growing into the next year's crop.
Yeah, GMO corn has all been tissue cultured, and a lot of it tissue, and they're not treated, with microbes necessarily. They're not grown so that they could get new microbes on them, right? And so, without those microbes there, you get toxins like that. I think they won't break down because the microbes aren't there to break them down. Also, we mess them up. We start to, when we put liquid fertilizers on, they forget about the microbes. They forget about doing this with microbes. And so they then are probably absorbing a lot of stuff that with those chemicals, with the fertilizers that they're sucking in, they wouldn't be absorbing if they were getting their nutrients from internalizing soil microbes. Yeah, that's my hypothesis about it.
My question is, on the mycorrhizal fungi, how much does tillage affect that, and how long does it take for it to regrow? How long would it take to regrow?
Well, these tillage will affect it if you're looking for, say, VA mycorrhizae, because they will lay in the soil as these big old chlamydospores or big spores, these glomus, big spores, right? They'll lay in the soil, and the root has to get close to them, right? So if you're tilling and turning that soil, you may be moving those spores away from your crop roots, and they may not be able to get them. So you have to be careful with any kind of tillage, in that zone where those roots grow, because that's where the microbes are, and your mycorrhizal spores might be moved away from the roots if you're tilling, especially if you till too deep. That's the best answer I can give you for that.
Another question right here.
Yeah.
So you said, well, that's low. It has to go close to the plant to get the mycorrhizal spores. Would row placement have anything to do with that as well? Going right next to the previous plant?
Real placement?
Row
Placement. Yeah, probably. Yeah. Yeah, it probably would. You probably want to put the plants near where the other plants are. I mean, there may be some issues of exhausting. You have to try this, right? I mean, I'm not a practitioner, so I just show, what we find in the laboratory, and you have to figure out exactly, what are the best practices and do experiments yourself to figure that out. So, yeah, I think that where you put that row could be important. Yeah.
I'm going to respond to that mycorrhizal question just a little bit. The problem with our row cropping with these endotype mycorrhizae, they do not quickly generate reproductive spores. Sometimes it can take years, and so in our short row crops, you do not necessarily carry over the seeds from one crop to the next, unless you are interplanting or turning over a crop very quickly, because the moment your plant dies, that mycorrhizal organism dies within a few weeks because it loses its source of food. And if it doesn't germinate spores, then you're required then to reapply for the next crop cycle, unless your overlapping your crops is really close.
Thank you, John.
Sure.
I have a question here from Chad again, down in Texas. Wondering whether or not Dr. White has an idea on what to measure or how to test for successful colonization or rhizophagy. Still seems limited, is his comment, season over season.
Yeah, no, that's a really good point. And I've been thinking about that lately. We have these soil microbe tests, and it probably would not be too hard to develop a test or modify one of those tests to look at microbes in plants just by drying the material and grinding it and measuring, doing one of these tests to find out the percentage of how many bacteria and fungi you have there, what are the ratio, like that. So, and then, experiment with that to find out what the optimum is. And so it probably would not be hard to develop a test for that. And so everyone doesn't have to go out and get microscopes or do a genomic analysis of plants. It's really expensive when you have to do that. But if there was a test for $50 or something like that, it might be really beneficial. And so, I think I'm going to talk to one of these test makers and see if I can talk them into doing something like that.
We're going to get a good idea about that this afternoon from Biome makers and our wonderful guest here from Gus Pollman.
Okay,
We're looking forward to that.
Maybe
talk.
they already got it. Maybe they have it. Maybe they've done it.
Let me ask this question, okay? Can you hold it and deal with it in the presentation, maybe? Yeah. We're right up on lunch, but I want to make sure this question got asked. This one comes from North Dakota. Come on, phone, help me. Quote, if you add artificial root exudate material to the rhizosphere area, I presume he's talking about like at planting, could you increase the effectiveness and potentially overcome any negative effects of chemical fertilizers?
I can't answer that. The plant itself is secreting those exudates, and so the plant knows what it needs. So, do we know enough to, if we put it in the soil, that may cultivate the microbes in that area and even draw microbes to that area, but they have to get into the plant, right? So it may be, and I don't know that this is the case, so that something like that technique might work. You have to try it, but experiment with it. It may be that that would work, but it may not. It may be that you have to have that exudate going all the way up to the plant root and then even possibly going into the cells. You know, I can't, that's what it looks like. I would say it might not work. That's my thought, but you have to try it to see.
Based on what I've seen of biome makers' work and the evidence of pathways, I think you call it metabolic pathways that are being established, that they actually can diagnose, you can probably get an idea that exudates are tailor-made.
That's what I think.
If I have a problem,
Yeah.
I'm not going to excrete the wrong exudate to attract somebody that's not going to help me out with my problem.
Well, if a plant, and I can tell you this for a fact, if a plant needs nitrogen, it will actually call nitrogen-fixing bacteria. And the way it does that is it puts these exudates out with carbohydrates, and it withholds any nitrogen in those exudates. And what that does is it forces these microbes around the roots to fix nitrogen. And those that can fix nitrogen can survive there. Those that can't. So the plant then begins to take in these nitrogen fixers. So the plant does exactly what you say. And I called that the exudate code. And it was developed by some researchers in 2011.
I think that's what I observed in that wheat that I described a while ago.
Yeah.
That sported all those heads, full normal heads. It didn't have supplemental nitrogen early like all the other wheat fields did. It was treated abnormally with a significant delay in that springtime application of nitrates and ammonia in a 28% UAN solution. And so what did it do? It screamed out for help. And it obviously showed up, right? It had plenty of leaf area, had plenty of exposure to sunlight energy to create plenty of sugars to feed everybody necessary to support those 28 heads. I mean, I don't know about anybody else, but I can't just walk away from that and think life's normal again.
Right.
It reset my watch. Amen. It reset my watch. Okay.
I think we had a comment right there.
Was there another question?
Right here was a comment, I think. Oh, you got
Yeah, if there's a minute to comment on
Sure.
the testing leaf tissue or plant tissues
Yeah.
for bacteria. So at Biomakers, we actually did that a few years ago, mainly with grapes. And the main focus was to look at yeasts and other fungal species and like lactic acid bacteria and other species that are involved in the fermentation process. So we have done it. I know it's possible with the technology, but I only know of it being used for the fruit. And I believe it could be done with other sections of the plant, but the lab processes, of course, are different for processing, you know, looking at the DNA of the bacteria and fungi in the plants versus in a soil sample. But I'd love to get that.
I would think it would be easier than with soil because the plant's a lot cleaner than that soil, right? And I think it would be easier, and I think you're going to find, you know, there's this whole move from everybody to buy microscopes for looking at mycorrhizae and looking at rhizophagy bacteria and all kinds of applications. You know, there's this popular move now. Everyone's going to the microscope, but I'm not sure that's the answer because it takes a lot of years to know what you're looking at when you look in a microscope.
And there's a lot of bacteria and
A
fungi
lot of
out there.
bacteria, and it becomes a mess. You don't know what to do. You don't know how to parse everything out. It would be a test like that. Maybe it'll pick up slow, but I expect a test for plant endophytes that you could then check. You put a plant in your soil, check what microbes you're getting or the diversity of microbes in there that tell you your soil is in pretty good shape there, right? But you look directly at the endophytes instead. You look at the plant microbes, not the soil microbes.
Sounds like a great R&D project.
I think you'll find in a few years you're going to get, maybe not too many years, maybe it'll take off. You're going to get more people interested.
Yeah. Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you.
everyone's busy, and I am just so indebted. I know you share my feelings about this presentation. And at this point, I think that the jailer has the key in the lock to the door that has held you captive. Can you say amen?
Amen.
It's really opened our eyes, hasn't it? To the real incredible majesty of the Creator, sustaining everything. He designed it all, and isn't it exciting to uncover these incredible mysteries? Somewhere I think I have a picture that's going to go on during our break for lunch today of a tree growing out of a rock in the Adirondacks in upstate New York. The rock is now split like this. The tree is as straight as a string, and it's absolutely a gorgeous spruce. And it has literally, it started, as just a small root hair with some kind of mycorrhizal fungi etching that stone and releasing nutrition sufficient to produce a saw log this big today. I have no idea how long that's taken, but I can tell you that that rock could not resist what that tree was doing. And there is no way that you can resist coming to a deeper understanding of what makes things grow. And it's not NPK. That is, it's passing away. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. I've asked my good friend and brother in Christ, Jeff Evans, if he would pray over the meal today. Would you join us, please? Jeff.
Dear Father in heaven, we just praise you and thank you today for who you are. Father, to look into your creation as we have this morning, down to the root hairs. Just thank you, Father, for your glorious creation. Thank you, Father, for life. Thank you, Lord, for this season when we remember how you came to us as a child in a manger. Just thank you, Lord. Thank you for this education today. Thank you, Father, for this food. We ask you, Lord, to bless the hands that prepared it and bless it to us. And Father, we give you praise and glory that you first loved us, and we pray in Jesus' name. Amen.
Interestingly, we've all eaten. Now we're going to study what happens with all this food, right? With us today from Fairbury, Illinois is Beau Popejoy. You can read all about him in here. I'll remind you guys and gals, the bios for everybody that's speaking today is over there on the registration table. If you haven't picked one of these up yet and you want to try to stay in touch with someone, please avail yourself of this. Beau, how long ago did we get connected? About 5-6 years ago? 5 years? 4 years ago? I don't know, something like that. And it's because I was always preoccupied in my consulting work with the impact of animal waste. And I was also quite impressed with some of the conditions that animal waste on farms had created. Some not so pleasant. So anyways, when this young man called me and started inquiring about my experiences, I was really very happy to share it with him, and it's been a delightful relationship. And Beau has taken the technology that I had experienced up to a decade ago or more now, 15 years. He's taken it a whole new level. And I'm really proud to introduce Beau Popejoy to you. Come, Beau.
Thanks, Jim. Hi, everybody. First off, I want to thank everybody for allowing me to be here today. I sat in the back of the room there, and I was like a kid in a candy store. So it was to hear everybody talking about bacteria and biology, soil, was pretty neat. So now we're going to get to the good stuff, I should say, which is manure. So we're going to switch off the soil, get into a little bit of manure, and right after you're eating, hopefully everybody's not zombies out there after eating. You got a little bit left in you. So. But I wanted to start off just by giving you a little bit, possibly, maybe. of history on us, if I can get this to work. Jim? There, oh, there it works. Okay. A little bit of history on kind of what we do and where we started. So me and my partner started out in California with this technology. It's a patented technology. And we started working with it in the berry market first, just applying it through drip systems and really just seeing what would happen. It's a registered fertilizer out there. And what we stumbled on was we started working with biologicals with the product out there. And when we started doing that, we saw a lot of unique things start to happen. A lot of systemic resistance, a lot of growth, a lot less issues in the field in general. And we knew that the product, that the patented product, was really stimulating biology on a cellular level. It was very noticeable that when you combine the two together, that it was doing amazing things. So there were some phone calls made around that time where we were looking at possibly applying this to manure in central Illinois. So I got a hold of a local farmer there that was big in the swine industry, Art Lehman. I don't know if any of you guys have ever heard that name. But Art, I met with him and said, hey, I've got this material, I want to put it in your pit. And he just laughed at me. He said, there's been 99 of you in here and you're number 100. I've tried them all, none of them work. I said, okay, I deserve that. I guess, will you give me one if I give you the product, will you put it in? He said, yeah, I'll give you one, take it out and try it. So we started working on it, went out. I'm going to show you some pictures here in a second of kind of the first one that we had applied. And we saw a lot of ancillary effects in the manure right off the bat. Within 7 to 14 days after being out there, we noticed there's huge odor reductions, things like that. And so we really, kind of went through the process, and it really led into other things to where in like 2019, we started working with some of the integrators in Indiana and in Iowa to see, what it would do for them, right? We know there's a lot of compliance issues. We know that solids are an issue, odor's an issue, all that sort of thing. And then in 2020, our focus kind of shifted based off of what they were seeing. So it shifted from, odor and solids to, well, what kind of gases do you think you're stopping, right? Is it hydrogen sulfide, how much, and all those sort of things. And so we kind of went down a rabbit hole at that point to determine really what gases we were stopping and how much, right? And I know you've all seen the carbon world and kind of what's coming with that. And it's on the forefront, so everybody's concerned about the emissions that are coming off these barns. So we started to jump into that space and really took off after that. So this was kind of a first look. It really what I saw in the first pit we treated. So this is for Art out in Thawville, Illinois, where we had went in. At the time, I was really unaware of the rate that I needed to use. We were using acreage rates in California based off how much bacteria we thought we should be putting in, what consortia to put in combination with the material. And this is some of the results we were seeing a couple months in. So we knew that we were enticing the bacteria to digest material, sludge, top and bottom, and there was a big odor reduction. So we kept going out, trying some different areas and seeing what it would do. This was another area in Illinois where they had us come in. They knew they had a lot of sludge. And this was, I wish this slide was working a little better, but about a 150,000 gallon first stage that we had treated, and into 1.5 million above ground storage. So we were seeing this degradation of the material, the lowering of the odor, and then it really went into, okay, what's really happening within the manure, right? So we were taking samples the whole time. We were taking before samples and then taking them, typically weekly within there. And I hope, I don't know if you can see that or not, but this one here was the one in Thawville where they started out with about 39 pounds of total TKN, and then the increase, I think it got up to somewhere around 54. So we knew that the odor was down. We were locking the nutrients into the material because the nutrient value was going up, okay? That was one of the first things that we noticed. Was we're making more in when we got to the end of the turn or end of the cycle at pump out. This number here was a lot higher than it was the year before. And we said, okay, that's obviously more fertilizer. Well, what's that do for us? So we started to really look into the fertilizer rates, retail rates, and say, well, if we had to go out and buy this material, what's it worth, right? So, for example, on this analysis beforehand, he had, well, at today's rates, these used to look a lot lower a couple years ago, by the way. I know you're all experiencing that. This number used to be low. Now we're looking at about $71,000 in value just in NP and K in 1.5 million gallons, okay? So we would figure out the value and then extrapolate the numbers off of after treatment to see how much N we're making, NP and K, how much return, what's our return on investment on putting the actual product in. So this here is showing you the untreated value, the treated value of the manure, what the investment was to put it in. We'll talk about that here in a second. Some of you are probably blown off your chair seeing that. And what the added value of the manure was and the return on investment. Now, a few things that we noticed while we were doing this was we were tracking, you know, nitrate in, ammonium in at the same time. And we noticed that the ammonium in was increasing more than nitrate, right? We also noticed that, and this come from him, all over several barns of treating this material, that they were taking a lot less loads to the field, which was just something that at the time I wasn't thinking about. You know, well, we're digesting solids to a liquid state. We're taking up less capacity, and we're actually lowering the amount of diesel to get it to the field, okay? So we started doing a little bit of a dairy application after that. This one is in Hanford. This is out in the Tulare area, 54 million gallon lagoon. This is a couple days after putting it in. So the product comes in totes, and in a standard barn, what we do is we broadcast it in through the outside of the barn. Slide the pit fans back. We've got a tool that goes in and broadcasts it over the top of the manure. So we go all the way around the building, slide the fans back, and apply from the outside. Now in a lagoon application, it's pretty easy. You just drive around that thing and applicate till you're out, right? Based off of a rate. So in the dairy application, because that was one thing, it worked in swine, does it work in dairy, right? So we did the same thing in the dairy side, where they're starting out about 5.6 pounds in, a lot more water, right, than what we're dealing with in swine, and then getting up in that 8.4 pounds per 1,000 gallons at the end of the cycle. So when you get into the bigger dairies, the numbers obviously get a lot larger. So $366,000 retail value in just NP and K and 54 million gallons. There was 4 of these lagoons right next to each other. We just treated the one first. So then we get into the actual retail value and get into the treated value. You can kind of see what takes place there. We're digesting material, locking the gases into the material. The nutrient content is coming up, okay? This is just one more before we move on. This is in Gridley, Illinois. Very similar, 1.5 million quad barn, where you're seeing a 41 per 1,000, and then jumping up into looks like 57 on that one. It pump out. Get into the fertility rates, seeing about the same thing as we saw on the first one, about an 85% return on investment. Pretty good numbers, right? Manure has more value now than it's ever had with the prices of everything and where it's at. At that point, we really started to use Draeger meters, and we're trying to figure out what gases we were stopping at that point just with high dollar Draeger meters that we had purchased ourselves. We started to take gas readings from, you know, outside the barn, inside the barn. As you can see, these were even taken, not recommended during agitation right above the pump in the barn. So the gas levels were low enough that we could actually do that. Obviously, that's not something that you want to do on a normal basis, but the product did allow us at that point to do that. So as we're stopping gas, we're also stopping foam. Foam became more popular about that time. We knew that as the gas was going down, obviously foaming wasn't so much of an issue. So I started getting calls over here from somebody, a guy over at this table over here, that, hey, I got foam and I heard you got a product that'll help me. And so we came over and started doing some treatments over here. The integrators saw that, and we're not dumping used oil in the pit to do it. You know, it's a fertilizer going in the pit to stop the foam. So causes a lot of issues, as you all know: animal health, flash fire, ventilation headspace below the slats. That's always an issue, and issues when you're pumping too. Okay. So broke down really into the gases. We started to dive in and figure out what gases, how much, all that sort of thing. And methane is really on the radar right now. That's the one. You think carbon dioxide has always been painted as the bad greenhouse gas, right? And it's actually not. Methane's 25 times more volatile than carbon dioxide when you look at it. And it loves a pH in the manure of about 6.5 to 7.4. That's where methanogens thrive to produce methane within manure. So the negative effects of methane in the barn, we all know them. This is probably the worst one. Is extremely flammable, right? You get a LB White heater kicking on, you get a methane burst. Next thing you know, the building's on fire, blowing the curtains off of it. So obviously a volatile gas. The second one that we deal with is hydrogen sulfide. It still loves that same pH range. And the reason I'm telling you this pH is I'm going to get to something here in a second, and I'll show you why that's important. So hydrogen sulfide is what really is destroying the buildings. When you take it, mix it with water vapor, which is typically a moist environment above the slats, you get sulfuric acid. It rots the gates, rots the doors off the buildings. It's just hard on everything in the building, right? Anything that's metal, it's going to corrode. So, and it's also that pungent odor, right? So it's not really considered a greenhouse gas at this point, but what we're seeing is that there's a lot of people starting to get fined for this. Hydrogen sulfide in general, which blows my mind. In Minnesota, I'm dealing with a customer right now where they have parts per billion meters set up 60 feet from his barns, and he's getting fined on hydrogen sulfide release as a greenhouse gas. So we're working with him to get those numbers down, because he said basically if I can't get my numbers below this, I think it's 20 parts per billion, they're just going to continue to fine me. And he's been there 4 generations, you know. So they're setting these meters up and really going after the swine and dairy farmers. So, but yeah, it's odor, aggressive in the building, it tearing stuff up. And the last one's ammonia. So ammonia is unique. It causes a lot of issues, you know, as far as coughing, respiratory issues within the hog. When you get to certain parts per million, it's actually starting to affect the growth rate of the hog at the 50 to 100 parts per million, and it's unique in the fact that some buildings have it really bad and some don't, and that's always kind of blown my mind. Is to some buildings you walk through and your eyes are watering right as you go through, and I had an experience just recently and that really brought it to attention and got me thinking as to really what was going on here, and it's around pH down here. So when you get below 7 in the manure, you're in the ammonium state, meaning it's ammonium nitrogen, right? When we get to 7 to 9, we start to get low levels of off-gassing of ammonia. But when you get to 9.25 and above, it starts to go pretty rapidly into that ammonia phase. I had a customer of mine in Illinois a few months back call me, and he said, hey, he says, I got ammonia in one room really bad. And he says, I've been using your product 4 years. He says, I can't figure it out. And I said, well, what'd you do? And he says, well, I just washed the barn. I said, okay, you just washed the barn. I said, what'd you use? And he said, well, I'm using this new product, and that's about really all I can tell you. I said, well, send me a picture of the label. So he sent me a picture of the label, and it was 10% chlorine, whereas bleach, you know, is normally around 7 to 8. And I said, well, how much did you use? And he says, about 3 times more than they told me to. Typical, right? I said, okay, so what happened was I had done sampling on his pits about the week or 2 before that, and he had 64 pounds of TKN in that building. Lots of nitrogen in that building. So what happened was is he put a high pH material into the pit when he was washing it at a massive rate, and what started to happen? He started to lose that ammonium nitrogen into the ammonia form is what happened. So it's just something that kind of hit home with me as to how we use disinfectants and what we put into the pit, right? Because everything eventually is going to end up out in the field. So how we rectified it was I simply took biology, mixed it in totes, and applied that biology through the slats, and within a couple weeks, the ammonia was gone. So back to earlier when the statement was made, you know, can biology correct pH? I'm a 100% believer in that. In the soil, in liquids, doesn't matter. It can 100% change an environment, including pH, okay? So here's where we see our pH shift. So these are those 3 samples that I just showed you. And what I want you to take note of really is that for now is seeing that after treatment, the pH increases, okay? It increases on every sample that we do, all right? And I'll talk about this one here in a second. The idea behind the pH increase is the microbes that are in this material are balancing the pH, raising the pH, to where if I go back and we start to look at these here, what are we getting out of, right? We're getting out of the range of methane, we're getting out of the range of hydrogen sulfide. Now the one that I wanted to show to you here is this one over here, for one reason. This pit is the only one that I've done over in my area. It's becoming very popular that has byproduct feed in it. They take all the cookies, all the Butterfingers, all the garbage out of Chicago, and they truck it down and they put it in the feed. And I can tell you that is the worst smelling pit. These guys are laughing back here because they probably know whose pit it is. But it's volatile stuff. So it's acidic, super acidic, okay? To where when you're taking that out on the field, what do you think it's doing? The hog's eating it. It's getting the hog fat. It's creating all kinds of issues. What they're seeing is lots of fly issues. I've had pits where I'm telling you I could walk on them. It's like Butterfingers on top. It's that hard. And they're complaining that they can't get these things agitated and get them cleaned out. And I'm like, okay. So, but I wanted to show you that. So what these things are eating does play a big impact on what's actually coming out, right? But overall, what you want to see with this product is that we're still raising the pH up, okay?
Gus Plamann is from Biome Makers out of West Sacramento. He resides in Florida, near Palm Beach, you say? Gainesville, that's right. He's in Gainesville. And Gus is actually going to look at actual reports that have been taken off soils that have been managed using this kind of manure and the kind of tillage that Beau graciously referred to, which helps to manage water and air resources to the microbial world. So with that, Gus?
Do you mind adding those like pop this in there?
Yeah, sure. Whatever you want to do there. I don't know what that's doing up there. Anyway, get rid of it. You rolling?
I was.
I so.
I'm not just doing that for fun, you know. Well, I am.
Full screen, probably.
Yeah, change the font a little.
Then it should give you a slideshow somewhere.
Yeah, let me just make sure.
Oh, you want to pull on some specific
No,
ones?
no, I just wanted to make sure because some of the formatting looks a little different, but I think it's all right.
I tried.
And how's the laser? There we go.
Yeah, right side is the advance, left is reverse. Is that the pointer in the
Yeah,
middle?
yeah, thank you. All right. Thank you, Jim, for the introduction and also for putting this wonderful event together. My name is Gus Plamann. I'm an agronomist with Biomakers, and I'm here today to talk about really how our testing is designed to optimize farming practices and improve soil health. So just a quick rundown on what I'll be going over. I first want to touch on the concept of soil health, which I'm sure everyone in the room is very familiar with, but I think it helps to kind of talk a little bit about why there was a demand out there for our sort of soil health testing, and kind of really, depending on how you define soil health, really what the objectives are at the end of the day. Then I'll give an introduction to the BeCrop test, talk about what it is, how the testing works, and what sort of results we generate. So I'll go over the data that is the specific metrics and data that are provided with the BeCrop test results. And then, as Jim mentioned, go over some soil reports that he's sent in and been so gracious to let me present today. I'll be going over a single pasture report and then a comparison of two corn samples that are, due to the differences in management practices, specifically using the safe manure product, there's some interesting changes we can speculate. And then I'll be going over just some general use case studies of how other growers in the past have used our testing to inform their management practices and improve their soil health. And lastly, I hope to leave at least a few minutes for questions. We'll see. So the concept of soil health. Like I said, I think everyone in the room is pretty familiar with the concept, and if you go on Google and search soil health, there's a million definitions out there. The USDA defines soil health as the capacity of soil to function as a vital living ecosystem that sustains plants, animals, and humans. And that definition really gets down to why the term was coined in the first place. Really only living things are considered to be able to demonstrate health. So that's thinking of, the soil being alive is really where that term came from. But there's also some nuance to that. And when you look through a lot of the definitions that are out there and what some of the soil health experts are talking about, sometimes the definition boils down more in terms of the second one here, which I found, I think, in an extension article, and I'm probably going to butcher his name, but from Dr. Mahdi El-Kaisi of Iowa State University. And he describes soil health as the optimum status of the soil's biological, physical, and chemical functions. And when you really think about it, soil health, when a lot of people come to us at Biomakers asking about it, they're really sometimes looking for that silver bullet solution and asking, will getting my biology right correct everything else, and then I'll only have to focus on the biology? And in reality, we'd love for that to be the case, but in reality, soil health is much more complex than that. And as this Venn diagram illustrates, and when you think about us having health, we're of course impacted by biological factors. We can get sick from a virus or bacterial infection, but we're also affected by physical factors. Temperature can physically, hurt ourselves, and chemical factors. A lot of the, medications we take are technically chemicals. We season our food technically with chemicals. So these all factor into health. And at the end of the day, I like to remind people that it's a back and forth equation. The biology can drive and improve the availability of nutrients, the chemical fertility can improve soil structure, but these factors can also in turn impact the biology and vice versa. So it's soil health, I really like to think of it as maximizing these factors to support an ecosystem in the soil that will support plants, but we can't lose sight of the physical and chemical side of the equation in the soil. With that being said, historically, soil testing is focused primarily only on physical and chemical properties, and understanding and managing biology really is the next frontier in the advancement of agriculture. It looks like for some reason the formatting got cut off, but it should have agriculture up there. And that's really the last 50, 60, 70 years, that's really what we focused on testing. And it's not to say that testing hasn't been meaningful in a lot of ways, but testing biology, the demand for that is really what Biomakers was born out of. And if you look at the agriculture biological product market, it's shot up the last 10 years, and it's projected to continue growing almost to triple its current value in 2029. So it's not going anywhere anytime soon. And of course, we've from some of the speakers today, we've seen there's a lot of promise and a lot of effective biologicals out there, but there's also the question of really answering when, where, how do we use them, and what biological products do we need. And to go a little bit deeper into the concept of soil health and just some facts that really took me a while to wrap my mind around. And 1 teaspoon of soil can contain billions of microorganisms, and more of these soil microbes perform beneficial functions to crops than are pathogenic. And that's really something that I think that for a long time we went out and applied fungicides and really just wanted to try to minimize, almost treat the soil like a hydroponic system and try to keep it sterile. But in reality, we're learning, as we've already gone over in a few presentations today, that there are a lot of microbes out there that can work for us. And testing, using biomakers testing and other forms of soil testing that look at from a soil health lens, can assess areas of potential improvement. So you can look at those biological bottlenecks to yield and take that guesswork out of farm input and management decisions, identify those areas of improvement, and then find solutions that can address those rather than guessing, throwing things against the wall and seeing what sticks. And we already know that improving soil health can enhance yield and input efficiency. We can maximize biological functions like nutrient cycling and biocontrol. The question really is how. And regardless of how we define soil health, I think the ultimate objective with it is always the same: to try to work with nature, not work against it. Essentially leverage it in a way that we better understand how it can help us instead of trying to suppress it and kill it off. And in doing so, when we think about input decisions, management practices, there's of course controllable and uncontrollable factors. You can't control the rain, you can't control a lot of the weather unless you're in a greenhouse, but there is a lot that we can control out there in the field. And of course we want to try to maximize those factors, even the ones that we don't really think of as much as impacting soil health. We want to figure out how they can positively impact soil health and improve the biology, get it moving in the direction that'll support yield long term. So now just a quick introduction to the BeCrop test and what the process looks like. I know several people in the room have already pulled BeCrop tests and looked over the results, but this is just a quick rundown on how the testing works. The samples that are sent into our labs at Biomakers or our partnership labs are analyzed using genomic technology to essentially measure the DNA in the soil, use that to identify the bacteria and fungal species that are there and quantify them. Then once we know who's there and in what numbers, then we run that data through a database of microbial function, and that's a full genomic database that tells us, based on the species, what they perform based on what genes that we know that they have. And that's how we get the functions that are the vast majority of our report. The nutrient pathways, we can identify pathogenic species, identify biocontrol agents, phytohormone producers, and many more. And then we provide an overview report with this information on microbial functionality. We also offer online data analysis tools for anyone who's pulled a BeCrop sample to dive a little bit deeper into the data and do some comparisons. And as I go through some of the reports that Jim provided, I'll show some of those tools that we have. We also provide consultation with our agronomy team, which includes myself, because we don't expect everyone to go out and put on their microbiologist hat. This is very, very complex data, and we're really just scratching the surface of soil health, so we don't expect everyone to become an expert overnight, and we're very happy to consult on results and try to translate the data into practical recommendations. So now the specific data that's actually provided on the BeCrop report. We break it down into 3 main categories: soil quality, plant health, and then nutrient cycling. And the soil quality category is really designed to look at the whole population from a high level perspective. We provide a metric on biodiversity, which is the total number of different species of microbes in the soil, along with the relative abundance. So a sample that's dominated by 1 or 2 species is going to score lower on the biodiversity scale than one that has a more dispersed population of different species. We give an overall functionality rating, And that's so biodiversity doesn't take into account what those species are doing, but the functionality rating takes that a step further and gives us an index of how many of those species actually perform functions that are known to be beneficial to plant growth and yield. We provide a fungi to bacteria ratio, which we'll talk a little bit more about when we get into the results, and a mycorrhizal ratio, a ratio between the ecto and the endomycorrhizae that were detected in the soil, and we'll report if neither of those were detected. On the plant health side, this is where we look at pathogens and biocontrol. This is where we give a risk level for any soil-borne pathogens that we detected based on their relative abundance, and then also based on the natural biocontrol agents present. So we look at 4 types of biocontrol agents: fungicidal, bactericidal, nematicidal, and insecticidal, to give you an idea of those species that can naturally help suppress disease and nematodes and insects that have life cycles in the soil. We also look at phytohormone producing species in this section. So those species we've touched on a little bit in Dr. White's presentation, but the species that can produce compounds or phytohormones like auxin, cytokinin, gibberellin, salicylic acid. And we look at stress adaptation metabolites. Now this includes numerous compounds that microbes can produce that help plants deal with stress, deal with drought, salt stress, pathogen response. And that's often something that we don't really consider when we're thinking about how well is a crop going to deal with drought. But there are microbes that can certainly enhance their ability to deal with stressful circumstances by producing some of these compounds. And then on the nutrient cycling side, we look at N, P, and K pathways. When we say pathway, really what we mean is any function microbes perform that's involved in cycling the nutrient, making it plant available, consuming it themselves, or helping retain it in the soil. We look at carbon pathways, so pathways that are involved in improving soil organic carbon levels, sequestering carbon in the soil, as well as pathways that release carbon from the soil, like methanogenesis. Or rather fermentation and aerobic respiration. And then we look at organic matter breakdown or organic matter release, the microbes that perform functions that help break down crop residue, any other organic inputs, and convert that into plant available nutrients. And we look at several micronutrient pathways as well, the microbes that are involved in helping ensure that micronutrients are in the forms that are plant available rather than locked up in the soil profile. And then we also offer some additional chemical fertility tests through our partnership labs, including Regen Ag Lab, Waters, Waypoint. And we can offer the Haney Soil Health Test through Regen, the Malic 1 or 3, and Total Soil Digestion through Waters and Waypoint. So, and just so you know, the plant health and nutrient cycling categories, they break down into some of those individual pathways, individual types of phytohormones, those individual N, P, and K pathways. And when we get into the data, we'll dig through the individual metrics that we have for those. Sure, question in the back.
Soil quality one. Does that take the place of the phospholipid fatty acid test?
That's a great question. The question was, does the soil quality categories here take the place of the PLFA test? These do resemble a lot of the metrics that are on the PLFA test, the fungi to bacteria ratio, but we're looking at it through a completely different lens. So PLFA, of course, phospholipid fatty acids, looking at it from an enzyme perspective, we're measuring the DNA. And it's apples to oranges to compare them because we're measuring them in entirely different ways. But it is designed to essentially look at it from the same angle, comparing the amount of fungal and bacterial DNA we're able to pick up in contrast to PLFA based on what enzymes they're able to get out of the soil. So it's very similar, but it's measuring them in entirely different ways. So the next question is really, how is this data interpreted? How do we put it in a form that can be understood, and you can really, rather than just throwing a bunch of numbers out there on bacterial and fungal populations, how do we put it in a format that can be put into context? And we do that by comparing or rating each sample based on how it compares to our larger Biomakers sample database, which is over 35,000 soil samples. For crops like corn, soybeans, wheat, potatoes, we have enough samples on popular commonly sampled crops that we actually have a crop-specific database. So of course, your legumes, your soybeans are going to have your nitrogen fixers and root nodules, and the differences in root physiology can of course cause differences in what microbes are selected for. So that crop-specific analysis is able to take some noise out of the data essentially. And the way that we do this comparison to our database is on the reports, it's on a 5-point scale ranging from very low in the bright yellow to very high in the bright blue, in the dark blue. And this 5-point scale reflects a 0 to 100, what we call BeCrop score. This index really, would indicate where your sample stands according to our database. The 0 to 100 score is made up by all the samples we have either in that specific crop, or if it's a less commonly sampled crop, then all the samples within our database. So this is designed to be easy to interpret on a report by report basis, but those data analysis tools we have online let you dive deeper and look at this with higher resolution down to the 0 to 100 scale. So now we're going to go over the pasture sample that Jim sent in, which was from Riverview Farms. And I'll just give a quick rundown of the full report, going from top to bottom, page by page. And then we'll get into the corn samples that Jim sent in and do an interesting comparison based on some differences in management practices. So here's the first page of the report. I hope everyone's able to see some of this text. But at the top of the report, we of course just have some identifying information on the crop type. You can put in variety, the sampling date, soil type, and we have a line at the top of every report that describes how many different species were detected. In this case, that number is pretty small, but it's 554 total different species of bacteria and fungi were identified. And then we have a total load of bacteria and fungi. They're basically based on the amount of DNA we're able to extract, and then the data is processed in a way to reflect total biomass. So that's total bacterial and fungal load, not differentiating by whether or not they're beneficial bacteria or fungi or pathogens. And then we have those ratios I mentioned. We look at the ratio between our endomycorrhizae. We call them arbuscular, but it's essentially just different terminology for your endos compared to your ectomycorrhizae to look at the balance between those two types of species. And then we look at the fungi to bacteria ratio, again, similar to the PLFA, but looking at it through a different lens. And just in a similar way to the PLFA, this is a ratio that ideally should be pushed more towards a balanced ratio. But one thing I like to caution people on is that 1-to-1 in many cropping systems is very idealistic, especially in your annual row crops. And of course, a perennial system, vineyards or fruit orchards, we do see more balanced ratios, even slipping to the fungally dominant side. But in many systems, 1 to 150 could look pretty good by, in context of a row crop system. We've seen upwards of 1 to 50,000, 1 to 70,000. So it ranges a lot, and that's one reason we don't assign a rating. But the overall objective in many cases is to try to instill management practices that will shift that towards closer to a balanced ratio, even if it's not an idealistic 1-to-1. Then here we have a summary of those three main categories I mentioned: soil quality, plant health, and nutrition, our nutrient pathways. And this just gives a summary of some of the main categories in plant health and nutrition, which again break down further. Down here we have that soil quality value. In this case, we see biodiversity medium, which is getting to the range that we like to see, medium to high. We've talked already a little bit in past presentations today about how higher biodiversity is generally considered better because you have a wider range of microbes there that can perform functions. If some are lost, there might be others performing those beneficial functions. But of course, this scale doesn't take into account those functions. The functionality scale here is what takes that into account, and that rates here are very low. And then we have resistance, which is a measurement of the microbes that are effective at resisting stress, disturbance, things like tillage, drought, both abiotic and biotic stressors. And of course, we want a microbiome that's fairly good at dealing with stress in most cases. So that being high is generally a good thing. But we do see some interesting relationships between that resistance level and your tillage, fungicides, things like that. And then soil quality value here, this actually is not a composite of these three. That's what's typically assumed looking at the report, and I understand why. But soil quality value here is a standalone indicator based on the community synergy, or I like to say the community cooperation between the microbes, meaning how effectively are they working as a community, complementing each other, performing functions that are helping work more like an actual ecosystem in the soil. And if it's in the medium getting to the higher range, that's a good thing. That means that they are complementing each other, occupying niches that balance each other out. But if it gets into the low or very low range, that means that we have microbes that are niche partitioning, competing, kind of off doing their own thing, and generally not functioning as much like a full-on ecosystem in the soil. The second page is where we start to get into that plant health category, and this is where we identify pathogens. So up here, we give a risk level of any pathogens that we're able to detect, and that risk level is based on the abundance of the pathogen, which we can look into in the data analysis tools. It's also based on the level of biocontrol there, so the ability of these biocontrol agents to suppress those pathogens. And in this case, we see those are pretty high. Biocontrol agents down here. Again, we're not measuring any fungicides, any chemicals, or even any enzymes in the soil. We're strictly measuring the levels of the microbes that are known to be beneficial biocontrol agents. Again, fungicide, insecticide, bactericide, and nematicide. Bactericide was not detected, and it's not uncommon to see some of these go undetected. Of course, this is going to play a role in alleviating dependence, especially in areas that have high nematode infestation levels, alleviating dependence on nematicides, alleviating dependence on fungicides in areas where fungal pathogens are a big issue. So this is where we can get down into informing and assessing risk level on reducing our fungicide applications or seed treatments, because of course many fungicides are not very selective and will hurt those good guys in the soil potentially as well. Page 3 continues on the plant health section, and this is where we look at the phytohormone producers and the stress adaptation metabolite producers. The top we have our 3 phytohormones that are involved closely in growth and development: auxin, cytokinin, and gibberellin. And of course, the microbes producing, we know of course that plants produce these phytohormones and they're essential to their growth and development. But we don't often think much about how the microbes are also producing these phytohormones and are assisting in root growth, helping ensure healthy plant growth that ultimately can translate into yield and helping the plants obtain nutrients. The stress adaptation section includes different types of compounds. Some of these are phytohormones: ACC-deaminase, salicylic acid, and abscisic acid are stress response hormones involved in helping plants deal with pathogen, helping them prime their natural defenses, deal with things like drought, salt stress. And I should mention, as we're going over this, these phytohormones up here, medium range is pretty solid. That's getting in the range we like to see. These will also shift throughout the season. So if you pull a sample of a fallow field, you might not have a plant releasing of course there's no plant there, so there's no root exudates being released. And sometimes we see as plants are in the active growing phases, what I suspect and would love to verify in a project is that the plants are putting out root exudates, basically signaling for microbes to produce these phytohormones. So sometimes, depending on what stage we are in the growth season, we can see some interesting patterns at play here in the back and forth communication and relationship between the plants and the soil microbes. Going back to the stress adaptation metabolites, we have some numbers here that are up and down. Exopolysaccharide production, that's a compound that's involved in biofilm formation. It's essentially like a glue that holds the soil together, can improve soil structure, help with nutrient retention, plants' resistance to drought. So that's why we lump that in as a stress adaptation metabolite. And that being high is of course something that we definitely want to see, and is positive in terms of helping a plant deal with those stressful circumstances. Heavy metal solubilization and salt tolerance are categories that include a few different compounds, and as their name implies, they are involved with helping release heavy metals from the soil, reduce the chances of their buildup and potential to cause phytotoxicity. And salt tolerance involves compounds that help plants deal with salt stress. Siderophores on the bottom are a compound released by microbes under iron-limiting conditions. So in areas where iron is a major concern and deficiency regularly occurs, microbes that are producers of these siderophores can help ultimately make them more plant available. So this, to me, this is really interesting because sometimes we see some patterns and trends with these stress adapters and phytohormones where we're kind of wondering, why do we see an area that was just a lot less affected by a pathogen, a lot less affected by drought? And we often just, agronomically think about fertility, but in a lot of cases, the microbes are doing other things there in the soil that are causing this difference in a plant's ability to respond to pathogens, deal with drought. And if we can maximize these phytohormone and stress adaptation metabolite producers in the soil, we can potentially have more resilient plants over time without having to put as much investment into inputs. A question in the back?
Yeah, Gus, let me interrupt you for just a minute, because if I'm looking at this correctly back here, it's a little hard to tell. You're saying that that last organism on the bottom was capable of really bringing out some iron? That's its forte?
With siderophore production?
Yeah.
Yeah, so that includes microbes. Yeah, siderophores.
Okay. So my question is, now you go over to the nutrient side and you go, it looks like that the iron was low. So do I apply it? Do I need to anticipate an application, or do I rely on the microbes you're already telling me are pretty good at that job?
Yeah, so siderophores aren't the only thing that goes into microbes releasing iron. And this last page, this actually isn't measuring. This isn't a chemical fertility analysis. This is the biological pathways for the nutrients. So that's not saying iron itself is low.
Okay.
But siderophore is something that they're compounds that microbes tend to release when iron is limiting, when it's just in very low levels. But there's also other processes that go on in which microbes can help facilitate iron to be uptaken by plants. And that's what we're looking at down here, are some of the other processes that go on.
So, Gus, excuse me. If you have this low level of siderophores, then would it be a safe assumption that probably the use of glyphosate is somewhat limiting, since that's one of the first metals that glyphosate would be chelating? The soil would be responding with an increased density of this particular organism in order to supply that needed iron.
That certainly could be possible.
Okay.
That's the interesting thing in looking at this, is it's not a static system, and what we're doing to the soil, what the plant's doing with its root exudates, it's all a back and forth relationship. So that's a very good point.
Well, if I understand the pathway thing correctly, please correct me, when you see a pathway that's being exercised a great deal, that means this plant is making a demand.
That the plant's demand through its signaling molecules in the root exudate is definitely a factor. It's not depending. The microbes might just not be there in high enough levels. The plant might put out the signal, and it's just there's not a lot. The soil just isn't responding to it because the microbes that it's signaling for aren't able to perform that function.
Okay, so like salicylic acid, which is kind of pain reliever, right?
Yep.
If you don't see that pathway high, very high, to the right on that scale, that would tend to tell you that these plants have not been stressful. They've not been making requests for aspirin and Anacin or pain relievers.
Yeah,
Is that a fair assumption?
Yeah, that's a great point to bring up. So salicylic acid is actually the precursor to aspirin. In the same way that we use aspirin to deal with pain, plants also use it essentially to deal with pain, to deal with stress. And if they are under a lot of stress, they may release those root exudates that call for microbes to produce that salicylic acid to supply them. But again, there might just not be a high level of those microbes that can produce salicylic in the soil. But we do like to look at salicylic as a potential indirect indicator of stress. So that's a very good point, Jim. So it's interesting that any plant that's out there that isn't in a perfect greenhouse environment is going to be under some degree of stress, especially throughout the season. So it is good to have those salicylic acid producers there, especially if it is particularly dry season, or there's a particularly bad source of stress for the plant. But Jim's exactly right. That can be an indirect indicator of stress if the plant is is calling for those salicylic acid producers, and we see them very high. When going over reports, I'll often ask a client, do you like, if salicylic is very high, I asked, is there a lot of stress going on? Are there issues with drought? And very often there are issues that seem to be leading to a spike in those salicylic acid producers.
Could you talk about the abscisic acid one, the one that's high? What does that portend? Is that what's telling us?
Yeah, so abscisic acid is in some ways a growth regulating hormone, and also involved in plants activating their immune response, their resistance. I would caution you to think that these are all driven entirely by the plant root exudates, because again, what background microbiome is there might also influence whether these things spike or not. But there is that back and forth between the plant, and abscisic acid being high could be an indication that the plant is looking for a growth regulator hormone to deal with whatever circumstances it's in, whether it's in active growing stage or getting closer to the fruiting, flowering stage. So moving on to page 4, the nutrient pathways. This is where we look at those nutrient cycling functions. So we really don't just look at one for our macronutrients. We look at several different nutrient cycling pathways. And I know this text is probably a little difficult to read in the back. So when we get into the next few samples, it'll be a little easier to see some of these. But we lump carbon in with the big 3, NP and K, due to its relevance to soil health, of course. And across all of these macronutrients, we essentially break them down into 3 main types of categories. In this first column, we have categories of supply or gain. So in the case of carbon, that's carbon fixation. That's microbes that we know are effective at taking carbon from those root exudates, using it in their metabolism and sequestering it in the soil, potentially increasing soil organic carbon levels. We look at, in terms of NP and K, nitrogen, we look at inorganic nitrogen release, so the microbes that are involved in taking that nitrogen from the organic form that's less plant available and converting it to your ammonia and eventually nitrate. And then we in P and K, we're looking at solubilization, because these compounds can be locked up in mineral form, and microbes are needed to release them into the plant available form, which they do so basically by excreting a small amount of organic acid that dissolves that P or K out of the mineral form and can potentially make it plant available. Then in this middle column, we look at pathways of loss or nutrient competition. So in terms of carbon, we're interested in looking at its loss in gaseous forms through aerobic respiration, which is kind of a necessary evil. Even though it's a loss of carbon as CO2, a lot of our beneficial microbes are aerobic. So it's not really good or bad. Really high aerobic respiration levels would indicate you have a lot of aerobic organisms, which is a good thing. They also are releasing some CO2, but the other 2, fermentation and methanogenesis below it, those are the 2 that we really want to minimize for obvious reasons. Talking a bit about in Beau's last presentation about methanogenesis, given that it's a more potent greenhouse gas, and really these tend to occur oftentimes in very waterlogged anoxic soils. And then in terms of NP and K, we look at nutrient competition, so the microbes that are consuming these nutrients to use in their own growth and metabolism. And at first thought, that seems like it's always going to be a negative factor, because we don't want the microbes consuming nutrients, inorganic nutrients that can be, can support our plant growth. But in a way, it can also be a good thing, especially at certain points in the season, because as microbes, consume these nutrients, especially after harvest or before planting, these nutrients, especially nitrogen, can leach out of the soil profile very easily, with rain events. So if microbes are consuming that nitrogen, that ammonia and nitrate, when the plant doesn't need it, they're using it to grow and develop biomass. And then, microbial populations turn over fairly quick, and when they die or they're consumed by a protozoa or another organism, that nitrogen is then recycled into the soil profile. Yeah, and that's the other thing. As we went over, rhizophagy with Dr. White, there is potential that as microbes consume these nutrients, that then they're consumed by the plant and absorb, and those nutrients are gleaned off when they enter the plant root. So These consumption, with something this complex, it's really hard to lump some of these into just write them off as good or bad. Competition can be good or bad depending on sort of the scenario, the cropping system, and the point of time in the season. But people often ask, how do I reduce nutrient competition? And I often say, I would focus more on getting those suppliers, getting microbes to kind of bounce out that so that you have a more active nutrient cycle in the soil profile. And then in this last column, we have indirect benefits, some functions that are involved in other aspects of the nutrient cycles. For carbon, that's organic matter release, which is your crop residue breakdown, your decomposers that are able to release those organic materials as plant-available nutrients. We have the nitrogen cycle in nitrogen. This is a tremendous simplification of all the other processes that go on in the nitrogen cycle: denitrification, volatilization, nitrification, conversion from ammonia to nitrite to nitrate. And generally, we want to optimize that function so that microbes are helping retain nitrogen in the soil. For phosphorus, we look at organic phosphorus assimilation, because a good chunk of phosphorus, upwards of 30 to 50% even in some fields, can be locked up in the organic form as opposed to the mineral form, and that's where these microbes can help ultimately make that organic phosphorus pool more available to the plant. So, in many fields that have been receiving our, chemical inorganic fertilizers year over year, we're essentially, spoon feeding the plant and telling it, it doesn't need to release those root exudates to call on these NP and K cyclers. And that's, what we get at looking at these reports is that oftentimes in fields that have been under conventional management, and of course there's always exceptions to the rule, but spoon feeding and dumping a lot of our conventional fertilizers out there can essentially limit the populations of these microbes, because the plants are just used to getting that nutrient year over year in the readily available inorganic form. And over time, we have less of these microbes that help cycle those nutrients and perform the natural functions to make them available to the plant.
Gus? I'd like to comment here, because this is a long-standing client of mine, over 40 years. And they have, of late, begun using a typical P&K top dress program on their hay fields, which in this case we call pasture, okay? Mm-hmm. But the point is, we've run a cation total extraction on these soils, and there's over 40,000 pounds of potash in 7 inches of their soil. And I say potash, that's K2O, okay? Phosphorus, there was over 2,000 pounds of pure P, phosphorus, present in those soils. And these analyses, unfortunately, were never available to us in the past, so that we couldn't watch what's happened to this P and K pathway. But I can almost guarantee you that the yields have not gone up, but the family's been talked into spending some money. And so they're putting P and K out on these hay fields that historically never need them to produce 7 and 8 ton alfalfa yields, year in, year out, relatively immune to long periods without rainfall, producing normal yields. So in a way, for me, this was very discouraging, but this is what happens oftentimes for no good reason. You understand what I'm trying to say? It's that jailhouse door that we're trying to open up. The economics of P and K today are helping us to make a decision that we need an alternative source. Guess what? Most of you probably have it already on your farm. You're just not accessing it. Go ahead.
Yeah, and thank you, Jim. That gets at really what the power is of combining the BeCrop with your conventional soil testing. Because when you have the biological data and the chemical fertility, you can start to identify what those bottlenecks to yield are. Maybe there are certain nutrients that you need to put out more of. Maybe there's tons out there, and you really just need to unlock these biological pathways, which are the bottlenecks to yield in many conventional, historically conventionally managed fields out there. Lastly, in the nutrient section, we look at 8 different micronutrient pathways. And these, what we've tried to do, our science team, is boil this down to one pathway for simplicity. But every nutrient cycle is different, the different forms the nutrient is cycled in. So these all go by slightly different names, depending on which aspects of that cycle the microbes are involved in helping to ensure plant availability of those nutrients. But similarly to these supply pathways, these are essentially simplified versions of these overall metrics and designed to show positive, higher results here would indicate that there's more biology there that can help make these micronutrients plant available and maintain their availability in the soil profile. So now I'm going to get into a comparison of two corn samples that Jim sent in. And one of these fields has received manure was treated with, I don't know if manure 1 is actually the same exact product, but yeah, essentially the manure 1 product. The other one, and for the past 3 years, since 2019, the other field has not received any manure applications. And there are some slight differences historically in the land management and use of these fields, but overall they're fairly similar, and we get some interesting results here based on that one difference, the manure treatment. So here's just the summary section of the report, a little bit bigger and easier to see. But looking at the colors here on the summary, there's a lot of similarity. The soil quality section, pretty similar. Soil quality low, biodiversity high, functionality medium, resistance very low here, low in the spars field, the treated sample on the right. On the untreated field, we did see both arbuscular endo and ectomycorrhizae, and Jim pointed out that this field had been left fallow at some point back 10, 15 years, and speculated that perhaps there was some population of those endos that managed to persist in the soil, but on the treated field, we only saw those ectomycorrhizal species. That fungi to bacteria ratio, 1 to 183 versus 1 to 180, is a little bit more balanced on the treated side. And going down here, we do see some differences in some of the nutrient pathways that we'll get into in a bit more detail using those data analysis tools that I have some outputs of on the following slides. So this is what we call our heat map tool. And this shows the same sort of color-coded category, but this just makes it a lot easier to compare reports side by side, especially if you have like 5, 10, 20 reports. Much easier to look at them here than shuffle between a bunch of PDFs. And on the soil quality side, again, a lot of similarity, just that slight difference in resistance. Soil-borne disease risk, these fields are pretty close together, right? And overall, most of the disease risk, the diseases that we saw were relatively similar. We'll get into, now this is looking at risk, so this does take into account biocontrol agents, but we'll look at some interesting changes in the actual levels of some of these pathogenic species. The biocontrol agents was one area we saw some difference. The manure-treated field did have higher levels of insecticide and nematicide agents, as indicated here by that darker blue. And then on the phytohormones and stress adaptation side, this is where we probably saw the most variability overall in a category. The untreated field being in the medium range across many of these phytohormones and other metabolites, but exopolysaccharide and auxin higher in the treated, while gibberellin and cytokinin were lower, and then lower heavy metal solubilization and siderophores, similar levels of abscisic acid producing microbes. The nutrient pathways, this is where we saw some interesting change in the phosphorus and potassium pathways, which were improved in the field that did receive that treated manure compared to the other sample. Looking a little bit higher resolution at these biocontrol agents, this is looking at that 0 to 100 index, and we saw out of 100 a plus 27 score increase in the treated sample compared to the untreated. So that's a pretty substantial increase. When you look at that as essentially a percentage, that's 27% is pretty dramatic, and a 21% difference in the insecticide agent levels. Now we can't, because there were some differences historically in the management of these fields and they aren't right next to each other, we can't say it was definitively the manure that drove these changes, but that was one of the major differences. Other than that, these had both been been treated or tilled using the curse buster for the last 3 years or so and had been under very similar management. So that was one of the major differences, was the manure application, and may have had an influence on these insecticidal and nematicidal species. Looking at these phytohormones, the one that really stood out on the stress adaptation metabolite side was these exopolysaccharides, which, as I mentioned, are involved in biofilm formation, essentially a glue that helps hold the soil together, helps with nutrient retention, helps with moisture retention, and that was an 18 score increase in the treated sample compared to the untreated. I pulled some scientific papers here that talk a little bit about exopolysaccharides that were able to demonstrate that exopolysaccharides produced by plant growth promoting bacteria increase the plant growth and drought tolerance, and can enhance soil aggregation and improve the retention of moisture and nutrient retention in the soil. So that's certainly a very, very important function, and it's also just very interesting to kind of look at, being a manure, that's something that can potentially help with biofilm formation. So it may have selected for populations of microbes that are your exopolysaccharide producers. Improved root growth or other indirect responses of the manures may also have led to an increase in the levels of these exopolysaccharide producing microbes. Looking at the nutrient pathways, as I mentioned, P and K is where we really saw a difference. The overall P and K pathways went up, and looking at the supply pathways, inorganic phosphorus solubilization and potassium solubilization both went up 9 points. These solubilization is for many microbes do solubilize both P and K. They don't all solubilize P and K if they do one or the other. But we saw similar numbers there in terms of an improvement in those solubilizer populations. And then we also saw a drop between the untreated and the treated in inorganic phosphorus consumption. And again, as I was saying, consumption isn't always a bad thing, as those microbes that are consuming these nutrients might go through the rhizophagy cycle. They might help reduce leaching. But I just thought it was interesting to see a 13-point decrease there. And if you are at the point in the season where plants are in demand of P and K, it may be beneficial to have lower levels of these phosphorus consumers in the soil so that there's more there available potentially to the plant. We can also look at levels of specific species or a genus in the soil. This is another tool in our online portal where you can look at this is 2 pathogen species populations. So we have Septoria bacteria, and their population was much higher at a relative abundance of 1.22% up here in the untreated versus 0.12% in the SPARS untreated sample. Fusarium oxysporum was much more prevalent in terms of its relative abundance in the untreated versus the treated. So again, we can look at pathogen levels, and this can definitely inform regimens as far as fungicides and other treatment methods to assess risk level. Of course, these are going to be impacted by factors like weather and moisture levels too, but it can give us some information on what's out there, what we might have to treat, or what we might be able to avoid spending money on treating if it's not there at very high levels. We can also look at our beneficial microbe populations the same way. Here on the top we have the relative abundance of a nematicidal fungi called Purpureocilium lalacinum. This is actually a nematophagous fungi, so it actually feeds on nematodes, and that was definitely one of the species that drove up that nematicide agent level we looked at, with a relative abundance of 0.68% of the total microbiome in the treated sample versus 0.19% in the untreated. The Pseudomonas, a heavily studied genus of plant growth promoting bacteria, was also higher at 0.37% versus 0.13% in the untreated. And of course, Pseudomonas includes many different species, some of which are known to perform certain functions, some that are phytohormone producers, some that are nutrient solubilizers, but we could hone in and look at the individual species of Pseudomonas and compare their relative abundance as well. So now I just want to go over just a couple case studies that show, just using some general anonymized data, how clients have used this data in the past to inform their management practices. In this particular case study, Tissue tests indicate potassium deficiency across about half of the growers' blocks, despite high potassium levels in their soil fertility tests. And I think that this is an instance that we see fairly often with agronomists coming to us to identify what is leading to these deficiencies when they seem to have sufficient levels of a nutrient in their soil fertility tests. They also suspect issues in phosphorus due to lack of yield response to phosphorus applications. And again, this is across about half of the growers' blocks. So they go ahead and pull samples from each of their blocks, 10 blocks, and here we have that heat map tool comparing the levels of these biological pathways. And sure enough, across about half of their blocks, 6 out of 10 to be exact, a little bit more than half, we saw much lower functioning phosphorus and potassium pathways as indicated by the yellow versus the blue throughout their other blocks. So we've identified the problem. That's great, but then of course the next question we get with biomakers is, well, what do we do? And we can look further again at the specific microbial species driving these changes and see what populations might be deficient when we compare these blocks that are have very effective phosphorus and potassium cycling versus lower levels of those phosphorus and potassium cyclers. And that's where we can drill in and look at some of these species of plant growth promoting bacteria that we know are heavily studied, are marketed a lot as biofertilizers and biostimulants, biologicals. And here we have blocks 1 through 6 on the top in the blue with this bar, and each of these little triangles is a sample. And then we have blocks 7 through 10 down here in the purple. And Bacillus and Pseudomonas, 2 genera that are heavily studied and known to include a lot of bacterial species that solubilize P and K. Sure enough, in blocks 1 through 6, where we saw the lower functioning, their populations were lower in comparison to blocks 7 through 10 that had higher functioning. That's not to say there weren't many other bacteria and fungal species that drive this change. Your mycorrhizae have been shown to play an important role in phosphorus release and uptake to the plant. But this is just one area that the grower might be able to go out and find an inoculant, a product, or an institute of management practice that can help support these populations of phosphorus and potassium solubilizers. So that's ultimately the conclusion or the solution that they might come to. In this next case study, this is shifting and focusing on diseases. In this case, a grower has dealt with sporadic fusarium and verticillium diseases over the years. They typically put out a preventative fungicide across all their blocks, but due to high fungicide prices and wanting to reduce the potential harm to beneficial fungi, they hope to reduce fungicide applications, and their goal is to determine which fields would be lowest risk. So again, they go out, they sample each of their fields, and they're sampling 3 blocks, A, B, and C. We're looking at those levels of these pathogens, and fusarium, fairly broad, spread out levels across A and B, but fairly high levels in some of these samples taken on these blocks. Block C, much lower overall on average in terms of fusarium. And in terms of verticillium, same story. Higher levels in blocks A and B. Block C, it only showed up in 1 sample. They actually pulled 3 samples from each block, and there's only 1 point here. So in 2 of those samples, there weren't even any verticillium detected. So this tells us lower fungal pathogen levels in block C. And while the pathogen levels are important to how much damage you're going to see to a crop, there's also the natural biocontrol agents that can limit these diseases. So looking at that, blocks A and C have relatively high levels of these fungicidal microbes in the soil, but block B, which had high levels of the pathogens, is low. So what the client might take into consideration and conclude looking at these results, they may decide to not apply preventative fungicide in block C because it showed both low disease pressure and high levels of fungicidal microbes. Reduce the rate in block A because it had lower disease pressure, but also high biocontrol fungicidal microbes to help mitigate the impacts of those diseases. And then they might decide to go full rate in block B since it's technically the highest risk with high disease pressure and low biocontrol to help naturally deal with the pathogen. So in this last case study, a grower is in the process of reducing tillage and integrating cover crops in hopes of improving soil health. They want to assess the impacts of their tillage practice transition by comparing a 5-year minimal till, vertical till, whatever you want to call it, to conventionally tilled disked blocks to really see if their management practice changes are having any positive impacts. So first insight, we look at comparing that heat map tool again, and this time we're looking at those carbon pathways. We see a lot more blue in the minimal till or vertical till side. Carbon fixation much higher. On the disc tillage field, we see a lot more yellow. And this is ultimately, a lot of those, the mycorrhizal, one reason that we focus on mycorrhizal fungi is that they are effective carbon fixers. So that might be one factor driving this trend, which we'll go into look at a little bit deeper in a minute. And then they pulled BeCrop Plus tests. So they also got some information on organic matter percent and CEC. And sure enough, they see that those levels are lower in the disc tillage field than the min till. So definitely some positive impacts here on the carbon pathways and organic matter and CEC. Then looking at the microbiome, this is where we can look at essentially the full microbiome from each sample. So this is a tool in our portal that we call the Microbiome Explorer tool. This is designed to basically resemble a petri dish, and each of these circles represents one of the species that was detected in that sample. And when you're on the tool online, you can run your cursor over each of these circles and see the species that each of these smaller circles represents and their relative abundance. And the size of these circles is relative to their relative abundance, and the color indicates what type of species they are, whether they're fungal, bacteria, or archaea. And then up here we have the full microbiome highlighted, so all the species, and down here it's only those mycorrhizal fungi. And sure enough, in the min-till block, we see some mycorrhizal fungi show up at fairly high population levels. In the disked block, we see none of them. So that's an example of how we've had growers in the past use this testing to show how their practice changes, how their soil health has responded to their changes in practice, and they can track these changes over time to further inform and improve their management practices. If things aren't improving, we can discuss what might be going wrong and how we can tweak the management, save a lot of money in the long run, pivoting and producing some positive effects. Or if things are going positively and we do see changes that we want to see, like in this case study, then it gives them some reassurance that what they're doing, what they're investing their money in, is actually helping and producing tangible results in the soil that should translate ideally into yield results. So that concludes my presentation, and I don't know if we have time for a couple questions, but if there's really one way I like to frame what Biomakers was founded to do. It's to equip growers with the tools to work with nature and not against it, because for such a long time we've really viewed nature as something that we need to suppress in terms of pathogens and work around. But as more and more information is coming to light through experts like Dr. White and others who are illuminating how we can really understand the microbiome in ways that we can integrate changes that help it work with us and support yield, rather than having to go out and try to essentially mitigate the impacts of nature and try to just put out fertilizer that's there for the plants and pretend like nature isn't there. So thank you.
Great. I would ask that, because we're a little running behind on time, we'll reserve our questions for Gus when we get him on the panel up here, okay? If you don't lose your question, okay? I know you've probably got them. I've got a few more myself. Let's go break, everybody, and we'll reconvene here in about 10. Recounting some biblical history on how the planet was created, how it was supposed to work, and how that 1,700 years after it was absolutely perfect, God delivered the curse. Perhaps you'll all recall Genesis 8:21. Well, what I want to do is introduce you to my forerunner here in a minute, who actually defined that curse. That gentleman was in Germany in the 1930s and 40s. His wife has revised his work and published it several times, and I'll show you the title here in a minute and where you can buy that short book. I was led to identify the curse a different way. I didn't use a microscope. I used a very simple Agronomy 101 technique called mechanical assay. And all it does is use water to determine how much sand, silt, and clay is in your soil. And on the basis of those percentages, you can classify the soil. Not news to any of you, is it really? That's how we call it a silt loam, a clay loam, a sandy loam, a silty, whatever, right? Silty sand, based on the percentages of the various aggregate densities. Well, what I did after an experience, which you can all read about on my website, it's a story about how we eliminated standing water that had been sitting static on the surface of an alfalfa field, not 2 years old, for 4 days and not moved. And how we evacuated that water in minutes, literally minutes, by something very ignorant looking, which is parked out there in the north lot. Looks a lot different today than what it did back there in 1983, okay? But when I did that mechanical assay, I took the sample 7 inches deep and I divided it into 7 1-inch cores. And I did that so that I had plenty of soil to run a mechanical assay. And this is the data. This was generated in 1984. And so far I can't get anybody to do it over again to prove the data is true. But nonetheless, when we address the phenomenon which is identified with this data, it continues to perform the same everywhere, including in the outback of Victoria, Australia, including in Finland, including in Germany, including in France, including in Saskatchewan, included in Texas. It's a universal thing, you know, when God says, this is what I've done, everybody's going to feel it. You with me? So what essentially is happening here is for every inch you'll see, we have sand identified in the purple column. We have burgundy or reddish above it is silt. And then the very top is the percentage of clay. And you can see in each inch, those numbers are moving. I wanted to do it this way because I thought might be that it would show me some kind of motion. You know what I'm saying? I want to see activity. I want to see some change. And so it is that, oh, I don't even have my full screen on here. Apologize, you guys. That's not where I wanted to start. Oh, dear. All right, well, we'll get there. Whoop. Boy, that was fast. Whew. Okay. So this was where we actually had analyzed the soil where there was, we had not done anything to this soil, okay? In my next slide, I'm going to show you that set of data for the silt percentage only. Let me see if I can make this more clear, okay? This shows you percentage of sand, silt, and clay. The next portrayal shows you just the silt percentage. That's the one that was actually mobile. Let me digress briefly and I'll explain. I'm trying to save us another 10 minutes and I don't know if I'm going to make it, but essentially silt is approximately the same density as water, okay? Sand, of course, is much heavier, and clay, of course, is in between us. It's invisible, floating in the air between us, right? It never wants to settle in water. And you actually have to use a buffering agent to get the clay to settle down so you can measure it. So the water in motion will very easily move a silt particle. And you see it in stream beds. And if you've ever taken a geology course, you'll take a section on stream bed formation. And it shows you how water moving horizontally across the landmass will separate by density, leaving silt at a certain location, sand and aggregates in another location, and the clay is out in Lake Erie causing hypoxia, or the Gulf causing hypoxia, okay? So basically this chart is only the silt, and you can see the silt in the bottom bars from a different area in the field, and hence the difference in height, okay? You can see that there's that spike in the amount of silt that's about the fourth, in that fifth inch of soil under the surface. And then there's a dramatic reduction in the amount of silt, and again, it starts to accumulate in the seventh inch. The top bars, the green bars, which was an area of the field where we actually disturbed this concentration of silt in that 5th inch, you can see the bars have totally changed their relationships. And the place that was the highest is now the lowest. This, gentlemen, is the anatomy of the curse of Genesis 8:21. It is the movement of silt particles by the downward movement of water through soil. Let's go back to this morning, and I'll repeat this again. There were fountains that watered the earth from within before the flood. Remember? There was no rainfall. That was a problem Noah had, trying to convince people this thing's going to float. On what? These people had never seen standing water. They had never experienced a thunderstorm. They had no idea if he'd used the term rain or precipitation or any of those terms. This guy was from La La Land. But now we got it, right? We pray for it, and we pray for it to stop. It never seems to be the right amount, right? And this is why it's a problem, right here. And this is the anatomy of the curse. No wonder it's a curse. Look what it's doing to soil. Look what it's doing to the ecosystem that we've been talking about today, which is where all of these microbes live. You getting the idea? How do you maintain a house like this, right? The plumbing is leaking, oh my, right? And then we're out of water, and then nobody changes the furnace filter. I mean, it's just chaos. That's the curse. And all of this ecosystem chaos is why we have the situation that we are in right now. We've been trying to cover our keisters with NP and K and trace minerals and foliars and all kinds of chemicals, fungicides, insecticides, pesticides of every kind, because the system is falling apart under the weight of this curse. And this is the book called Healthy Soils, Sick Soils. It's published by Acres USA. It's not a very big book, but there are so many things in there. Did I take that too fast? Somebody was taking a picture of it. Going to back up? Okay, there you go. You got it? Okay. This is one of the quotes in there. I just love this. The denser the roots in the soil, the better the nutrient availability to plants and the more complete humus and good tilth formation will be. Isn't that amazing? This was penned in 1940. Okay? And this man realized the central role of roots. He had no idea mycorrhizal fungi and rhizophagy and all the things that we've been talking about today. This would have been off his charts. I'm going to skip over that. This is the story that's on the website about how the water was disappearing and how quickly it disappeared. I won't review any of the story. Many of you have heard it before. But if you haven't, please just go to www.soilcursebuster. You'll find it there. This is essentially what's happening. Under the influence of the silt, which has occluded or blocked the macropores of the soil, you basically trap air underneath the density layer. You hold water above it. You go anaerobic, and there is no exchange. This, gentlemen, I'll be perfectly upfront with you, is the foolishness of no-till. You leave this curse in place completely unaddressed. You tell me, how's that going to work? Boys in North Dakota can tell you how it works. You got Don up the gazoo because you got anaerobic soils most of the time. Their big problem is, instead of getting a half an inch of rain at a time, which they could handle in 2 inches of loose soil, they get 2 or 3 now, or maybe 4. And it only happens about 3 times a year. That's a problem when all you've got is about 2 or 3 inches of soil that can infiltrate and hold water. Hello? And guess where the root systems are? Right where the water stops. If you want to know whether or not this is a problem on your no-till neighbor or yours, go dig some roots up. They'll tell you right away. They'll tell you right away. The ethylene that's produced in that will produce shallow roots every single time. It's not just a physical barrier. It's also a biological bomb, because you're producing compounds in there which distort the normal architecture of a plant. And if root systems aren't where they're supposed to be, doesn't even matter how good the rhizophagy is, it's not taking place every place it ought to take place. It's in a localized zone, and so you're only going to have a localized impact. There's a little ethylene treated thing that I found in a book. This was work done in the UK in the 70s, where they treated with just 10 parts of ethylene, and they marked the growth at 9 days and 22 under the influence of 10 parts per million of ethylene in the root environment. And you can see what happened. The plant treated on the right didn't do so well, did it? You ever seen those pancake roots? Well, I'll guarantee you it comes with no-till. And part of it's ethylene. There's a typical no-till plant. Absolutely beautiful, deep Indiana soil out in Linden. And that was the kind of root system he was producing after 20 years of no-till. Ever seen those before? Come on. Yeah, good, good. You guys with shovels know what I'm talking about. Okay. I don't know where that came from. What is going on here? Anyway. Oh my, I forgot how I did this. All right, let's just get a bunch of these on there. My point with people today is that, you know, you can have great infiltration, but if you don't have some percolation to keep up with the infiltration, it doesn't take long before infiltration goes to zero. I was going to bring a couple water glasses, you know, a great big one and another smaller one sitting inside of it, and go fill it up for you. I didn't want to make a mess, so I didn't do it. But, you know, when you're only getting water down in the ground 3 inches or 4 inches and then it stops, how much more water are you going to hold? You getting the idea? That's how the curse operates, guys. And even though you don't see the water running down off the top of the field, it's still sitting there underneath the surface, creating total chaos, microbially. So I'm going to cook it down very quickly. Yeah, this is all right. We'll go to the manure. If we don't take care of the ecosystem that we're asking all these wonderful processes to take place, they're not going to take place. Or they're only going to be a shadow of what they should be. And the only reason I know this is because I had a farmer up there in northern New York, which just in faith kept doing the same ignorant-looking, hole-poking process. Because he couldn't see anything wrong with it, and because his soil is less than 5% sand, the machine never wore out. And although he could never have replaced the original geometry that was on that machine by year 4, he didn't need to even look at new tine replacements for 14 years. By the time he was down the road 14 years, managing the curse, he had a different farm. Because he had provided an ecosystem where the natural occurring presence of all these organisms that you've been so faithfully exploring and finding relationships to just automatically did it. Because they had a good place to live. It was a consistent environment that didn't go waterlogged for a week or two at a time or more, and then no stored water produced drought, stress, and all kinds of chaos. And so when I saw that field and I saw what these farmers had done, I got pushed into expanding my horizons in terms of what impact tillage, what impact just doing the right thing, just a little bit, can impact massive change, massive. And that's what we're seeing with those reports you gave us, Gus, and that interpretation. These gentlemen have only been at this for 3 years. And that's the kind of balances that we've seen change. That's fantastic to me, absolutely fantastic. Okay, so I have 3 people left. John Andreas had to depart. They're telling him that traffic is slow getting on to the airport at Indy, so he smoked it out of here. He needed all that 20 minutes. So we have, where am I? Flip over here. Okay. Who's going to come first? Mark, why don't you come first? Yeah. Tell us a little bit about Pacific Grow. I've asked these guys to give us about 5-10 minutes to talk about their technology, because these are integral parts of what I've learned help to transition from this dependency on NP and K and soluble this and soluble that to actually feeding the microbial world and letting them do the work. So Mark, tell us about the Pacific Grow technology, whatever, will you?
Okay, thanks, James. Glad to be here, glad to meet everybody. So a little bit about me first. I'm from a little town called Hope, Indiana, from a large family farm down there. In 1999, I was planting corn, and I got force over, if you remember the insecticide force. I was pouring it into the box, and some of it got into my pocket, and I went home after a day of planting corn, and I was in intensive care for 5 days. So that kind of shook me up, shook my family up, and I also understood that we could farm better. This was stupid. So I'm not at the farm right now, but I still have that passion to change our farming into something that's more successful as far as the return on investment, and also better for our community and our wildlife and our health. Guys, I mean, we can't be this lethargic and dumb. I mean, we don't have very good cognitive reasoning anymore. And you know, people like us, grassroots people, we're the ones that moves the change. It's not from the top down, it's always from the field forward. So a little bit about Pacific Grow. So I'm Vice President and Agronomy Development Director of a company called Pacific Grow. We make seafood hydrolysate. It's made out of salmon, crab, shrimp, and shell. And a lot of the presenters today talked about that diversity and feeding that diversity. That's, you know, things that comes out of the ocean. That's very diverse. And I remember when I was my first history book in elementary school had the Indian. I don't think I can say Indian anymore. What do you say now? Indigenous people. But they were planting the corn right next to the fish. Sort of the same concept, but now we're diving really deep in a lot of different methods of testing and bioverification of what works. And I think we got it dialed in pretty good, but you know, nature is very complex. As much as you want to study it, you still have to have the ability to learn more. I use Gus here with biomakers. I also use 2 SAP labs I really like, apical labs out of Oregon, and New Age labs out of South Haven, North Haven, South Haven, Michigan. So I find them very, very good to work with, and they're kind of on our team, and I really would like for you guys to research what they can bring to your operation. So getting back to Pacific Grow, so we're the microbial feed. We also have some microbes in there as well, but we're the microbial feed. And we also provide that amino acid form of nitrogen, and that's very important for nitrogen uptake. We also have an organic soluble form of calcium and phosphorus that's in there as well. This all comes from the salmon, crab, shrimp, and shell. Now the next part of this, we also stimulate the natural plant growth hormones. We talked a little bit about this today as well, but we have a high chitinase component of it as well. Chitinase is an elicitor, natural plant elicitor that attacks chitin, and you can read about chitin, but crab is made out of chitin. I think another gentleman in here has got another chitosan product, and I think that is the next best, that's the next big step in biological farming is the utilization of chitin. So getting back into the recommendations, how would you use this program? You certainly would use it with some other biological products, and you'd want to do a spoon feeding, just like somebody talked about the cattle that's in the pasture. You're going to feed them, so much, every day. You're going to feed the cattle every day. You don't have to do the soil that way, but you need to spoon feed it throughout the year. And you keep on investing in that microbial community, and it will never let you down. So we find out that we can take away all our fungicides, all our insecticides. We can cut our nitrogen back by at least 20% first year. If you're really using Curse Buster, you can probably do more. I think a guy, depending where he's at in his management, but if you really want to go for the high yields, post-harvest applications, starter fertilizer, side dress, maybe foliar as well. But I'm trying to get us to stimulate that microbial community in that soil before we go to these Red Bull, I call them these Red Bull products, where you do a lot of foliar treatments that really makes up for what we haven't been doing for the soil yet. We need to correct our soil first and make that bioavailable. No P or K. So I've got literature back there you can take it home. Jim's got all these bios of everybody. That's my contact that's in there as well. So thank you for all coming here.
Thanks, Mark. Come on here, Greg. Time's a wasted. Greg Downey, great friend, chauffeur, right?
Great driver, too.
Chauffeur.
How do you put this thing in?
All right.
No, we'll go back fast, though.
Oh, no.
How you run this thing here?
Any issues, I'll send Gus up there to help.
Well, it's here. I just got to remember how I named it. It's got your name on it, so I got to be able to find it. There we go. Well, that's yours. We got to get rid of yours. There you go. Okay. There we go. There we go.
Slideshow.
Got it. Oops. How you go forward and backwards?
Right to go forward, left to go back.
Okay. How much time I got, Jim?
About 10.
10? Okay. My name's Greg Downing. I'm an independent agronomist down here in central Indiana and around Fishers. I came from the farm here in east central Indiana, went to Purdue, was in the agronomy business there, fertilizer, independent fertilizer guy, and then got into the seed business, became what you'd call a forage agronomist. So I'm working with a lot of different farmers out there with beef and cattle. That's what I love. Sorry. Can you hear me now?
Yep.
Okay. And in the process of doing all that, you're trying to figure out how to get them better feed for their cattle more efficiently at lower costs and have healthy cattle. And they're always wanting to know what they can plant and what seed to use, rotation and this and that. And so I'm always trying to figure out why didn't those plants work so well the last time, and what have you been doing, and so forth. So in time, I guess I spent the last 14 years as a
forage agronomists doing cover crops. Well, that became quite popular, of course, even in the row crop, corn and soybeans, as we're trying to maybe do things a little different, a little better, and getting our soils improved, maybe using those roots as a way to address Jim's issue here of percolation. And some of that works to a pretty good point. But, you know, there's still a lot of things that I wasn't really happy to see. So I buy a little farm and I start doing organic hay, and I start learning if I know what I think I know, and writing the checks and trying to make myself a better agronomist. In the meantime, I had a lot of fun because I realized there's so many products out here that some of the guys in organics been doing for a long time. And they've figured out how to make some of it work pretty good, and they're getting profitable. And they're changing their soils. So that was something to pay attention to. So I don't know, Jim, how long we've been associated. I've known of you for a long time. I think it was probably about '09 at Beck's when they were just starting the, what do they call it, harvest, the organic line of seed. And since then, I guess I've been on a real path to learn all I could about what's going on in the soil. So most of it's book learning, but then go out to the farm and see what works. And the fish oils was always a part of it. And of course, we always wanted to have some sugar, molasses, some source of feed in there. But you know, you still couldn't really test too well or know too much. So I was really glad to find the Biome makers here came out, what, in 19? I think it was about 3 years ago. So that helped indicate a few things that you thought you knew. But if there's anything that I really tried to focus on is to understand what it is I'm looking at, and then learn from it. So real quickly, I became, well, I just stay with this, just keep it simple, the basics. So right now, today, why Jim's asked me to present to you is this issue, this topic of silica. Now, this isn't as exciting as all the organisms we've been talking about, but yet it's goes back a long time. So I threw this slide in about the Chinese here 2,000 years ago, figured out that maybe if they used this rice straw, that it was a good source of this element silicon. And so the emperor kind of commanded that they do that. That was the first Fertilizer Act. Of course, we know that we've been ever since then for, well, since Justice Liebig. Some people say it's Justice von Liebig. He's German. I don't know which is correct, but that's how we started into this whole business of trying to ash the soil to find out what the elements were, and then replace what we thought the plants were taking out, one species of plant after another. And that's where we've come from. That's where we're at today. And we're still kind of in that mindset, but it's changing quickly because we've learned so much lately in the last 10 years about our microbiome organisms that are working here. So again, you can see this chart. I'm going to move real quick here. Is silicon is an element. It is also a biostimulant. When we finally realized in the last 10, 15 years with the research what it's actually doing in the plant. But so what is silicon really? Well, it's so available around us, not only in the soil, but a lot of it gets airborne. It's moving. It's all over. It's ubiquitous. It's something we don't give any thought to. It's in so many compounds and bound up, though, it gets back to what's it doing for the plant. So I threw this slide in to say, you know, if it's so abundant, we don't know much about it, we haven't given it much thought, why are we talking about it? And the issue is, what is out there in the environment is silicates, and that's not what the plant uses. So therefore, we do have a silicon deficiency that the plant recognizes and uses. And here's what happens. As much as I've been able to understand it, and I'm not a biochemist or a chemist, we have a simple element here that gets bound up with hydrogen and oxygen and becomes the most available
way that the plant uses it, and the only way it gets it is when the microbes convert it into soil. If we don't have a good pool of those silicon converting organisms, the plant does the best it can with whatever it can bring out of the atmosphere or any other silicates you might apply that you paid for, and it can extract. So this gets bound up, and that's what these three pictures are showing us. And eventually, well, the silicon's still there in the soil, but the plant isn't getting it. So the biostimulant side of this whole thing that's pretty intriguing to me is that it goes back down to the soil and around the roots, and when this is actually available and happening at that level, that it stimulates in the plant, triggers a lot of enzymes and a lot of genes. And I've read that it goes to the point of maybe 200 and some genes are tripped just by the presence. The plant recognizes that. I don't think that's different, is it, Dr. White?
Well, that's a lot of genes to trigger.
That's a lot.
Yeah.
And the more we keep learning, I think there's a lot of things that are triggering the plant, a lot of organisms, and these chemical bioreactions, you know, the enzymes and so forth. So this is quite interesting to me, that something that we don't know much about, that's so ubiquitous in our environment, that we don't spend any time, and furthermore, as an industry, we don't even know how to evaluate it, we don't even call it an essential element, but yet it makes up so much of our body, everything from our ligament to our hair to our bone, to you name it, and same thing's going on in this plant. So it's kind of funny how we've ignored something that's pretty darn important. But the other thing, other than being a stimulant initially, is it also then starts to build into the plant and becomes the structure of the plant. And in doing so, in this slide I wanted to show you, is it's actually layering on some of the silica now, converted to the top of the leaves, so it becomes a barrier to both the pathogens, bacterial blights in the leaf, or as this is showing here, spores that land that can't penetrate through this little silica layer. And from that standpoint, it even goes to a penetration layer that even insects can't chew on, those herbivores and some of the piercing insects. So this is kind of an interesting physical phenomena that it brings to the party. We don't need to say a whole lot about this more, other than I think this bee is showing some either barley or wheat, I'm not sure which, but you can just see the pathogens that had the opportunity on the untreated silicon leaves. The most efficient way for us to get this in the plant is through the leaf, because once again, when we apply it to the soil, we start to get it bound up and it starts to polymerize, as that one slide showed. So if I really want to get my money's worth and get the immediate reaction, it goes through the leaf into the plant, starts going through the whole circular system. There is one other thing too that just really amazes me, and that's this whole business of the transpiration and the cycling of the whole nutrients. So from all the literature, and by the way, on the back of the table there, I brought a book that's about that thick, and it's getting a little aged, but it's still pretty recent. And when you go through that, you realize that this one element is actually a governor in the whole plant. So it's helping direct some of these nutrients around the plant and carrying with it, just like calcium and boron start to do some of this direction and modulation of allocation is really what they're doing of all your elements, everything that's needed. So when we're having a little bit of a micronutrient, molybdenum or cobalt or some deficiency at the soil level, the silicon's actually helping us, because again, it stimulates the plant, and so now the organisms at the base of the plant in that rhizosphere are reacting to that deficiency and getting this signal,
and it's directing some of this deficient nutrients the best it can. It's improving our efficiency. At the same time, it's improving our photosynthesis. It's improving, I would say, it's improving the efficiency of photosynthesis, okay? Because this whole mechanism starts to build up and help us in that way, as well as the transpiration we just saw there, and the whole business of movement of water and allocating some of that. So I don't have much to say. I have a whole lot of slides I could show you and go into, but essentially we're talking about one of the building blocks of the plant for its structure, and every cell is going to be made with silicon. It has to be. And when in the presence of plenty of silicic acid that the plant can use, we actually get thicker cell walls, we get thicker stems, and these don't break down. They don't go anywhere. In fact, you're going to like a picture I got back here on the table, Dr. White, talking about your trichomes, because the one thing I understand about silicon is we can't over-apply it. We can spend too much money over-applying it, but we can't hurt the plant because it stores it on those trichomes. Isn't that interesting? Isn't that interesting? So it's another one of those things. I'm not down here talking about all the microbes like we've been talking about, but yet it's another one of those really key, essential elements that's doing all this to help us protect the plant and get the immune system up, and then make all of the energy efficiency of using whatever elements it can muster up to move around in the plant. And guess what? I don't have to spend a lot of money for this. You know, that's the beauty of it, because we're only using maybe about 3 ounces on a per acre basis for the year. So that's about $7, $8, okay? Now, in a vegetable situation where I might be going through and really trying to protect my melons or pumpkins or green beans or whatever, I do a lot on the tomatoes. The tomatoes are a big consumer of silica. All your grasses are huge consumers. You know, the monocults. So therefore, our corn. And one good example of using it on our corn would be some of our problematic years with tar spot. And over in Illinois this year, those guys were using 1/2 ounce per acre with a helicopter, applying 2 gallons. Yeah. So they spent a whole $1 something per acre. And again, it's not a fungicide, but it acts like that in the plant from that plant barrier. Question?
What did they see when they did that application like that?
Well, that's typical. I don't get a lot of feedback. I just know they're happy and we're going to do more.
And when does the rate put on stuff? I mean, what stage?
Yeah, great question. When's the rate put on? We need to, one thing we don't want to do, I should caution you, again, this comes from Dr. Wendy Zellner over here in Northern Ohio. She's a brilliant young gal, just got her PhD, and she spent her time on silicon. That's how she earned her PhD. Well, she's a molecular biologist, okay, and then she specialized in this. And she says that when we go out there to put silicic acid on at a young plant, that really it's not prepared yet to deal with all this, okay? So we can't go too young. Can we put it on the seed? Yeah, we can put it on the seed. And that's okay, because it's going to help protect something there, whatever amount doesn't get bound, I guess. I do know they put it in drip systems in greenhouses and all, and she's got that rate figured out. What I think's ideal for us in our application here, talking corn and soybeans primarily, is that we go out there when we got a young plant, let's say knee-high soybeans, you know, let's say we're going to do that we'd side dress nitrogen, let's say V6, V5, something, a young plant. So really, I've got some guys who are going to do that. They're going to use a total of 3 ounces for the year, but we're going to split it 1.5 early, and then we're going to go a little bit later, okay, by the time you do fungicide. And let's be honest, most of the time they're probably going to still add the fungicide, okay? Until they figure out or do some trials, which I always ask them to do, and then keep track of it, and then let me know, and then we go out and look at it, and then hopefully get data at the end of the year and see, did we learn anything? We really didn't need that fungicide. But most of the time, this will probably never go out in the field by itself. It's always going to be an additive. And it makes kind of sense. It's going to do a lot of good as an additive, and it doesn't cost much. But I think, again, as we get down the road and start to learn about it and experiment, we'll learn how we can cut back on some things. So when I say 3 ounces to the acre, I say a half an ounce. Then I go 3 ounces on an average for most crops. You got to realize sometimes we're into grapes and we're into blueberries and we're into potatoes. Those guys will do 8 applications, okay, on the potatoes. And by the way, the company just completed a replicated, thoroughly researched potato trial in North Carolina and then again in Michigan, 2 trials, and they both came up showing the same thing. This was using against the control of the standard grower potato program from A to Z, beginning to end of season. And the dollar returns, well, it's potatoes, but it was like an ROI of over $1,000. I say $1,500, but I don't want to shock you. I don't have it published yet. I can't show you, but just saw it last week, and it's like, wow. So those potato growers are no dummies, you know. And they've been trying a lot of things for a lot of time and spent a lot of money and going over the field 100 times. So anyway, that's a little bit of what I got. I also, as an independent agronomist, believe that, again, calcium is an excellent source. And I work with a coral calcium that, again, has 70-some different elements, just like azomite does that John Andreas was talking about. A really nice plant available. Use 1 pound of that, you know, per acre. Again, costs you only a few dollars. So that's who I am. That's what I do, and pretty excited about it, and I'll keep learning more. Thank you for your attention.
Thanks, Greg. All right, next up in our rapid fire, John Uitermarkt. John and I cannot remember how we connected. We sat in his office out there in Monroe, Iowa, not too long ago and said, how did this all start? And neither one of us. Have you ever figured it out? No, he hasn't figured it out either. And you know what? We both figured out that it doesn't matter. we're just going to stay the course. John builds our curse buster for us in Monroe. He and his brothers and the family and a couple other guys. And I've asked John to kind of explain a little bit about the business and the relationship. And some of you guys that own curse busters in the room, you've already kind of met John. But if you haven't met him, make sure you get to meet him while he's here. And John, it's all up to you. You know how to get rid of that, right?
Maybe.
Let's escape it, yeah. And you're loaded on the desktop, right? Mm-hmm. Is that what we did to you?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Oh, you got rid of me.
All right.
And after, when we finish with John's talk, then we're going to assemble those of us who remain up here, and it's going to be a free-for-all, okay? I'm not sure I'm going to get to carry the other mic, but I'm looking for a volunteer, okay? Because we're going to put all you guys that are remaining up here on this panel, and some guys you haven't heard from yet, sitting over there by himself, up here at the table. And we're going to fire whatever questions. I'm going to go a brief rundown of the people you haven't met yet, and then we're going to have our Q&A, and then we'll wrap it up. Okay?
Yep.
Go, John.
If we're in a hurry, no problem. I'll zip right through. So this is us. My 2 brothers and me. We're still in Monroe. We're completely family owned and operated. My nephew just came on board. He graduated, went to welding school, and he became certified, so he's in now too. So completely family run, and we still are on the farm with our shop there. And what we do is, our relationship with Jim is we build the Curse Buster complete beginning to end. We order in all the laser parts there. They come in, get jigged up, welded together. Right now, we send them out for powder. Then they come back and we completely assemble them, send them on the truck, and they go. We did put an addition on now. This winter, we're going to get powder in-house, so they won't have to leave at all until they're done and go out the door. We work with all the foundries to get the tines poured. With our new Eagle 2, we're getting the tooling made up for that. And then if you need parts for your machine, you contact us. We supply all the parts. Some of the struggles we go through, I'll hit this real fast. The big one that you guys care about, if you have a machine, is that one there, the tines. We went from 5 weeks to 6 to 7 months to get a tine, and sometimes that's even nip and tuck. We've looked at other foundries, but you got to understand changing foundries isn't really an easy process. Everybody wants their tooling for their specific mold, so to do that, it's almost impractical. We've got some other different things, but we'll just try and move through it here. Price increases, we all know. We're all farmers. Everything's up. Everything's expensive. However, we are seeing not relief, but at least it's steady enough that we can manage it. In 2021, the summer, it basically went so fast that we couldn't even keep up to what was happening. Steel at one point was up over 200%, but we're back down to a manageable. It's at 43% right now. Tines are up 27%. All the other parts are 52, and all that, average that out. It's close to where a total machine comes out. I think we're up 35, 36, 7% from where we originally started. But that's what we're in. Everybody knows it. We're trying to deal with it. The exciting part here, what new things we have. A lot of you guys that have machines will have this already. You can put an auto greaser on it. We have the auto tensioner on that harrow where the spring is internally. I don't know how many acres they can get without adjusting, but it pretty much eliminated an issue on the harrow's end of it. Another one that doesn't get talked about a lot anymore is the one piece on the roller. So if you have an old machine where it had the two cast pieces put together, that was a real issue to keep that tight. And I got a guy that he swapped all of his rollers out here this summer to put this on, and I talked to him just shortly, and he said it was the best fall he's ever had with his machine. That rollers basically didn't cause him any trouble anymore. But we're going one step farther, and we're looking at this Nordlock nut. And according to Jim, when he gets done, he's going to have it in writing that nut is guaranteed not to come loose. And how that works, I had a video on it, but I threw it out because I didn't know if we had time. But that nut will go on the end of your shaft, and then all those little bolts is what puts the tension on that. And then we put that flex nut on the other end, and they're guaranteeing that nut will never come loose. And you can tighten it with a 1/2-inch breaker bar or impact or torque wrench. Not impact, probably a torque wrench.
Yeah, the one on the other end, don't you have to tighten?
Yeah, right. They're on the other end. And then we also are getting away from all the shims, and we're going with a pin adjust on the side there. We have that on ours personally. We think that's really slick. No more shims. All those little pieces gone. Don't have to worry with that anymore. Very early phases, I guess we are looking to see what the interest is on that. It's a double harrow system. Talked to a couple of people that might be interested in that. I think this is the one that anybody that has one or have heard about is pretty interested about. This Eagle 2 did run this fall on our farm, and we put about 500 acres on it. And I specifically put my brother-in-law in the tractor, so it never got any maintenance. He got in every day, drove, did nothing. And I don't think sound comes through, but on that one, I walked up to it when he parked it and I tapped it with a hammer, and every time just singed like, I mean, if anybody who has a machine knows that's our goal. We tap it and we hear that sing, we know we're good to go. And that one, never touched it once, never looked at it. I was combining, he was running it, and it seemed like it's got merit. So that was pretty exciting and encouraging. We don't have the final price set on that. We've got a lot of work to do this winter as far as we've got to get the tooling made for the clamping rings and the ends. But we're moving forward. That machine that we're going to put it on is ordered, and we're in communication with them, and they're going to get it and run more acres when we get to that point, so we're getting close. So what we need to do to go through some of this, to help me help you, let's keep some parts on hand. Some guys keep a complete roller on hand. Some guys, if you can just keep some bearings and shafts on hand. Tines are so hard to get, or such a long drawn out process. I usually have 2 orders put in before we're even getting one back. So if you can anticipate your tine usage, hey, I'm going to wear them out this spring, I'm definitely going to want some in the fall, you need to let me know, get on the list as fast as you can. We keep bumping orders, but we are noticing too, these newer machines, they're running through a lot of acres, so we're going through tines maybe a little bit more than in past years, so we are kind of rolling the acres through them, rolling the tines through. So just get a hold of me, get on the list, we'll get you tines, we'll get it taken care of, but don't just wait and be like, oh, these tines look kind of wore out, it'd be nice to have a set. Let's try and be a little more proactive on that. Anybody want to be a dealer and store some parts? I think it'd help the whole chain out quite a bit. That little guy there on the side, he mentioned the other day that he wanted to be a dealer, so a couple more years, I think we'll probably be good. But if you need parts, best is to email that address right there. That way I have it down. Phone calls are great, but I'm usually doing something else at the same time. So if I don't have a pen in my hand, I hate to miss something. But email me that. You can text, but I really like that in email. Anything new machines, of course, goes through Jim. But that's really all I had. Try and keep it going here, but I appreciate it.
All right, thank you, John. All right, John, don't go back and sit down. Come right over here. You're not off. Greg Kratzer, come on up here. Come on, you guys that are on the panel. And so let's get started. Who's got the first question? This is not a bashful crowd. I've seen, I've heard. Come on.
Who's up there that we don't know?
Who don't you know? Oh, yes, Greg Kratzer. Second from your right. What do you mean, what? I won't tell you about the selfie he sent me. I couldn't publish it. He's got an infectious laugh. I see all of you out there smiling. Greg works with sons and brothers and farms somewhere around 4,800 to 5,200, depending on the year. Corn, beans, wheat, 4 quad barns. Yeah. Active in Hope Rising Church over in Huntington. And Greg has been dabbling around in modified tillage now for 3 years. A little bit more. Yeah. Yeah. He's been modifying things for a long time. Okay. I understand. So he's been running a curse buster for 3 years or so, 3.5. And so you can direct some questions like that, or just general, okay, how, what's it really like, doing fish and microbes and stuff like that, okay? So that's Greg. Everybody else, you basically met, okay? So, any of you guys know Greg, do you? Oh, by reputation, I see, okay, yes, that's possible. Question back here, right? No? Okay, Mark. I'm going to have to keep you more in the middle of the room, Jeff.
Yep.
Or you're going to have to go off a track. I don't care.
Yeah, whenever he's done. Oh, go ahead.
Okay, question.
How is it that a microbial inoculant seed treatment in a powder form can penetrate the seed sheath or the seed and become an endophyte? This is just beyond me how this can
Who would like to field that? All right.
considering it's dormant.
Yeah, they don't go through the seed coat. What happens is they go into the root when the seed germinates. So at the root, seedling tip, right? That's where they colonize. We can see it happening. They don't pass through that testa of the seed, right? But there already are some bacteria inside that seed. So you get, essentially what you're doing with these seed coat biostimulant microbes, bacillus, mostly bacillus we're talking about, is they'll be dormant on the seed. The seed will germinate. The microbes will, when it germinates, the little root will pop out. Exudates start to come out immediately. Those bacteria colonize into that root tip as it's going out, and then they're endophytes, just like that, like clockwork.
Great. Thank you.
You're welcome. You're welcome.
My question is for Greg. Have you ever used the Curse Buster to terminate sod?
For the first time this fall, and I can't answer your question about what's going to look like next spring. I ran across it 3 times, I think. My gut feeling would tell me if I was really trying to terminate sod, as much as I hate to say this, is I'd probably chemically terminate it and then use the Curse Buster to prepare the soil for seeding. That would probably be the most effective, efficient way if you had a lot of it to do.
So for Greg, on your use of your Curse Buster, do you use it primarily in the fall for fall tillage or in the spring for seed preparation? What have you seen as the best time to use it, or is that the only tool you have? You got rid of everything else?
Yes. The man that originally sold this to me convinced me a certain amount of rainfall kind of resets the clock on it. So we have a tendency to run it anytime we can. We run as many acres in the fall we can to prepare the ground. We also surface apply manure and then run it a couple days behind it. We feel like that we are, when I say surface apply, we are running a colder caddy that we built with a harrow on the back of it, like it's on the back of the Curse Buster. And we are lightly agitating it in the ground. We can typically get on it within 4 or 5 hours after we do that, but it's usually 24 to 48 hours after. And if we get a major rain event, it goes into the ground instead of down off the side of the hills. I have not tried this yet, as much as this gentleman has tried to get me to. One of these days I will. I will plant and pull it behind the planter.
I did it this spring. I planted corn, and then probably an area the size of this room, because I was scared. But it came up fine. But when I combined it, I didn't see anything in the yield monitor. But the ear was even, more even, it was taller. The plant, I think, was a little greener from sitting in the cab. It definitely didn't hinder anything. Am I going to do more? I'm still scared.
Twice the size of the room?
Yeah, probably. But it's worth to try if somebody wants to, because it didn't ruin it.
Since you brought this subject up, I'm going to give you the wheat that he was talking about was my wheat, and we had a plugged hose and didn't know it, and no monitoring system. So I was considering terminating it. Well, we didn't, and then some gentleman from Michigan wanted to come down and see a curse buster on July I believe it was the 14th. And it was extremely dry, and I said, yeah, we can run down there on that wheat stubble. I'm probably going to terminate the weeds, and I had a bunch of soybeans left. I was going to use them for a temporary cover crop. While we were out there doing this, we ran the curse buster. You could stick a spade in the ground 11 inches deep and find no moisture. You had to make 3 or 4 attempts to get that deep, but you could get that deep with no moisture. In the 2 hours we was there talking with those gentlemen, I went over and kicked at the ground, and there was moisture at the top of the soil. We ended up planting soybeans July the 14th, late in the afternoon, that made 38. And those beans were up in less than 3 days. And I think if you'd have went in there and no-tilled them, I don't know if they'd ever came up. Yeah, and it's not the first or last time I've seen it happen. It will equalize the moisture content in your soil. You will pull moisture to the top of the ground and yet not lose it.
So you said you would terminate your alfalfa or grass with chemical. Are you organic or leaning that way, or why?
I started out looking at it, and it's like everything else that's publicized. It's a falsehood. There is no such thing as organic. It's what you can get by with and what you can't, and what you're willing to lie about and what you're not. So I believe in sustainability, which means I try to use the best practices possible. I do raise a lot of non-GMO crops and food-grade crops, but they are not organic.
Yeah, the question I had was the one that before you was answering whether you ran it after the planting the corn and stuff, and wondering how many times you're using it. So that was the same one I had on it. So yeah.
On that same note, we've done manure on after corn as well in the spring, tank and dragline, and patch a little bigger than this room, and good results.
That's Charles Brubaker, and Charles and his brother are here from Arthur, Ontario, Canada. And when did your dad buy his first machine? You remember?
2015.
15? Okay. And Carl has really stretched the envelope in many ways, including amazing some Ontario ministry people who've shown up when they've been manuring their fields with a clover cover crop in place growing, how tall, 10, 12 inches? And it disappeared off the plants so fast, but they couldn't, but the manure was in the ground. They ran the curse buster first, as I recall, right? Then made the surface application on the vegetation, and it literally was like siphoned off the plant material into the soil. We don't understand how all of this is actually working, but we have all these outrageous testimonies of amazing things that have happened. And we got to believe that it has something to do with normalizing structure. I guess I should throw this in. About a week ago, I was out actually probing soils, some which had been curse busted for 3 years on Kratzer property, and some which had not. And I use an infrared thermometer so that I can actually point where the temperature is. And I pull out a 7-inch core, and I was scanning from top to bottom. And every core in every field that had any history of this tool running on it was a consistent 64 degrees, all the way down to 7 inches. It didn't change one iota. I went to the field that had never been used and only had secondary kind of tillage, what, Turbo Max basically, right? Probably 2 inches maximum, and I don't know for how many years. And you would find soils that at the top might be 74, and at the bottom could be 60. You'd find every temperature reading combination, there was absolutely no correlation. It was all over the map. No pattern whatsoever as far as where it was high, how high it was, or how low it was, or what the differences were top to bottom. And we see the same pattern emerging in the springtime. Very typically, you know, we've always talked about safe to plant corn if the calendar date's right and the soil's at 55 at 2 inches, put her in the ground. And that was predicated on the fact that probably you're going to do this common sense and you're going to plant shallower when it's early, right? So that when it warms back up, right, the seed's in warmer soil faster. Problem. This year, and it's been several years, when you scan that 7-inch core in the spring and it says 65 at 2 inches, it's 65 at 7. It's all the same, the entire depth. And when you think about how does heat energy move down, wait a minute, heat rises, right? It's probably 10 degrees warmer in the top of this room than it is down here where we're living. So how would you ever get soil temperature to be the same at 2 inches when it's warming up as it is at 7? Or should I say 7 as it is at 2? It's because you had to move air. You had to move air, which is carrying the heat energy in it and moving it down, warming that soil. And so Greg got himself in some pretty hot water this spring when he planted not 1 3/4, not 1.5 inches, more like 2.5 inches. His name was Mud. What are you doing planting corn that deep? In reality, what he was doing was he's sticking it in more heat. When it cooled off for the next 3 weeks and soil temperatures went down into the 40s, his seed was still sitting there in 58 to 60 degree soil instead of cooling off at a shallower depth.
It actually came up quicker.
Okay? So there are some very interesting things that go on with this tillage technology in terms of water movement and gas exchange. You want to get a really good feel for that, talk to Jerry Hatfield or go Google Jerry Hatfield. He's really awake on this gas exchange, and I think he's going to plow some new ground in that whole area. Okay, got another question back there?
Yes, I want to ask about the use of the curse buster on sandy soil, because we really don't have a problem with water going into our soil, but I just wanted to get your opinion like on the effects with sandy soil, or somebody. Like Nebraska sandhills sandy.
We've done some stuff up in Michigan on the eastern shore of the lake, where there's some pretty beachy sand there. The biggest challenge for our current machine design is that it tends to push sand. And because root systems oftentimes in sand are not nearly as aggressive or extensive as we think they are, that means it tends to dislodge the root system and push soil ahead of the mechanism, the roller and tine system. We are addressing that in that roller that John showed us, which we call our Eagle 2. You'll see it back there on the table. It's a much more robust tine, and it sits on a shaft that's basically an 8-inch diameter instead of 5. So it gives us a lot better rolling characteristic on those kinds of soils. But I will, let me hasten to add the character or the architecture of the root system which you generate behind this tool will probably prevent that the next year. The first time that I ran the tool on some of the Kratzer acreages of corn, I couldn't figure out how to adjust it because I'd go down part of the field and I'd see root balls everywhere, which is absolutely repugnant for me. I do not want to see a root system out of the ground. I want it to decompose right where it grew with the same characters that fed it. They'll now eat it, right? They turn into saprophytes. So I'm seeing these root balls and I'm frustrated. So I go down the field a little farther and all of a sudden there's no root balls at all. I turn around, I do this again, I keep watching out of the door of the tractor and I'm trying to figure out, is there a pattern to this? They appear, then they disappear. They appear and reappear. So finally, I got it. There wasn't much of a roll to this land at all. But every time I got into a little bit of low ground, I got root balls. I'm sorry, I got that reversed. Every time I got into the dry ground, I got the root balls. I mean, a little bit higher. I went out finally where I hadn't tilled, and these roots were like nothing. A Turbomax had been used, and I had 2-inch root mass. There was nothing there to hold the plant. In that other ground, I actually had a normal root system which I couldn't pull out of the ground. You getting the idea? It was a diagnostic tool. And it actually told me that the turbo blades on the Turbomax had actually compacted soil. And it probably was historical. It probably wasn't just a one-time event. So things get very different in terms of root system architecture. Yes, Mark.
I guess I'll just share a comment. Anytime we have compaction, just like you were talking about, this is why Cursebuster works so good. Your soils become anaerobic. When it comes anaerobic, you really kill off all these microbes, and it's really important to reset those microbes again and start getting more gas exchange through there, and that really helps with the water and carbon efficiency of that soil, so it'll cycle, and that's kind of what we're trying to achieve here.
I've got a question. Can I ask a question? Yeah. Have you got somebody burning out there? Gus, one of your slides talked about bioredox. Do you remember that? It was the soil health paradigm with mechanical, chemical, and biological, the Albrecht schema. What exactly is bioredox?
This might be something that Dr. White might be able to comment on a little bit more so when it comes to how the biology really plays a role with redox. But redox potential is something we, don't really think about very much when it comes to soil. Have you done any work with redox?
Well, only in the plant, right? So not in the soils. So
Yeah.
you should address this, Gus. You do it. This is your question. You mentioned it.
Well, it was in that slide. So when it comes to redox, I'm aware my background is more on the biology side, and redox is definitely more the interface between the chemistry and the biology. But redox potential is an area, something that can influence nutrient availability when looking at especially changes in going from saturated soils to unsaturated. And I think there's been some work that's shown that when you go from saturated and unsaturated environment, the levels of what nutrients get tied up, and what's really available can be impacted pretty heavily by the redox potential of the soil. I'm curious though, because I admittedly don't have a lot of experience with redox potential in the soil, and if you have any insights or anyone else wants to add to it, because I've really scratched the surface of it, but definitely not my area of expertise.
What about in plant
Well, oxidation reduction reactions, of course, are part of the chemistry, right? But I talked about oxidation, superoxide, and hydrogen peroxide being produced, and then antioxidants and so forth. But you do have the movement, for example, from reduced forms to oxidized forms in the plant. That same thing is happening in the soil with soil microbes, and interacting with bacteria, interacting with fungi. You got the same thing happening there. Now, I don't use the term very much, simply because this is more of a soil thing, and I focus more on the plants and what the plants are doing, what the microbes do in the plants, and that interaction. So I really can't explain specifically what Gus's was referring to when he mentioned the term bioredox. Just can't do it. I know there are people thinking about it. Someone like John Kempf would probably talk a lot about that, right? But I can't say much that's going to help you with that.
I got a comment. More so than a question, but on your 7-inch soils that had the same temperature, wouldn't the microbes have something to do with that? Not just the oxygen? The microbes are active down all that, the whole profile?
I think that definitely is a play. How much microbial respiration is actually creating heat? I guess that there are a lot of people who have said, well, it must be because the snow disappeared here first, and it stayed on longer over here, and this has higher organic matter, and there's I'm afraid, a lot of urban myths also associated with how much heat microbial respiration creates. And certainly Dr. White might be able to comment more intelligently on that than I can. But usually, it's kind of an oxymoron, microbes fall asleep around 50. Right? Don't they basically, at a certain point, it's too cold. And we sporulate, we go dormant or whatever, right? As Mary Lucero taught me, microbes know how to sweat it out when it's too hot, and they know how to get rid of water when it's too cold, and they're going to freeze and break. They're very intelligent. I've noticed that in any soils in the northern Corn Belt, the colder it gets, you don't have to have a rain for the soil to seem to get wetter. Well, guess what? Everybody's getting ready to go to bed. They went to the bathroom. They dewatered. It's the safest thing to do when it's going to get too cold. You get the idea? So I don't know how much they create the heat, you know what I mean? Or they're responding to heat. Anything you want to say about that, Doc?
I could say real quick, yes, there are microbes that, especially when you have more organic material in the soil, they do create heat. Everybody knows compost, even in the wintertime, you see a lot of microbial degradation in the compost. There's a lot of heat being produced. See a log with fungi growing in it, oftentimes, that's the first place the snow melts. It's because of the microbial activity, but it does slow down. But not all of them go dormant. Some of them are still alive in there, just kind of hanging around and doing some things, but it's true. Many of them are more dormant. And the other thing that I wanted to mention, this thermal conductance phenomenon, which is really interesting. The temperature even all along probably has a lot to do with thermal conductance. And so the curse buster is probably increasing the thermal conductance in that soil. And how it's doing it, the heat, because you got more oxygen there, you're going to have more heat being generated from microbial physiology. But you also have more moisture in there. You're going to have more microbial activity in there, and you're going to probably have some microbes that are affecting the thermal conductivity. In addition to like the water, that more water if you treat these. So I think that you're having a big effect on that thermal conductivity. Whereas if it's dry like that and you got the hard pan, you're going to have all these different environments in there, some of which won't have microbes. It's going to be just like in a dead soil, and those may not have the same conductive properties as you have good, kind of homogeneous microbial and moisture distribution and then oxygen and so forth in the soil. So it does make a lot of sense. And that's all I can say about it. That's all I know.
With regard to the manure program that you all have, the product, there was a little discussion that you had with regards to how there's certain when you apply that into the manure, there's certain things like E. coli and coliform counts that went down. Did I hear that right? Maybe. Well,
you can talk to me after
okay,
this about
all right.
that.
Yeah. Okay. Thanks.
Okay. I have a question here. I think, now, wake up phone. Okay. Craig wants to know, how and when does a no-till guy that's working on soil health improvement decide if he will benefit from running a curse buster, or in your experience? Is that directed to me? I'm not sure. Or in your experience, is it always beneficial? Would you like to comment, Greg? Or John? You will. All right, good.
I've done that, and I've zone tilled, I've minimum tilled, I've done every fraction of everything there is to do over the last 40 years. Continual deep tillage and then light tillage is not the answer. It creates the hard pans these gentlemen keep talking about. No-till is not the answer because it creates aerobic and anaerobic atmospheres or environments that are not conducive. But when you cannot disturb the root masses that are in the ground, but fracture the ground 8 to 12 inches deep and allow water and air to move through it, you have a combination of the two, the lesser of the working of the soil and nothing shearing the soil, and the root systems you're trying to develop without the aerobic and anaerobic environment setting on top of it. So I chuckled when you asked that question, and my answer to that is the time to make that decision was yesterday.
One thing Greg does is let you know his mind. Jeff, you have a question.
Well, I had really more of a comment. I wanted to comment about the product that Beau is talking about, and I was at Greg Kratzer's church's baptismal ceremony that they had out there at his family lake, and I was there, I think it was 3 years ago, I was there the first time, and there were 2 hog buildings there, and they had this whole thing with, I don't know, probably 150, 200 people there. So it was all over and done, and I said something to Jim. I said, well, those hog barns are empty. He said, no, they're full. And they were, we're 100 yards, 150 yards away from this thing going on. I was like, wow, that's amazing. And so that's why I learned of this. And then the next year, it was there, and the wind was coming directly from those barns. And you could smell that it was a hog barn, but it wasn't intolerable. It was amazing.
It's more like the smell of feed, right? And dander, yes.
Did you notice there wasn't any flies?
Yeah, true.
Yeah, and that was just what I was going to sum it up with, is sometimes you can smell the dander, in the feed. But anymore, after walking around treated buildings all the time and doing gas testing, if I can smell even a 4 parts per million of hydrogen sulfide when I walk up to one. So, I think it was him that told me that story after the fact. But yeah, it completely changed the environment around the barn for sure.
Question for Gus. Have you ever done testing to see which cover crops or which cover crop blends would be the best for, let's say your following crop would be corn? And let me tell you where I'm coming from. I work for Byron Seeds. We do a lot of research on cover crop blends and different scenarios, such as what works the best if you're following it with corn. So do you have tests that we could use to help us identify which cover crops would be the best for that?
Yeah, we actually work with a number of seed providers who are running similar, what we call trials on cover crop mixes and single varieties, comparing their effects on the microbiome. And when it comes to these sort of situations where you have a more in-depth research question, looking at different cover crop mixes, we actually offer what we call our BeCrop trial package. And in the BeCrop trial, we set up a we set up a study design and do sampling triplicate at multiple time points, essentially the same sort of design that would stand up in like a peer-reviewed scientific paper. And we can do all the statistical analysis in-house for just a modestly higher price per sample. And with the statistical analysis, rather than with the samples we went over before, were kind of side-by-side comparisons. But with testing multiple cover crop mixes in one field, same soil type, same historic management practices, and then running the statistics, we can isolate what the effects of those different cover crop mixes are. So if there was a movement towards certain mycorrhizae in a certain cover crop mix, we can see that. We can also integrate other data into our analysis, things like yield, soil moisture, and start to correlate that. So it's definitely doable with the trial package. We really take with the statistical analysis, we're able to definitively know based on a level of statistical significance whether the effect was driven by the cover crops themselves or maybe just random variability. So we can definitively answer those questions even to the level that it could be published in a scientific paper in a peer-reviewed journal.
Interesting. I think we're going to have to try that sometime. Thanks.
My card's in the back.
Did I see another hand somewhere over here? No? Okay. We've got about 10 more minutes before Dr. White and Greg need to head south for the airport. So, Greg wants the microphone. Should I give it to him? What do you think, Matt? Okay.
These guys are all guilty by association. They don't all have to work together. I've worked with all these guys over the last few years, and for the first time got to put a face to every name. I will tell you, this isn't for the weak of heart. It is a systematic change that doesn't change things radically overnight. But in the 3 years, we are seeing major increases, as Gus and I was talking earlier. Those slides you were looking at earlier came from our ground, unmanured and manured. We were discussing why they could be a little different. A lot of information comes from this gentleman. This guy builds them, he engineers them, and him and I's been working together for 3 or 4 years, and it takes all the pieces of this puzzle to make it work. It's like a gear without a tooth. If you're missing that tooth, it's going to jump. And I would advise anybody that's going to do this to search your heart and search your thought process. There is no silver bullet, as these guys have told you over and over every day, but there are better practices, and the more we can remove our nasty footprints and fingerprints from all of this and let what God designed and built into the soil work, the better off we are. And I truly appreciate every one of the men up here, and the data and information that I've acquired from all of them has been factual, and in today's world, that is very rare. So I guess no matter how many pats they get on the back, I don't give them out very easy. I'm a lot quicker to kick you in the seat of the pants than I am to pat you on the back. So take that for what it's worth.
Do I get my 2 minutes? I love working with Greg because he's always pushing the envelope. And someone in my position, that's exactly what you need, because that compels you to dig deeper and deeper and deeper and to seek God for more, because he does have the answers. He's told us, ask him, and he will give wisdom liberally. It'll sound like foolishness to many, okay? Can you imagine a man who is actually involved in plant biology? I asked him about this earlier. I said, wait a minute, when I went to college, it was either the botany road or the biology road. It sounds to me like you've somehow hybridized this. Now we have plant biology. And indeed, that's what it is. That's how much it's changed, huh? Question back here somewhere?
So is there ever a time you don't run crust buster because of conditions of the soil?
You just swore, not a crust buster.
I say generally when you can't pull it, or it won't go in the ground. That's about it. And unfortunately, a lot of times, the reason it's too wet to pull it is the very evidence you have that it needs to be pulled. Because the water is sitting in the top half of your plow layer and not moving down. So in those cases, I suggest you wait and get some frost. These new machines that we're building today in Wisconsin have been running in up to 2 to 2.5, 3 inches of frozen soil. In fact, they were running last winter up there because guys couldn't get their manure out, so they were trying to get their lagoons down in February. And so we were literally running a machine that you had in test at your place, that 15-footer, and another 15-footer. We were running them in 3 inches of frozen ground, penetrating it, fracturing it, spreading manure, and it disappeared in minutes. Of course, it's against the rules, right? But that's a funny story, you know. The people I started with in New York up in the '84 period got an award 10 years later for breaking all the rules. They received Farmer of the Year for 13 states because they surface applied manure within sight of the St. Lawrence River. Well, that's against the rules. They did it because the environmental people were there checking the water that flows off that farm. And it was always as clean as a houndstooth. Nothing in it except water. So it was the basis for an award that's actually 180 degrees out of phase with the laws in the state of New York. That was 1994. And it's still against the law. Is there a question over here? Well, we're really close. What time you got, Doc? She's got about 4 minutes. Here's your last chance, okay? Over here, Jeff. Mr. Hufford, what's on your mind?
How much damage do you do with like a light field cultivator pass? We grow a lot of alfalfa. We like our fields really smooth before we plant them. Would you feel like a light pass with a field cultivator could be used to smooth things up? Or would that mitigate years of what you've done with the curse buster?
It mitigates what you've done with the curse buster. You know what a to the max tool is? Okay. A to the max tool, if you'd raise the board on the back of it, might be a better solution. What I'll tell you or what I experienced, is the first year we ran the curse buster, we let a lot of, I plant with a cat tractor. And every dimple that thing made, I felt. The tractor constantly, dug, and my planter responded. So I slowed down and got along. That's not the case today. The ground has changed so much that I'm no longer running the harrow in the aggressive mode. I'm running in the passive mode. I forget what degree angle, but not nearly as sharp as I used to, trying to fill those. Well, again, through field trials and Jim and I talking, we come to find out we were actually plucking part of that hole out with the fingers being in the aggressive mode, so we turned them around. But anytime you run a tool that has well, even to the max tool, it creates compaction. It creates a density layer that's almost unexplainable, and everybody will try to tell you high-speed discs answer to everything. Boys, I'm telling you, we got rid of discs 30 years ago because they were compaction tools, and all they did is make them to where we can pull them faster and do more of it. So I think you'll find out on the upstart, if you try to do that, if you'll just slow down and get through the first year and run the Curse Buster. I've actually ran it in the fall and in the spring, which helps mitigate part of that. But if you can get the Curse Buster across your ground 3 or 4 times, the top of the ground changes. In 2 to 3 years, it will change pretty radically to where I don't think you'll have that problem.
I got a question here from Tyler Jessen. He is in central North Dakota, Burke County. Well, maybe not Burke County, but anyways, I know right where Tyler is. He says, Greg Kratzer, have you limited your crop herbicide passes in any way by running the Curse Buster?
In some cases, probably because I'm not using burn down on the acres I run it over in the spring. I'm mechanically removing the weeds. I believe it was 3 years ago when I first got it, we had some cover crop rye out, and we had a plugged outlet tile. So in the spring, once the water got going, this rye was everywhere, but I wanted to reopen those water holes that had water standing in them all winter and get some air in the ground and one thing and there. And the rye was probably 6 or 8 inches tall, and we ran through it, and I would say we eradicated 95% of that rye by running in the aggressive mode. We did not spray a burn down on it in that instance. Something else I was going to speak to about that a little bit ago is the first year before I ever bought one, I ran one. We ran it out in the field behind my house, and when the corn was about 8 inches tall, Jim came up and we dug roots. And where we chisel plowed and field cultivated, 85% of my roots were less than 5 inches deep. There was a pancake, there's several roots, but they were pancaked. And in the very next row, because we'd flagged it, knew exactly where we were, in the very next row, Jim and I dug up roots that were still attached below 20 inches, and not just a handful of them. Percentage-wise, I would say almost inverted, because there was so many more roots so much deeper. We had a lot of roots a lot deeper in the ground. But to answer that question is, if you're willing to run it behind planting, yeah, you can eliminate a herbicide pass.
Okay, Greg, I don't want this man to miss his plane, but in the same vein, I don't want him to leave either.
Okay, sorry, just one more for Greg there. Speaking of herbicide, how about your pesticide passes? If you're working with the Pacific Grow and using the tillage tool, are you, and the forest story, are you using any of that anymore too? Or are you completely away from that?
We farm in 6 counties, and we're pretty strung out. The manure acres, everything up east starts with manure acres, and they're usually some of our more challenging acres. Since we have been running this entire program, this coming year, we ordered 2,400 acres of non-GMO corn, and we actually bought a seed treater 2 or 3 years ago, and we use all these products. We do not put it on dry. We mix it with these other products, so with Pacific Grown on, so it's wet and it sticks. But we're treating all these products. Any place that we have ran that product, I have not sprayed fungicide since we've done it, and have never seen a reason to yet. And I had to get educated a little bit, because the first year we started doing this, Jim came up and I told him, my corn's sick. He said, what do you mean? I said, well, this is the way corn should look. And he started laughing. He goes, no, your corn looks like it should look. My neighbor's corn was really, really, really dark green, just the way you think it ought to be, almost black. But I don't have near the insect feeding in one thing and another, because the insects see things differently than we do. And when they fly in, they identify that, and they identify it as a sick plant, so they land in that field. They're actually flying over my fields into my neighbor's fields. So I'm not using insecticide or fungicide on the acres that I'm using this knowledge on. We have some acres away from there that are more challenging than that some of this technology is not being used on. I don't make the call on all the acres.
Thank you. Okay. Well, I'm going to dismiss our two members that need to hit the road with great thanks to both of them for their participation today. Thank you, guys. James, thank you so much.
Yeah.
God bless you.
Thank you for pulling me here, okay?
Well,
Okay.
I'd say God brought you, brother. Okay. We have a wrap-up video that takes about 18 to 20 minutes. I hope you can bear with us because, believe it or not, Ryan Leibel was, in his interview with me, slated to be earlier in the program this afternoon. But the way this has worked out, he's really going to bring an incredible summary to everything we've been talking about and bring a lot of light on the very questions that we've had people texting to us over the live feed and so forth. So I don't know if you can talk to Adam for me, but is he going to play it from back there, I think?
Greg's right there, isn't he?
No, maybe you so. I don't know if you get my stuff.
That's not Greg.
Here comes Adam. Okay, everybody, let's hear it for Adam. Are you going to save us?
Well, let me try one more thing here. If it works, great. And if not, then we're going to just play it online.
Okay. I started to say a few things about Ryan Leibel. Ryan spent a lot of years off farm, actually, and returned to help his father, who really had the vision for altering tillage after almost 30 years of no-till. And believe it or not, that's pretty common. If you've been in the Dakotas at all or in the Canadian prairies, you realize that they've been direct seeding for about 40 years. And they've been increasing the number of sodic sloughs and standing water holes ever since they started. And Ryan has reversed all that trend. In fact, one curse buster owner in North Dakota was actually about buying a pump, you know, like we would use to pump manure out of a lagoon. He was going to back it into his water holes and hook up a hose and irrigate with it. Of course, you know, it's 17 inches of rainfall average per year. Why would you have standing water? It takes that much to produce a 60 bushel wheat crop. So I was kind of amused, you know, and still able to do it in those 50, 60 yield numbers, and he's building ponds on his farm. He happens to farm about 8,000 acres, and he told me the or the period of time when we were talking about a curse buster, he said that he was retiring 1.5% of his farm every year to standing water. When I arrived in Dakota, everybody said, well, we've got all these issues because we've been getting excess rainfall. We've been above average. So I went to the North Dakota State Weather Station that's right there where I lived, and I looked at the weather records. And guess what? He was wrong. They just thought they'd had more rain. And it was because of the way in which the rain came, which I referred to before. Fewer events, more per event. And that was creating the problems of the vomitoxin issues, the standing water, the increasing sloughs, the salt mobility downslopes in the water as it ran downhill. So when he saw what happened when you deal with that compaction issue and water actually can move downward instead of down slope, it changed the whole perspective on how to farm. And like Ryan, it's starting to restore acreages now that were being resigned to standing water. So this is a conversation that Ryan and I had Wednesday night. Go ahead.
Well, Ryan, it's good to see you.
It's good to see you too.
It's been too long.
For sure.
I really appreciate you taking some time to spend with us today here at the meeting. The only thing that would be better would have seen your shiny head right here in person.
Yeah.
One of these days.
Sure, sorry about that. Yeah. I wish I could be down there.
We appreciate your time, and I know you're really busy, and I wish we could have had you with us on time to answer questions too, but I know you're in a truck headed for Manitoba. So
yeah, I can't seem to get out of the truck these days.
Okay.
That's good. It keeps me out of trouble.
Yeah, well, we've published your bios, so everybody's got a little bit of background, so I'm not going to spend a lot of time on that. So we want to spend about 15 minutes and jump into more about your farming experiences and how it all began for you and your late dad.
Sure. Yeah. Well, I guess Dad got into no-till farming, well, way back. We were probably into it for 3 decades before we were introduced to the curse buster. That was the way to go, and that was what we did. And I think over time and as years went by, we started to see some issues crop up, with disease and alkalinity spots and, compaction and weed pressures and these kinds of things. So when you came along in 2016, like I said, and introduced us to the curse buster, it was kind of a game changer. I know a light bulb went off in Dad's head about the whole thing when we first saw it, and that's where my new learning education began about how to go about things to improve our soil.
Well, you mentioned diseases. What kind of diseases did you have? Your crops being wheat, durum, peas, lentils. How would you characterize the issues that you were having?
Well, we had serious fusarium issues, especially in our durum. I think there was a point there where we weren't even growing durum anymore. We were just sticking more to wheat because it was a little bit better as far as the disease pressure went. But it was a lot of fusarium, vomitoxin, and then on the pulse side of things, we were seeing a lot of what do you call that one that starts with an A, Jim?
An anthracnose?
I'm not sure. One of them or all of them.
Okay.
We were getting a lot of root rot and waterlogging and this type of thing. So, anytime a rain event came along and you had lentils out there, you kind of cringed, hoping that everything didn't get drowned out. And then disease sets in, and then you're out there fighting fires with 2-3 passes of fungicides trying to keep everything alive.
So, what did you see in terms of the water? You mentioned also these sodic areas, the saline areas. What have you observed in that regard? I assume that's somewhat related to the behavior of water.
Well, I would imagine that if water's not able to percolate down, it's going to go sideways, and along with it, it's probably going to drag some salts and whatnot into those low spots and have it sit there, and then before you know it, nothing really wants to grow except kochia, and that's a huge problem around here as well.
Well, good. Thank you very much. That really helps to background us to a past that we don't want to have to go through again, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. In terms of something that's really poignant right now, and that's the increasing cost of fertilization. What's happened to you in that regard since 2016? Say phosphorus, and how have your soils, are you seeing anything happen there in terms of fertility?
Well, we've gotten off the FOSS train, so to speak. And we've been doing soil sampling, religiously here, year in and year out, and you can testify to that too because you've seen them. But I think our FOSS levels have basically gone sideways without any application from year to year. And actually, last year we did quite an extensive sap testing or tissue testing, and we didn't see any FOSS. Like we didn't have any FOSS deficiencies that we could see across the board.
As I recall, there was one test that was borderline low, and that was a field that you just took over.
Yeah, that was a newly rented field, and that one was, in that moderate to low range.
And that one had historically a lot of phosphorus applied, right?
As far as I know.
Yeah.
So, yeah. And there was another field that we started renting last year, yes, and it had just a little bit lower levels of FOSS in the tissue sample than what ours had with no FOSS applied for 5 years. And like you said, it had been, FOSS applied year in and year out. So I can't really explain that, but you probably could of what's going on there. But it's kind of a head scratcher for some people.
Yeah, that's part of why we're all here today, is to discover some of this and to hear about people who walked through it. What about nitrogen? That's
same goes for nitrogen. We've really been able to back off on our nitrogen applications while keeping our yields up where they've kind of historically been for the most part. Last year we had really high nitrogen levels, residual nitrogen in the soil. And we thought, well, maybe that was because, I guess I should say this year, but because last year was so dry, we thought, well, maybe it wasn't used by the crop or whatever, and it was kind of just out there available for us. So we backed off on our application. I think 30 pounds is basically what we put across the board on everything, and ended up with good yields. Okay, well, we had more rain this year, so okay, well, let's get the soils tested again this fall. So we did, and we just recently got the samples back, and lo and behold, well, we're still sitting with an average of over 60 pounds of nitrogen out there. We had some fields that were up to in the 90s and 100. So I'm not sure, if that has something to do with, I know it has something to do with aerating the soil or getting an aerobic environment in the soil, and then we've been doing some biological stuff that I'm sure that you can explain a little bit about.
Okay. We're going to run out of time here before we know it. Bring us up to speed on how you started using the Curse Buster and how it has morphed into something pretty unique. Maybe you can explain to us how that's come about and exactly what you're doing now with the machine.
Well, when we first got the machine, it came a little late in the spring, but we wanted to go ahead and use it, and we had already had, I think we had 700 acres of faba beans in the ground, or 800 acres of faba beans in the ground at that point, and we were a little discouraged that we weren't able to run the machine before seeding. And I remember you said to me, well, why don't you go ahead and run it now? And I said, are you crazy? And he said, no, by all means, go ahead. So we went out there and we ran the machine, and obviously the faba beans were seeded, I think 2.5 inches or something like that. So, we felt fairly safe doing it, and we went out and we ran the machine and did a good job, and we had a nice emergence, and that was our first experience with it. And then in that fall, we ran it in the fall, and I was always in the mindset that I wanted to run the machine in the fall because that was the way to do it. And then another year came along, and Jim says to me, well, why don't you try it in another crop there? Do a strip across the field. And we had a canola crop that we seeded, so we seeded it, and then within a day or two, I went out there with the curse buster, and I did a couple passes along the end of the field, and the crop grew beautifully across the whole field. There was no negative effect from running the machine at all. But I don't think at that point, it still didn't really click in my head here what was, what the potential was here. Until a couple of years ago, we had a trash issue, like a trash issue from the year before. It was a late harvest, and we had piles of straw around and this and that. And I fought through with the drill, and I decided to come through afterwards with the curse buster to kind of clean everything up. And I had been talking with Jim about trying this, so we went out and we did it, and it just did a beautiful job. It weeded the whole field. It leveled off all of the piles of straw and stuff beautifully, left all the trash on top, and it was a wonderful emergence of wheat. So that was kind of our big, at that point, that was probably one of our biggest experiments with a shallower seeded crop. I think our wheat was seeded at 1.25 inches, and the wheat or the canola similar. So this year we kind of went all in on running the curse buster right behind the drill, and we had a beautiful result. We were able to eliminate a glyphosate pass because we mechanically took out any of the weeds that were actively growing. We probably took out any of the weeds that were germinated that hadn't emerged yet, which if you had gone out spraying, you wouldn't have got them anyway. So, and we were taking care of our compaction, and, so we were kind of killing 2 or 3 birds with one stone. I figured if we're going to run the machine once a year as a maintenance tool to keep the soil breathing, then why can't we just do it in the spring and get more benefit from doing it? And it was a little bit stressful, especially in the canola when after you're in the field seeding and all of a sudden somebody pulls in behind you with a high-speed vertical tillage. It kind of makes you a little nervous. But lo and behold, if you look at those rows of canola, I got pictures of them. If you look at those rows, there isn't a seed out of place. It was awesome, and moving forward now, feeling brave enough to keep moving forward with this. Like I don't have any hesitation going forward to keep going forward with this now. But now I'm going to incorporate a Valmar machine right on the curse buster, so that we can incorporate a granular herbicide right when we're doing this, right after seeding, when we're mechanically taking everything out and seeing how far we can make that stretch. And hopefully, fingers crossed, maybe we can get away from an in-crop pass with the sprayer. I don't know.
You did that first trial you did with all 1,500 acres of wheat, as I recall. You didn't have the burn down, and then you announced to me that you'd already made $60,000 on 1,500 acres of wheat, and you hadn't harvested any yet. That's
right. We left the sprayer in the shed. we took care of all the weeds initially, and then we were limited on rainfall, so we didn't get, you know, a second or third flush of any weed pressure coming, and then the canopy closed up with the wheat, and the rest was history. Like, I mean, the crops were clean.
Yeah.
And that was without a granular herbicide.
Right, right.
That was just the curse buster.
Right, right. So we're kind of excited about that because that was a very, very dry spring, as I recall. And I think one of the things that you've seen is uniformity of emergence has improved dramatically over the years.
100%. Man, I'm telling you, like, I mean, it's, you run that machine and everything just jumps up out of the ground. Especially, you know, we have pretty cold springs here sometimes, and it takes a while for that ground to warm up. But if you can change, yeah. So if you can change air and get the soil warming up, and not only that too, but we were talking about this the other day, the capillary water action. You know, if you're able to bust up some of that compaction, you know, it allows moisture to come up as well. So I think that's really helped with making sure that everything gets germinated nicely. Like I said, we haven't had any issues with germination or emergence that I've seen in my experience so far. That's for sure.
Great. We really appreciate the time and the investment in us and helping us all maybe step out into the unknown a little bit farther than we think we ever should, you know?
Yeah, hey, not a problem anytime. You know, every year I learn something new. And you've been on the journey with me the whole way, and I really appreciate that. And I'm sure there's going to be lots more to come.
There doesn't seem to be much more to come. Thanks very much, Ryan.
Yeah, take care.
Yeah. Okay, bye.
You can see why I'd love to have had him here. And the conversation that ensued for another 10 or 15 minutes after that got even richer, frankly. And I asked Adam, gee, I hope you were still recording, but he had turned off the recording. So you don't get the benefit of some of those other good stories that we had to share. That year that he ran that 1,500 acres of wheat, no one was planting. And it was because no one was going to plant until it had a forecast for some water. It was bone dry. As deep as you could dig, you couldn't find any moisture. And so I said to him, basically, let's go see what is happening. Go open up the top 2 inches of your field and take a picture. I want to see what's going on. So he did, and it was full of little white threads of weed seeds that had germinated. I said, well, what's the temperature? He said, well, it's almost 62. I said, well, then we know we have enough heat to germinate, and you also apparently have had enough moisture to germinate weeds. He said, yes, I know. I know where you're going, Jimbo. He said, but, he said, when I run that Seedmaster drill, I'm going to lose water. What little bit was there that supported what growth you see is going to be gone. I said, yes, it will be. I understand that. That's why as quickly as you can get back over it and get it flattened and get those nice little 10-inch, you know, look like chisel ridges flat, the more water you're going to preserve. And remember, it's going to be pulling capillary water up 44,000 places on every acre. So he said, okay, grudgingly, nothing ventured, nothing gained. And that was the year that he talked about where he took all the chemicals back, destroyed everything that was growing. The picture you saw there was taken this year, and that was a canola planting. And what you saw to the left of that picture, if you will recall, looked like green grass. That was wild oats. Wild oats. Probably number 2 nemesis in all of the Canadian prairies. The other one is kochia, okay? Because it loves salt. And they got plenty of salt in places. So the reason he sent us that picture was because those oats were 6 inches tall. And they usually will germinate another crop. But where you saw that he ran, he couldn't get any further into that low area of the field because they had good moistures this year. So some areas of some fields, they couldn't plant. And so he planted where he could, and the curse buster went through and pulled out those 6-inch tall wild oats, and they never came back. Amazing. They never came back, because that's not wild oats. That is not characteristic. So the other thing that is sort of germane here that Greg Kratzer referred to briefly was about the poorly drained corner where they pulled the cereal rye out of the ground and then planted corn. The story which he didn't get to share with you was that he had Delta Force on his new 24-row Kinsey. And so the way they did that field, they had actually done about 45 acres in a corner at a 45-degree angle. Then they went and picked up their Turbomax, did the same thing on about another 50, and then the other 100 acres of that 200 acres was no-tilled. And it was chemically controlled when it was about shoulder high. The area that was not shoulder high was where he had used the curse buster and pulled the cereal rye out of the ground. Okay? You with me? When he went across that treatment, he was going diagonally across those tillage treatments, and he said his Delta Force monitor there, you know, that shows the down pressure on every row unit, he said it looked like dragging your fingers down a piano keyboard. As soon as he would move out of the no-till into the Turbomax, there was no change. He was applying 250 pounds per unit. He said, when I hit the curse buster, I was picking up 150 underneath the bar graph, picking up. He called me up because he said, you really need to get out here and video this. He said, I realize now that I don't need all this fancy planter. I just need the proper tool in front or behind the planter to make it work. Interesting stuff. And you guys who are seated here that are into this now, yeah, the sky's the limit. We don't know what you can do. You guys back here have been, these guys, the Cade brothers, have been growing organic oats using the tool after you drill your oats. And first time I got some pretty scant views, wouldn't you say, guys? We made one pass to flatten the ridged field from the organic cultivator, 2 passes with a Henniker, right? 5-inch ridges, and the first pass we got it flat, and I told them, go get the drill. And they were like, what for? We still got all this hen bit, and we still got all this chickweed down in the valley. I said, we'll get that in the next pass. Well, when are we going to do that? We're going to plant. I said, after you plant. Wait a minute. And the gal came back after she looked at your crop, right? She wanted to know how you produce weed-free oats organically, right? Well, guys, thank you so much for coming out today. I know a lot of folks had to leave, but that's not going to deter me from saying a word of prayer and thanking the Lord for you being here and watching over you on your ways home. I know some of you got a long drive. Wisconsin's a long ways. All right, so let's pray. Lord Jesus, I just want to thank you for these good folks who came out to hear my heart and the heart of several who were with us here today presenting. I thank you, Lord, for each of them. I pray, Lord, that you'll get Bill Brown back home into Canada and across the border safely and not with an hour wait at the gate. Just thank you, Lord, to be with Dr. White as he flies back to Jersey to be with his wife for the weekend. Thank you, Lord, for the service of your servant, Greg Downing, and ferrying Dr. White. Thank you, Lord, for every single person who has stepped up to the plate and shared their experiences with us. We ask, Lord, that you would bless them. We'd ask you to keep them. And even now, Lord, that you would grant traveling mercies to everybody here in this room and the sound of my voice. You would bless them and you would comfort them, encourage them, strengthen them. Let them be accounted worthy to escape the days that are about to ahead of us. We ask your blessing on each and every one in Jesus' mighty name. Amen.
Amen.
Thank you. I'll see you here, or I'll see you there, but I want to meet you all in the air.